Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Everybody will start soon, don't worry. We're just waiting for a few more people to get here. Come on if you want, the link is below the video in the description on YouTube.
Brothers, sisters, wanderers in the dark. They gave us many pills, but they never told us who made them or why. I was born into a world already spinning, voices all around me telling me how to live in it. Blue pill comfort, everything's fine. But something in my...
Hello everybody, I hope you are exceedingly well. This is the Finding Gnosis show, believe it or not. And you are watching live, believe it or not, in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. Now the aim of the show is to find out what the hell is going on and just what the fuck we should be doing whilst we are here, apparently sharing this strange existence. If you'd like to join in our exploration of matters conversationally, the link is below the video in the description. One fine gentleman has already managed to do it. That's Dark Light Delirium. Dark Light Delirium, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question today is, what if you're completely wrong about everything important? Now, it may seem, silly to ask that question, but I personally feel it's an important question that everybody should ask themselves at least once during their lifetime. Is it a question you have ever asked yourself? And tell us what your thoughts are on the question itself, and perhaps if you have ever asked yourself that question, anything it made you think in reply.
Well, I think that question hinges on the notion of objective truth, and I don't believe in an objective truth. But to humor the question, that would question my perception of objective truth, since I assume that objective truth is not valid. So humoring the question. So what if objective truth is valid? For me personally, in relation to the question, but no, I don't believe in objective truth at all, because truth is dependent upon a conscious awareness observing it, which inherently makes it subjective. So I'm actually kind of way out in left field on this one. I've never found anyone that agreed with me on that. A lot more people.
But did you ever ask yourself a question? Have you ever sat down by yourself in a quiet room and asked yourself, am I completely wrong about everything important?
No, not really, because I don't believe in right or wrong.
So yeah, did you ever ask yourself, as I say, if you're completely wrong even about that? You've obviously thought about these matters, so you must have surely sat down and questioned the other possible views to reality and whether they are superior to your view.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm wrong about everything I've ever thought of, then it just takes us back to square one.
What do you think is the most compelling argument against what you believe?
Well, I mean, I get it all the time. I get arguments against what I believe all the time. Which the argument would be that there is objective truth and objective reality.
And what would you say would be the most compelling supportive argument for that?
Well,
or
I mean,
or just opinion, whatever way you want to word it.
I can give you, I mean, the arguments that people use against me all the time. Which
I just
is,
want you to pick the one which you feel is the strongest, even if you don't agree with it. The strongest attempt at like rebutting what you think.
Yeah, well, people would say, you know, that things exist independently from the observer, you know, which is what most people go to when they go to argue against my perception. And and to counter that, I would say that things, well, I think everything has consciousness. Everything has a level of consciousness. There's meta levels to consciousness. Even down to the atom, and even farther down than the atom. I think consciousness is fundamental. That's the number 2 trait on the dark light decalogue is consciousness. Number 1 is unity.
Okay, and what does that mean for us plebs in society? Does that give us any power? Does it mean anything substantial to us? And how we should live our life?
Well, I wouldn't dare tell anyone how they should live their life. But to answer your question, that absolutely has utility as far as realizing, you know, that it's consciousness all the way down. You know, that's all consciousness is an extension of the omni-consciousness, and so that means our consciousness is intrinsically interconnected to all existing consciousness, which I definitely believe there's utility to that. First and foremost is realizing that you have control over your life, you know, which a lot of the religions out there, they like to manipulate people into relinquishing their power unto the religion or the establishments or the systems proposed by that religion. So I'm proposing something totally different, which is that we ourselves are the power. So yeah, that's pretty much just taking the power of your world back into your hands, as opposed to relinquishing your power to other systems and establishments.
The power comes from elsewhere, but what you do with it is an emergent property.
Well, no, I think that the power is in the unity, and the unity is homogeneously saturated throughout all existence. And when I bring that up, the unity, people will bring up the obvious, which is, well, what about all the divisions? And that brings me to the number 5 on the dark light decalogue, which is paradox. And we are also homogeneously saturated in paradox. So through all the divisions, there is an underlying inherent unity, which holds the fractures as it breaks, as a way to say it.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Very, very deep thoughts that you've come to on this strange existence we're in, dark light delirium. It's a pleasure to have you here. I hope that your home build is going well there. It looks like you're having a nice sunny day.
Yeah.
Enjoying the weather there. Good man. I want to say hello to brother Marcus. He says on this mortal coil. Cheers, Dean W. Good to have you here, brother Marcus, as always. Chris Newbury, great to have you here. He asks himself this question every day, and he is awaiting a conclusive answer. Well, do come on, Chris, and tell us about this question in particular and where it has made your mind go. Has it been disconcerting? Has it been a positive presence in your ideation on life? Do come on and talk to us. Stieg, do come on and talk to us as well. Interesting guy in the chat, if a little bit macabre at times. I do hope he can come on and grace us with his presence. Hello to Jason as well. Good to have you here too. For the chat is is in the description below the video here on the Finding Gnosis live stream on YouTube. We're live on other platforms as well. We're live on Danny Shine's channel, Social Experimentalist on YouTube. We're live on Facebook, Twitch, X, and we're usually live on Kick, but we're not live on Kick today. Oh well. Hello to Yuzu Lemon, who says it's great to be here in this live stream with such enlightened individuals. Well, thank you. Yuzu, do come on and join us. Maybe you could be enlightened too. I say that tongue in cheek. I don't think I'm particular, but thank you for the, I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. Chris says that question, what if I'm completely wrong, important, is actually the question that brought him here to this channel. Interesting, Chris. Thank you for that. I'm glad to know that I'm not alone in asking this question. But yeah, I do want to hear about how and why you started to ask the question and where it has brought you. Yuzu Lemonade says they would talk, but they feel they're too stupid to talk, so they'll just observe. I think you're slandering yourself there, Yuzu Lemon. We're not going to judge you. If you feel like you've misspoken or said something silly, don't worry. All you have to do is rewind all my past streams and listen to some of my idiotic takes on matter. It is what it is. We're just human beings trying to, riff through reality, trying to be vulnerable at times, trying to be thoughtful. Mistakes will happen. But don't worry, that's part of the beautiful process of finding Gnosis. Trying to find out what is going on is going to be an affair fraught with mistakes, fraught with misenunciations, and what else? Yeah. Perhaps
if you're too afraid to fail, you will never succeed.
It is what it is. It's part of the process. Growing together, getting on with it, getting over with it. Hello to Pamela.
Success is built upon failure. If you're too afraid to fail, then you don't have the courage to succeed.
There you go, brother. There you go. I do agree. You do have to make a few mistakes. You do have to venture out there, take a few risks. Be willing, at least, to look stupid in order to learn from others, at least.
Absolutely.
So
luckily, God made me this beautiful.
Sorry, brother.
I said, luckily, God made me this beautiful, so I don't ever have to worry about looking stupid.
There you go. This man is the Chad of the show, so he's not particularly worried about that. Okay. Chris is being a little bit unromantic. He says he calls those mistakes marriages. Okay.
Yeah, I dodged them bullets, man. Never did marry.
Yeah. Well, you're still young enough. You might be Miss right yet. Make her a Mrs.
Hey, I'm almost 41, man. I think that ship sailed for me. I've been single and celibate for 10 years, waiting on true love, but all I'm getting is God laughing.
You've been celibate for 10 years.
Yes, sir. All through my prime, from 30 to 40, I've been celibate for 10 years, waiting on true love. All I'm getting is God laughing at me.
That's astounding. You are the king of semen retention.
Well, I still beat it. Don't get me wrong. I still beat it.
Okay. But how do you feel this abstinence has shaped your life? I mean, that is quite remarkable. As I said, you're a handsome man. You're a big dude. You're good with your hands. You're a thinker. Many women would consider you a fine catch. So, what is it? What's going on? Like, why have you done this to yourself?
Well, any girl that I've ever been with has lied to and cheated on me. And honestly, I wish I was a virgin. I wish I didn't sleep with any of them. I just wish I was a virgin, and because I wasted my time on a bunch of ladies that did not appreciate me. And I just made a promise to myself that I will stay single and celibate until I find a woman that actually appreciates me. So I haven't found that yet. I've had offers, but I'm not into transient bullshit. It's true love. I believe in true love, and I just haven't found it yet.
He is a man of significant character. He has deep, compelling beliefs, he feels worth more than what is offered, and he's not going to ditch his outlook on life for a night of meaningless hokey cokey between the bed sheets.
Yeah.
Have you been tempted in those 10 years though to
No.
betray outlook and your philosophical take on reality? Never.
No.
Not once.
Don't get me wrong. I beat it. I'm not like 100% semen retention. I'll damn sure beat it like it owes me money. But no. I'm waiting for true love, and until if I never find true love, I'll just be single and celibate the rest of my life. And there's actually great power in that when you realize that and you stick to it. There's great power in saying no. Saying no is actually the duty of a man, is to say no and set boundaries, because in that creates atmospheres, that creates something. Saying no and setting boundaries is what actually creates the world that you want to live in.
I think you're right. I think saying no and holding back and having like some ambition and direction definitely shapes your life in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
And that is more important than just throwing it around for no good reason, you know.
And that
waking
also
up here,
extends to
there, and
other parts of my
everywhere.
life.
Sorry, say that again.
That also extends to other parts of my life, saying no and setting boundaries. Because in saying no to transient bullshit sex, that also has given me the self-respect and the power to say no to other things. Like I don't take being disrespected anymore. I used to let people disrespect me, but now I just don't accept that from anyone. And that's another way in which in my life saying no has given me power and more self-respect. And self-respect, people don't realize when you lose self-respect, that weakens you a little bit at a time. But also when you go in the other direction and you start saying no to disrespect, that even includes disrespecting yourself, you know, because disrespect doesn't just come from others, it comes from yourself to yourself.
Right. I think you're right. I think if you can master that part of your life, other things become possibly, let's just say, easier to handle.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying I'm the guru on those matters, you know, definitely not. I did practice 6 months of abstinence when I was about 25, when I gave up alcohol and smoking cigarettes. And I did. It was kind of spiritual in a way, in a kind of way. And I remember I read a lot of books during that period, and it was a positive time. I was exercising, eating well, and looking after myself, and it was all part of that going inwards, trying to look after oneself instead of chasing meaningless outside escapism, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. And also you know, just chasing casual meaningless sex, that's a distraction from finding yourself. Yeah, that's one of many. You know, there's a bunch of different roads of distraction to self-discovery, but that is one of the major pitfalls that a lot of guys fall into, which is a method of avoiding finding yourself and going within. And
would you avoid? You said you're still beating it. Would you avoid the websites that allow you to be easily stimulated on for such beating?
Well, for a long time, I never needed that because I have a good imagination. But let's just say my bank got bankrupt on my imagination side. So after a while, I did have to outsource to the websites. But then here in America, in the last year or so, they put all kinds of extra restrictions and stuff on the websites. So I just kind of I took the hit. I took the hit.
Good. Probably good though. It's probably good because it does fuck up your brain chemistry. You're getting addicted to that shit, right? It's probably worse than being addicted to the real thing.
Well, I prefer my imagination anyway because I got a great imagination. But my problem is I moved to Arkansas and I haven't seen me. I have to meet a girl that I like in real life in order to visualize that, and that's been slim pickings out here in Arkansas.
Well, long may your sense of purpose last for the rest of your life. I hope that you remain strong and true to yourself. And I hope that, if it pleases you, you meet somebody to share that journey with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it, but I'm no longer like frantically searching for it like I used to, which that's also like a huge weight off your shoulders.
Good man, good man. Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question today is, what if you're completely wrong about everything important? Is this a question you've ever asked yourself?
Oh yeah, plenty of times. And the way how I backtrack it is the fact that, well, if I'm wrong about everything, who's right about everything? And are they wrong? And will they turn out to be wrong themselves? So about everything. How can I be wrong about everything? Can I be wrong about what time I woke up, the other day?
Well, everything important. Everything important.
Everything important. I'm not sure if that could, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I think there's about everything important. Half of the things I believe would turn out to be wrong, and the other half could possibly stay the same, because I have a feeling that I just subscribe to how reality actually is. If you know what I mean. Yeah. So I think
hold on. You feel you personally are tapped into reality how it is.
But no, I mean that from a empirical point of view, like empiricism, I collect the data of reality and I try to.
I see.
Yeah.
So you compare and contrast the latest information on matters and
always
opinion based on the empirical data, and but you're willing to change that.
Of course, absolutely. Empirical and a combination of my own abstract reasoning, which everyone has the capability to reason, right? Everyone. So I mix both the data and my own reasoning. But there are some subjects that one outweighs the other. In some subjects, my reasoning, my abstract reasoning and speculation, my speculativism can overweigh the data that is presented to me, and vice versa. So it really depends on the topics, the situation, the conversation at hand. Yeah.
Chris Newbury says women and men, but mostly women of the West, have gone bonkers. So he's saying they've gone completely bonkers. And,
is it just them?
Tony Whitcomb says the West is bonkers.
Yeah.
Is not the whole world bonkers?
Yeah, the whole world's bonkers, not just females. I think males are as bonkers.
Why pick on just one gender? Why pick on just one side of the globe?
Yeah, that's not fair.
Have you ever thought that you might be wrong about that issue? Fatim, what's it like to ask this question? What if you're completely wrong about everything important? What does it do to one's psyche?
It doesn't do anything. When I was a lot younger and a lot more immature, when I was in my even more early 20s, late teens, I was like, oh, damn, if I'm wrong about everything, then I don't have a voice anymore. I don't have anything anymore. Because the stuff I follow and believe in now, I didn't believe in when I was younger. So I would have laughed at my former self saying that, hey, I would have laughed at my younger self at the fact he back then, for real, because I'm a different person now, but he back then would have I would have just laughed at him saying, oh, you're just immature, you're silly, you won't make it far in life. And thankfully, after experiencing a lot more things, talking to people like this, through other open panels throughout the years and through other conversations and whatnot, and I'd say that I have built the confidence to be challenged in certain areas in my views.
Sorry, Dark Light Delirium. I just mute you when you're not talking because there's a little bit of wind or something, mate. It's not because I don't want you to talk, but obviously feel free, guys, to unmute yourself whenever you want to say something. I suppose keep it muted when you're not talking because there's a little bit of feedback and a little bit of wind or something causing some turbulence on the show. Pamela says her mental health has been festering in the poop, and the next day it continues. Well,
yeah, everyone's there. I think everyone's there.
At least she's laughing about it. I like Pamela. She has a good sense of humor. She cares. She's a kind-hearted individual. And I do hope that she gets a nice little break and some good fortune, and starts feeling good about existence. Hello to Chris Moore. Chris, do come on and talk to us and tell us what's going on. Fatima,
Yeah.
At what age should a person start asking themselves if they're completely wrong about everything important? Is it kind of rite of passage? Would you say? Is it part of becoming is it part of the individuation process? Is it part of becoming an adult?
I think personally there is no start date to it, because like I was questioning everything I knew when I was like 13, 14. That's pretty young, right? But like here I was, having like some type of like, uncertain panic attack about like what I knew, because back then I was a Christian, at that age between 13, 14, I was a Christian, but I started to like think about things further and further, and I was like, what if I'm wrong about everything that my parents and my family and like the church taught me, and like how life taught me and other people taught me? And I was like, oh shit, what if I'm wrong?
Kenny's on the Finding Gnosis show, doing a one-man show, showing the American flag. He is live with the American flag on the Finding Gnosis show. A show of respect for what seems to be his favorite government in the world. He's a supporter. He's a MAGA man. He's a Scotsman in London with an obsession for and a strong support for the American way. Can you hear us? Do you want to say anything whilst you're live on the Finding Gnosis show?
I don't think he can hear us, man. He's just doing this. Like, he's far away from the camera.
Okay, no problem. He is very far from the camera, so there you go. We'll leave him there. Others can see him.
All it takes is just one lightning strike.
That's what Kenny wants to do. Okay, Chris Moore, you are live on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is, what if you're completely wrong about everything important? Is this something you've ever considered? Are you considering it right now?
Well, to be quite honest, if you were going on to the mode of, well, if like theist or atheist, I would say no, that I don't believe in the theist way of thinking, that I'm wrong, because if we're going by the opposite of if you're wrong. However, if you dive into the more on my side of the fence, which is more on the ethics of science, then absolutely. Yeah, and it's like lately I've been thinking about essentially the Big Bang and all that all that stuff. And what if well, it's more of a metaphor I've been thinking about, that essentially characters a character in two-dimensional space cannot understand what it is like to live in a three-dimensional space. I don't know if you understand what I'm getting at, but
that's I've heard people talking about the different dimensions and how we can't imagine beyond a certain dimension. Our brain just can't, fathom it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know. I mean, I've heard people can imagine what it's like to be in a 3D reality, but I heard people can imagine a 4D reality. But I don't know. One's ability to contemplate matters gets lost the further you go. I don't know. Yeah. I don't quite know which dimension humans can get to. with their thoughts. But I've heard
Yeah.
about this before. Do you have any idea, Fatima?
About what?
Sorry.
The man's inability to imagine dimensions beyond a certain layer.
Well, in my honest opinion, I think that, like, I don't think that those things are within our reach. To be honest, that's just my opinion.
Well,
Maybe with like other things you can go on it, yeah, but like I don't know because like I haven't personally. Oh, sorry, I haven't personally experienced it, and like I've been reading like Immanuel Kant and some
No, but
other like
even conceptually, like you can imagine 2D, 3D, 4D. Can you
yeah.
some people there.
yeah.
I think there's a limit to how much you can imagine.
Exactly, there is a limit how much you can imagine. So if there's a limit how much you can imagine, there is only so much how you can experience with that imagination, right? That's just me though, because
Yeah.
I've been reading like Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant pretty much like broke metaphysics, right? He says that there is the phenomenal world which we experience, and then there's the phenomena world which we can't experience, and that's out of our reach, which is like the metaphysical thing, the side of things of reality, right? Immanuel Kant. Yeah, I'm reading him right now, and like a few other philosophers, like Martin Heidegger, would say that don't focus too much on metaphysics. Focus on being and being here in the world right now.
Yeah.
Confront your mortality. And then there's my favorite philosopher, Wittgenstein, who says that this is all just confusion of words, languages, and you should just focus on like pragmatic and like trying to untie the philosophical knots in your thinking. But that's just me. That's
Okay.
my philosophy.
Yeah. Well, for
Hello,
me,
Subjective ethics. Good to see you, mate.
yep. Well, where I was going at this was essentially, what if well, I think there's basically been the two couple of mysteries about essentially a quote unquote universe, and it's that it's either that we're continuously expanding, and then why the like the big crunch hypothesis that's kind of like kind of floating around of why we had a big bang in the first place, and if you tie that, you have it in a in a cycle. Now, what's been actually been floating around like recently is that essentially we're in an more of a interconnected web of like space time, um, of void and filaments. That's how I can kind of describe it. Of stars, matter, clouds, dust clouds, or whatever. Anyhow, anywhere the stars are essentially supposed to be like, it's kind of stretches along. It's more like if you put in a petri dish, you put some oil, you put some water and some detergent, and those three different like things in the petri dish, just kind of try to avoid it, like not avoid it, but they don't mix with each other. And I'm just saying that what I'm trying to say is that it seems that the only reason why we can essentially think of the Big Bang and the Big Crunch as the only conclusion is that we are essentially at the upper limit of how we can imagine things, because otherwise we're just using the basically like the language of physics, chemistry, you know, just to to explain it, but it's in a very like not diluted concept, but it's that for it to imagine is that you have to essentially like use the four senses, I guess, in a way. And
Kind. Oh yeah, no,
so so I'm kind of reimagining the model of how quote unquote the universe looks like, which is basically it's like an interconnected web of filaments of life or of
Mhm.
matter, and then there's basically the void, and those void wells are basically what's kind of making us kind of push things around and all that stuff. So I don't know if you completely get what I'm saying over here, but
I can
that's
kind of
where,
reach. I can kind
yeah,
of reach where you're coming at. Yeah. But like D&W, one comment says that the Big Bang Theory is just bunk and like it's been disproven. I would like to find that source where like every scientist in the world has come to finally just throw away the Big Bang Theory. Now I'm like I don't. One thing about me is that I don't worry about like the question like why is there something rather than I think because I think that's like a kind of like a useless question in my own in my own life. You know, there's other things I should be doing about that. But like
yeah,
I do sometimes read about the literature about the origins of the universe, both religiously and scientifically, and like almost like most people do agree that the Big Bang Theory is one of the stronger ones, besides just the universe always being here or whatever.
yeah. And I'm not trying to discredit the Big Bang Theory over here. It's just I'm just kind of trying to piece the kind of new understanding that I basically just clicked for about 2 weeks ago, and
Can I
it's
ask Robin to come on, and all of
so
you guys who have opinions on that you're sharing in the live, do come on if you can.
anyway.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
So it's like I said, it's not like a saying Big Bang Theory doesn't exist. I'm just saying is that we are it's that it's the Big Bang, how as we can see is like the upper limit of how we can imagine the universe forming. But like I said, back to the 2D character in imagining in a 3D space, that's where basically that's where the not the cognitive dissonance, but the dissonance of understanding kind of goes through, and I'm just kind of like trying to reconcile that on my own, I
Mm,
guess. But
yeah,
anyway, but
it is
it's
a
not.
challenge to reconcile things.
Yeah,
it is a challenge, it is. And like, I'm not trying to like discourage you, but there won't be any easy answers because even the greatest thinkers and philosophers, they haven't came up with easy answers. They're not even sure of what they know themselves.
yeah. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents.
Mm. Yeah, that's good. It's good. It's good that you think about those things. It's good that you like to form your thoughts on those things. It's really good. It's really constructive.
Chris, what about other things in life that perhaps you know you took for granted or you believed, maybe things that you were indoctrinated with culturally, things that were to people around you perhaps, and then one day you just thought, am I completely wrong about this? As in, were you wrong for going along with the herd, for thinking like they do, for taking for granted some of the things that were fed to your developing mind? Did you go through that experience? What was it like?
I won't say. I would say no, but like I said previously, it's because in my family, um, like curiosity, sciences, and stuff like that was highly encouraged. So it's like a default setting to assume assume of what you're understanding today is going to be wrong tomorrow, and that's what is I would say I kind of would attribute to the wonder, the wonders of what science is. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but yeah. Um, but if I want to ask, like to answer your question more deeply, I guess in a way, um, it's very hard for me because it's not like it's like I kind of assume like again I assume that like I'm gonna be wrong and all that stuff, but sorry, it's like I'm always in a penchant, like I have a penchant for being in discovery mode for some reason. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if I find it, like I find the point where I did, like I find that like I was evidently for, and I turn out to be wrong, I'll tell you. I'll tell you if I find it, but I have to basically dig in my memory. So yeah.
No, it's all right.
Anyway.
Okay, Chris, thanks for that. Robin, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, and the question is, what if you're completely wrong about everything important? How does that probability or possibility make you feel? And this question, is it something that you've asked yourself before? How does it make you feel? Would you
Hey, Robin, what's
give
up?
any advice to people who might be asking themselves this question?
Robin?
Hold on just a minute. I think I don't know. I must have something else open. Did yeah. Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, Robin. Sorry, you missed what I
Hello?
said. Hi, Robin. Can you hear me?
I know something's wrong. I think something's up. Let me go out and come back in.
No
We
problem.
can hear you just fine.
Problem.
She'll come
Okay.
back.
Technical
Yeah.
fatigue, please stand by.
Technical
The link is
difficulty.
below the video, guys. If you want to come on, it's in the description. We're waiting for her to come back. We've got somebody backstage, but their device is, they'll have to connect their device to come on. Sorry, guys, as you were. I'm just having something. I'm just having my supper. I'll be right.
Oh, it's
I am
alright.
listening though.
Oh yeah.
I'm eating too, so yay.
I already ate my elbow pasta with some mushrooms. Pretty nice. I love to cook. You know, it's very nice.
Yeah, chicken and cranberry with a couple of what is it? Five. Ugh, sorry. Sorry, my first language is French, so it's like.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Are you from France, or you just spend a lot of time there?
No, I'm actually French Canadian. Sorry.
Oh, you're French Canadian. So are you in like Quebec?
Nope, Franco-Ontarian.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So it's like I know that it's like for some people it's like, oh, you're like, even when I say French Canadian, oh, you're either from the Maritimes or Quebec. No, there are like every province and territory has their own French communities.
Oh,
So
okay. It's just
yeah.
that every time I hear about French Canadians, I always think about Quebec, because that's where that's where they are at the most, and that's historically
Yeah.
like the most French province in all of Canada. In fact, they actually want their independence, right? Like, isn't it like a thing still? Like they want to be like
no. Well, yes, you still got the old timer thing, but historically, well, just to kind of like back up a little bit, historically, it's what's essentially what is New France is what is historically the Maritimes, and then there's also like what's around the Great Lakes, but most of what is Acadia, ou Acadie, is basically like the Atlantic provinces and stuff like that. So,
oh, nice, cool.
and that's like the most historic, like it's not like it's before Quebec and stuff, and then after that, Quebec is where the epicenter of French Canada is. But if we account the Yukon Gold Rush and other stuff, basically westward expansion, and then you got the Louis Riel type of stuff with Manitoba. Sorry, I'm kind of speed running like a bit of like history over here, but it's like, you know, like I said, there's every province and territory has their own French community. So yeah.
Nice.
So Anyway, I'm not trying to hog the mic over here, so if people want to speak about it or whatever.
I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
Welcome back. Yeah, it sounds
Yeah,
good.
we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't hearing y'all. Like it was going. Like it was. My signal was like going in now or something. So I was getting like it was on my end. I'm sure, but now you asked me what if everything I believed was not true? Is that what you asked?
The question more so is that, like, what if you're completely wrong about everything
Important.
Yes.
I think I went through. I mean, like, I kinda, I guess, went through this before, and like, so I started being more. But I don't know. I don't know what I believe that is important. That, like, I don't think that much of what. If I'm wrong about everything, I don't know how much I would. It would make my life different, unless I'm like wrong about like if my house is paid off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I think my house is paid off. I don't owe money on my house, and if I was wrong about that, I don't. That would be quite a mess. But like on what I don't know. I try to hold my beliefs now as sort of tenable or whatever, so that I can adjust them. Because because I think coding, being dogmatic about certain beliefs leads you to not admit that there's evidence that says otherwise. That's what I want to say.
Of course, yeah. Like, anyone can actually be wrong. Yeah, that's a fact. Anyone can be wrong.
Yeah, I'm a fallibilist, so I believe.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm also a fallibilist too. I think even in like all departments of like a philosophy around the world, even philosophers, they always settle on that whenever they have a disagreement between each other. Like they will always settle on that principle of fallibilism. That's like the default stage. Yeah. So yeah. It's good to have that. But a lot of people don't like know that rule of fallibilism, and they just think, oh, I'm always right about everything, and regardless of like contrary evidence. Oh, newcomer.
Guys, we have a newcomer. Sorry, I'm just, as I say, I'm sorry for taking a back seat. I'm just having my supper. But I have, who is it? Jorn? Don't know who these people are. Jorn. Okay, sorry, Jorn. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Yeah, just hello, new here. Been following your channel for a while, but new to the conversation here. So, hello everyone.
Hello,
Hi.
Jorn. Do feel free any moment. Just wait for a gap in conversation. But
yes,
I will get to you in a moment, Jorn. Sorry, I had a rather delicious plate of dal and rice with
Nice.
lovely chutney on the side, and
Very
it's
nice.
absolutely delicious. So I will. Wow, don't worry.
Chutney. Yes. Delicious.
I just wanted to say, I have a saying that certainty is almost certainly unattainable.
Yep. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, seems to be the common thing.
Yeah, a friend of mine, told me that, which I guess lots of people have heard it, but that's I think that pretty much sums up where I am on certainty. So, I wanted to push back on Chris a little bit. Hello, Chris. I wanted to push back a little bit on Chris about the Big Bang, though. I think the Big Bang is still like the overwhelming, most popular model. I think that there have been some data that we've gotten from the James Webb Telescope that show that maybe galaxies formed earlier than we thought they originally thought, and so they may have to like go back and modify the existing theory. Or
Yeah, I
whatever.
like that you love astronomy. Yeah, they have a modified gravity model to help explain this stuff, and then the amount of dark matter. But I don't actually believe 100% in dark matter, so we still have that to measure with the universe.
Well, I think the dark matter is just like pretty much, it's just like a placeholder for something we don't understand right there. I think that
you are factually correct on that. Yeah, you're correct there.
I don't think that dark matter is like something that they're saying exists. It's stuff called dark matter, but I think they're putting a label on a spot where
it's an area of the periodic table that we have yet to explain.
Yeah. I still think that dark matter is like in like the border between just theory and like actual, like, okay, this is like a concept that we can use in science, right?
Exactly. She said it's a place marker for something yet to be completely understood.
Yeah,
I think that's exactly what we kind of all, at least three of us agree. It could be something real, but how tangible is it? They're just using it to fill in the gap of the math that doesn't work, guys.
It's value X.
No, my question is, do you think we'll ever know what dark matter actually is, or is that always going to be like in the realm of like uncertainty?
Yes, with computer modeling and the advancement of technology. Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't say that we'll never figure it out, because that's certainty.
Of course, that's good. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like maybe one day we'll have like some type of
the yin to the yang of like a negative neutrino, but we just don't know that yet. So it's just some giant inflated, fat, obese neutrino floating out there. Until we understand more about the larger particles that can grow bigger, that we don't have the math for yet.
Or what's a gravitron?
Yeah, like everything changes. Right, like the math changes. Even what else changes? The data changes. Yeah, everything is susceptible to being altered. Not by a lot, but it can be, even by a small margin. If we change our mathematics and our data collecting theorems by even a small margin, it's still a big impact in like everything, though.
Yeah, I mean, people have like looking before, like people, if you measure like, you look at the constants of things and you measure the pyramid, and they're like, the speed of light is hidden in the pyramid. And they're like, well, they didn't measure things the same today. And you're just making up numbers. That's actually, math is math and ratios are ratios. So the ratio of a brick to the speed of light, no matter what you're measuring, is going to be the same ratio, if that makes sense, guys.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, like, there's some things that are just like set in stone that like we don't really have any. We can alter how we understand it, but
like the golden ratio, it's a movable thing. It doesn't always have to be the same exact. A golden ratio can be many sizes. So you're just looking at it as the curve, or you're looking at it as a room that is growing in sections and squares. So
exactly
depends on yeah.
See, I like cosmology, but I hate math, and so that's where I leave the cosmological.
I like really, because I'm the opposite. Because like I like math more than I like cosmology, because I think cosmology is even more like incoherent than math to me. Because math is very hard to understand, but once you get the way I learned math and the way I understood it was through learning the history of it, from freaking Euclid to the Chinese, to the Indians, to the Arabs, to the Europeans, to like Frege, to Whitehead, to like Wittgenstein, and like
I think it's not always like something you can always apply, but generally,
of course not.
Generally, men are better at math, like do better in mathematical. Like testing and stuff like that. I mean, that's not a constant thing, like all the time. But yeah, and I'm probably one of those.
It's a frequency. It's a frequency of.
I'm one of them one of the females that probably didn't do very well in math in school, and so I didn't take very.
There's a lot of smart females in history, though. Who was?
Yeah, I know, and there's a lot of mathematicians, but I would definitely. I didn't take very advanced math in school.
Yeah. I think the shape of the universe is what we don't know. I think it's definitely more of a donut, meaning it has multiple horizons. And that's why we're
Donut,
mixed
nice.
up on the size and the weight. Yeah, because
Well-
say we're on an edge of a donut, there's a part of that donut we're not aware of. You know, it's the other side of the hole, guys. So
Okay.
and there's a curve under us. So it's just like that's the donut shape. That's my belief in the universe is a donut. It's a shape like a donut. That's that to it's not about dark matter. It's not actually a blob, and it's not a circle. It's more donut. There's a hole in the middle, and the thing vortexes around itself as it grows. So we're just making a bigger and bigger donut. And then there's other stuff involved there too. But
you see, you would know more than that about me, because I straight up don't know like what the shape of the universe could or is. You know, I straight up don't know.
That's accurate. Yes.
Well, it explained the escaping horizon and the redshift in every direction, if y'all get what I'm saying. So if you're on a spot on a donut that's a moving floor, it's moving everywhere away from you, but it's causing it to grow. Imagine a donut with lots of yeast baking in your oven, growing, and you're only in one spot. That would create a redshift all around you.
Nice.
Well, I see where you're bringing the donut thing in. Yeah, I see. Okay, like I've heard the baking thing about baking a cake or whatever.
And we could be closer to the center, therefore we're kind of in an emptier spot. You know, the closer you are to the middle of the donut, you know, if you can't see all the way across, then you're pretty lonely.
Okay, so what do you think about the cosmic web model that I was basically alluding to earlier? Then, what do you think about that?
Is that Escape in the Matrix? I don't.
No, it's one of the newest.
No, you sound like another guest named Escape the Matrix. I didn't know if we've met before.
No. I still use Chris Moore as my handle. It's on my actual name, but
yeah, you're more scientific, I guess. He's more ethereal, I think. But yeah, he's a pretty smart guy.
Escape the Matrix. So you mean the Seeker?
No, Escape the Matrix, a regular guest on here. But yeah, I didn't know. I haven't talked to Chris before, so I was just didn't know who I was talking to.
Okay, whatever.
I think that the Big Bang is the only model that offers that can explain the large scale structure of the universe. Like, it's the only viable theory that we have on that right now. But we just have we've gotten data back from the I can't even, I've lost the word now.
The cosmic web?
This telescope or whatever, not telescope, but James Webb. That's what I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that's a telescope. That's it. And it was limited by how far we could put it in space and the size of the mirror parts by the size of a horse's ass in Rome, because it's the most streets and tunnels are made 2 butts wide. And that's the limits of rocket parts to get them to Johnson Space Center.
Yeah, I had a stroke in July, so sometimes when I'm talking, I lose my words. Again, I'll just get stuck on a word that I can't think of. But yeah,
I'm super excited to have you on, because I mean, having someone that just loves astronomy, and I can tell you love it by the way you are quoting this stuff, that you actually look into it more than just read an article or two. You're reading all of them.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Hey, Retro, I got a question. How does I already learn about this in high school, right? But how do gas planets work? They say that you can't land on one. That's just wild to me that but yet they still have a core though, right? A gas planet, you can't land on one, but
denser and denser until it turns to ice. So it's just there is frozen stuff in the very bottom, but the problem is the pressure is so high, your spaceship's already crushed by the time you get to this hard stuff. Yeah, so all the stuff we're going to send in there is
there's no solid. It's not rock. It's a gas planet.
Right. We have to make something that keeps a close orbit on a big gas planet and sends probes back and forth to itself instead of just dive down in there. And we're still in that archaic age of just pluck it, hit it, blow it up, hit the asteroid with something hard, see what comes out. We're still kind of doing that with our science. It's pretty barbaric, but we're still learning from it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than it has. You have to start somewhere with that kind of thing. You just have to experiment and do some other alternatives to get to that route, of exploring it, Yeah, I just because like the gas planets were like the biggest mind fucks to me about space, like especially like Saturn. Like what the hell? Like a
Well,
gas planet that has an icy core mantle on it. That's just wild to me.
you know the fingers. What was it? The fingers of God, or you know the image.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's very beautiful, right? It's like it's
Pillars
red.
of Creation. Excuse me.
Pillars of It's red or green. I forgot which color it was. Red or green.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay.
So it's basically the idea is that you have, stars, which are technically suns, in a gas. I know that it's more gas inception, but anyway, so that's pretty much how it makes sense to me in a way. Can't exactly explain away the gravity because it's the pressure anyway. But it's just, it kind of makes sense to me that, like a cloud, essentially like a cloud would just circle around itself. And due to the fact that it's more of a, it's like the illusion of a planet is what's going on essentially. It's just that it's like in a spherical sense of the matter.
Yeah, if Earth was to float out as far as the gas giants, our planet would turn into a gas giant as well. The stuff would start leaving Earth and evaporating into this frozen giant halo. And that's what these planets are. I mean, yes, the person in the comments is right, meaning it's frozen like plasma, weird shit down to like negative 160, 50 degrees, probably Kelvin or something. Then you get, Celsius, and then you get to the core, which they said heats up. Yeah, it's some kind of liquid plasma, very hot thing in the center from the amount of friction and all that jazz. But it's an ice planet for a reason. I mean, if we float that far from the sun, it's a temperature change that causes planets to expand because the stuff floats outward. It's like your planet becomes the atmosphere. The juices start coming out and freezing.
Wow.
So Jupiter and Saturn aren't very big. The core of them, I don't think any of them is more than 5 or 10 times bigger than the Earth, and one of them is pretty small. I think it's Saturn actually is maybe only twice the size of Earth or something. Like the actual stuff that's in the center of that thing. It's pretty wild that it can control those moons and all that stuff, Saturn and Jupiter and stuff. I saw the comment in there. Yes, that's the friction and the pressure creates heat, but heat is different in outer space than it is here because it's just like in an atmosphere. Heat is like when you're in a hot tub, you feel the heat on your body. In outer space, heat is separated differently because there's not molecular matter to transfer that heat in the vacuum. So it's a big difference of what's going on, of the layers of how frozen something is, and then it gets hot in space, or temperature changes and whatnot. But you're obviously on a planet when you're inside of Jupiter being crushed by the extreme forces as you enter it. That Shoemaker-Levy planet hit it 9 or 10 times. It broke up into pieces. And as a kid, that's what I thought everything was for. As a kid, I thought the goal was to have 2 suns in our solar system, and I thought reigniting Jupiter as a brown dwarf into something, into a lit brown dwarf kind of thing would be kind of hot. I'll be like, we get 2 summers a year. As a kid, I thought that would be a good space goal. But then that thing actually hit Shoemaker-Levy, and it didn't nuke, Jupiter. It left some debris, it burnt some holes in it, but it barely, flinched. It ate that whole comet. It's like, wow. And then the sun eats comets before they even get to it. It just vaporizes them.
Yeah, vaporizes anything
before they ever touch
the heat
it.
and gravity of the sun. Yeah.
I'm going to jump off here, y'all. Thanks for having me on. I guess the only thing is if I found out Islam or Christianity were true, I guess that would probably be a problem.
Thanks for your comments.
Yeah,
we talk about everything here, but with a sense of you have to watch out what you say, of course, because I of all people should know that. Yeah, so yeah, we can talk about everything.
Talk about extra short people, tall people, and politics. Just be as polite as possible about it, or if you stand your ground. This is not a political channel, but we do like to argue.
But we can argue about everything.
If there's anything I'm wrong about that I could potentially spend eternity in being tortured, I guess that would make a big difference about the rest. But I don't think I'm wrong about that. So I guess I always could be. But thank you.
Later. Have a good day.
Bye.
Later, Robin.
Later.
You, Chris.
May I ask, like, what your views are here? Like, what your kind of point of view are coming from? Like, I'm kind of new here, so I'm wondering what is happening.
Okay. Who are you talking
hello,
to?
Jorn. Hello,
Yeah.
Jorn.
What do you mean
Hello,
point
Jorn.
of view? Like
basically,
status?
one second, guys. Jorn, we just generally talk about what we think might be going on. We question reality. We question everything about it, from what we think, what we see, the stuff we hear, what we're taught, what we know. Okay, so we question reality. We try to, work out what actually is going on, what connects us, and what we should be doing. That's basically it, Jorn. It's an open house in terms of you come in here, you say what you want to say, and hopefully it will help somebody form some kind of sensible outlook on reality.
Okay.
Help them.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Some of us, I would say, are poverty, and the rest are deteriorating middle class. I don't think we have any super trillionaires here.
No, of course not. No, if you're on this, no. If you're on here panel, I don't think you know. No offense, DNW. But John, I like your profile picture. It's the band Descendants, right?
Descendants, yeah.
It's a good band. Yeah, I like that band. I used to be into punk.
Jorn
me
is new
too.
here, so I'll ask him the newcomers' questions. Jorn,
Yes.
what is going on?
What is going on? Okay. Kind of unspeakable, really. I guess it would be the true answer to that question. I can't say at all what's going on. What's going on just is. But of course, I myself have some ideas and opinions. But whether they're true or not, probably not.
Okay. Well, in the spirit of the show, would you like to tell us some of your thoughts and opinions?
Oh, some of my thoughts and opinions.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that so humans are, we like to think that we're different than other animals that exist in this realm or planet, whatever you want to call it. But really, we're just the same. We just have a little bit different of a mind than other animals that are here, and we, with our little bit different of a mind, we try to find some meaning or purpose here that doesn't really exist. And our real meaning and purpose that will give us some form of fulfillment subsists in just going through the motions of fulfilling basic survival needs and procreating and finding some nice shelter for ourselves and eating some good food and so on and so forth. And beyond that, there's really not much that there is to do in this reality. And so as a human, we have to sort of find a way to content ourselves with that and try and dampen our desire to find something that some sort of transcendent fulfillment. We have to try and dampen that and content ourselves with like mere basic needs, fulfillment of basic needs.
You're being accused of being a nihilist by some people. How do you react to that? In the chat, by the way.
Well, I think those people have maybe they are not being entirely honest with themselves, and you know, like we're as humans, like we're raised in an environment where people are projecting, like our parents and the culture that we're raised in, they project a large amount of like delusions upon us, and yeah, like not everyone is gonna like be the kind of person that's gonna want to know the truth of their existence and what reality actually is. They won't be seeking that, and
I'll just say
okay,
this.
Okay, Delirium, do come on in a moment. Fatima, we haven't finished introducing the newbies, so can you hold your tongue?
Sorry.
Yawn, as you were. Sorry.
Yeah. So lost my train of thought a little. So
What
yeah.
time did
So
it leave the station?
excuse me.
You said you lost your train of thought. I said, what time did it leave the station?
Yeah. So yeah. So just in general, like many people, they're just they're not going to want to. They don't come into this world with the predisposition to find the truth of this world, and so I guess such people would call people with my point of view a nihilist. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to say regarding that.
Okay, interesting. So you're not particularly bothered about finding out what's going on? Is that fair to say?
Oh, I very much am. Yeah.
You are. Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. I'm completely open to everything, but
you're at the right place, man. You are right at the right place.
But yeah, like I can't help but come to this point of just like regarding this world in a very materialistic way, like that. We're just here to find a way to survive, and that's it. There's nothing really going on.
Interesting.
Interesting, because that leads us on nicely to the next question we ask newbies, and that is, have you ever had what could be termed a paranormal experience or set of experiences?
How would you define paranormal?
Well, I mean, it's open to your own interpretation of it, but just something that perhaps you can't prove, you know. So some people have spoken about having near-death experiences. Some people have spoken about having out-of-body. Some people are adamant that they went to other realms on a DMT trip and saw things like machine elves. Some people have talked about being sure they were reincarnated. Some people talk about ghost poltergeists, aliens. We've had all sorts of, and you'd be surprised how common they are. You know, so don't feel ashamed if you've had a strange experience. I've talked about mine. I don't know what they were, but a lot of us, the vast majority of us, have had something strange happen along the way.
Yeah.
Synchronicities, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Chris has hopped off. Oh no, yeah, he topped off. So, Chris, it was great to have you on, brother. I hope that you'll join us again soon. Hello to Grimman. I hope you'll join us as well. Hello to Ricardo as well. And Objective Ethics says nihilism is really a beginning step along the journey to enlightenment. Okay. So as you were, Jorn, have you ever had a strange paranormal experience or set of experiences?
Yes, I mean, synchronicities are occurring all the time. More so in my past when I was younger. Those were, I guess, the most like profound things, I suppose, that I would point to in regards to paranormal experiences, because they seem to be like very like specific to me and my own sort of subjective experience. You know, like it seems that the universe was like revolving around me, but
there was some kind of revelation from the universe.
Yes, it did seem like that at the time, but now I'm more sort of suspicious about what exactly the nature of those experiences was.
I mean, it would be hard to relate any such experience to anything other than yourself when you think about it. So I understand your skepticism.
Yeah.
Would you like to share some of those, or maybe talk about other paranormal experiences that you've had?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it would be particularly useful to talk about these like synchronicities, because they're
so personal. We wouldn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, it's not particularly
Jordan, if
interesting
you
to
don't
other
mind
people.
contacting me, or I can give you something to contact me. I experienced similar things, and I would like to talk about it off air with you sometime, if that's cool.
Yeah.
Just like it's personal to me, meaning synchronicities and stuff, and I might be able to help your issue.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, do you have any other experiences, Jorn, that you'd like to
Yeah,
share?
I mean, I've had some. So there were some things that happened. Let me think about it. Yeah, so like one time when I was younger, I think I was about 12 years old, maybe. I was alone in my house, and I was watching TV or playing on the PlayStation, something like this. And anyway, I felt someone grab me on my shoulder, and no one was there with me. Like absolutely no one was there. And but there was a very distinct sensation of someone grabbing me, grasping me on my shoulder. And yeah, I turned around, no one's there, but I felt the very clear sensation that someone was there in the room with me at the time, but of course no one was there.
That is scary indeed. How did it make you feel? Have you got any other experiences?
Yeah, I had another experience similar to that. Also, just like in a room, engaged with some other activity, and some object behind me on a shelf was thrown off with a degree of force that would not be like conducive to the atmosphere of the room. Like there was no winds or anything to move such an object with that amount of force.
Were you by yourself?
Yeah.
What age were you roughly?
I was also of a young age, younger than the previous experience that I spoke of.
Do you remember what the object was? How far was it flung?
It was a small like a toy car, one of those wind-up cars that you pull back and they roll forwards.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. The skeptic would say it was just perhaps biding its time, that it had been wound back, and maybe the washing machine downstairs shook the house or something.
It
was against the wall, and that little vibration just gave it enough.
Was the wheel spinning, or was it not wheel spinning? That answers that question. If the wheels weren't spinning, it was thrown by something else.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Okay, still strange. Any other poltergeist experiences?
Or
other experiences that were weird?
Oh, I had some experience when. So I was in. So I was in Spain, right? In a house that wasn't mine, like a guest house, basically, Airbnb situation. Also, when I was very young.
Right.
And there was a safe inside of this apartment, and the person I was with, we had stored some of our own belongings in the safe when we were living there, and nothing else was in the safe at all while we were there. And then one day when we went into the safe, there was the passport of the mother of the person that I was with. And at the time, she was in a completely other country. And so there was no way that her passport could have been in there. And
what age were you?
I guess I would have been about 7 or 8.
Is it possible that it was an old passport? Maybe it was a in-date passport, but she'd left it there and she'd got a new one to replace it. Maybe she was of dual citizenship. There's other explanations.
It's possible, yeah. But as I recall,
I mean, this building, had she been to it before?
Yes, it was her apartment in Spain.
Yeah. I mean, there are possible explanations for that.
There's possible explanations, yes, but there was, as I recall, there was nothing in that safe before. It was empty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So well, you're thanks for that, mate. It sounds like you've had a lot of interesting experiences. I'm sure there's many more that you'll be able to share with us along the way. And it's great to have you here. We have Jay. You're on the Finding Gnosis show, Jay. What if you're completely wrong about everything?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's up? So what if I'm completely wrong about everything? Yeah, I often do think about that, and I often do question my own beliefs and wonder if I am thinking about things in a way, and if I'm I'm not often how do I say it? I'm not often looking for the truth using the correct tools. So yeah, I'm totally open to being wrong about things. I have no problem being wrong and being corrected.
How would you feel if you just found out that you've been completely wrong about everything? How would that make you feel?
Well, honestly, I would be, I guess, surprised, but also in a, I guess, based on how pessimistic I can be, I would actually be happy to know that I've actually been wrong about life and the universe, and that maybe it actually is a lot better than I presume it to be.
Interesting.
So yeah.
Jorn, how would you identify in terms of outlook? Are you someone who's optimistic, pessimistic, or do you like to use a different descriptor?
Right now, I try to not use any descriptor really. I just am. I try to be as much in my life as possible and not try and form any sort of judgment about things. Not try and.
Would it be fair to say you identify as fluid? You change depending on circumstances.
Perhaps.
Are you fatal? Would you consider yourself fatalistic?
I mean, if you would really like grill me about it, I would say that I'm like a determinist. I don't think. Yeah.
I think half of the people that come on this panel do subscribe to like a type of determinism. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm somewhere in between that. I believe that free will and determinism are kind of like occurring at the same time. That's called a compatibilism. Yeah.
How would you say that there's free will? I'm interested to hear.
The compatibilist argument is that like our choices that we make for ourselves are free, but there are factors, casualties outside of our control that do lead us to certain choices and like decisions and situations and like casualties, but how we react to those, our choices, we are in control of that. But it's a very limited free will view. Yeah, we have like some leg room to work with, but it's not a lot. So I guess like if you are gonna like push me to a corner, I guess I am a type of soft determinist, but just like a soft one, because I think it's kind of unreasonable to say that true hard determinism is always true.
At what point in your life did you start thinking things were deterministic, Jorn, and how did that make you feel?
Maybe early 20s. And probably didn't make me feel too good overall. But as time went on, I think there was a kind of freedom in it.
Would you like to explain? Would you like to explain why it did make you feel good? And then, as you've just said, it eventually gave you some sense of freedom. Would you explain how it evolved into that eventually?
Right. Yeah. So I guess at first it didn't make me feel good because, like most people, I suppose in Western culture, we're brought up to very much like identify with our ego, like to develop this sense of self and agency, and to have ambitions and feel like you're some sort of director of your life and your fate in this world. But for whatever reason, I was someone that was concerned with what was true and real at the same time. And so, like, as I went on through life, like I began to realize this conflict between like what my conditioning was and what like I myself was trying to find what was true, and I realized that yes, it wasn't the case that that I really had any ability to like direct the choices in my life. Like I was a consequence of what had happened before me, and that didn't feel so good at first, because I suppose I was like attached very much to this idea that I could control my fate. And so yeah, like I was I guess like a bit depressed really for a time after that. And just sort of like was sort of like stagnant, really, wallowing in this feeling of hopelessness and depression. And then I don't know, like I don't know, like I mean, it's a very long story. Like I'm trying to find a way to condense it, but I went through a lot of stuff like after that point, like trying to find a way to resolve it, and like I got into some pessimistic ideas and anti-natalism and so on, and at the end of it, how I kind of resolved it and came out of it was how to put it into words. Like I just a kind of acceptance, really, that like I am whoever I am in this human form, and I didn't have any control over creating that, and just kind of embracing that, really. And
sorry, can you repeat what you embraced? Sorry.
Yeah, like I embraced the fact that I am like in this human incarnation, and that any kind of fantasy that I have of being anything more than that is just that, a fantasy. And that I'm here in this human form, and that I have these human needs and desires, and that my my sort of transcendence and fulfillment is going to be realized through embracing such. So I just dove into that.
You said that you were in AN, or you were.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
You moved away from that. Why was that? What inspired you to do that? Do tell us about that, brother. And I'm going to let you talk. I'm just going to go and get a drink, so you have the mic for as long as you'd like. I am listening.
Okay. Yeah, what inspired me to move away from AN? So I realized on the one hand that my motivation to go into AN was largely motivated by like my desire to find a way to like vindicate my own bad situation that I had found myself in life. So just by being kind of an outcast in society, and AN made me feel like I could justify that, really. And yeah, it's kind of complicated. Like I would need yeah, it's very complicated, a long story, but I got away from it, I would say, overall, because so the central idea of AN is that people don't consent to existence. But I kind of realized overall that that isn't actually true, even on the level of that of the conscious mind, that it is true, but overall that we have actually ourselves consented to existence by way of the will of survival, like from our parents. So so that the will from our parents, the will to procreate, was our own will to be. We moved through our own parents and created ourselves, and that self same will exists in us to exist. And does that make any sense at all to anyone that's listening?
Well, I mean, that's your perspective on matters. I'm just here to provide the conduit for conversation and thought. But I find it interesting. I think from what I gather, you've been heavily influenced by your determinism. Now,
yes.
I think that's the basis for why you walked away from AN, because in a sense you saw everything as inevitable. There's a different cause beyond the most obvious, and that is all the dominoes were set in motion by prior events, and in essence, it seems facile and pointless to ponder on the morality of it, or the ethical nature of it all. That this was all happening from a force that was beyond human. It just is, and having that view for you personally wasn't necessarily helpful, but it somehow just helped you make sense of reality and be more pragmatic. Is that fair to say? Less blaming?
Yes, but this force that I speak of, I I would identify myself as being. That's the only change I would make. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
Jorn, so
So go ahead,
I don't know,
Jake.
just gonna ask him like, so that basically to me sounds very akin to Schopenhauer's uh notion of the will. You know, this driving
Striving
underlying
to get there, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know, this underlying driving force of reality that just perpetuates itself forward for just for the sake of perpetuating itself forward, and everything's a manifestation of that. Is that basically what you believe?
Something similar to that. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. But then what about the fact that there's anti-natalists who are born and, you know, some would say from the very first moments of them being able to think about life, they, you know, they rejected it and they were against life and feel like they should not have been born.
Because I would say that the human consciousness is a kind of aberration. It's like a distortion. It's a mutation. But the will doesn't really care about that. It just cares about its own perpetuation.
It's very selfish. The will, whatever it is entirely self-interested and self-serving and doesn't have us in mind at all. It's very true, yeah. According to Schopenhauer. And like once you're born, like you can't really escape that, which is the most pessimistic thing ever, according to him. Because like even if you try to take away your own life, you'll still be entrapped in it in some way, because you taking your own life is like another affirmation of the will, as he described it in his books.
Yeah.
Really, how is it an affirmation of it?
Because you're doing an act, you know, because dying is also part of the will. Life and death are part of the will. So yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. The only way you can do it is like through being alive, but also like through like renunciation, artistic contemplation, and what else? And like starving yourself to death. That's about it.
I disagree with that. I think that if you interfere with the will, you're going against the natural occurrence of events. You're not going along with the natural timeline. You're going against nature and taking the matter into your own hands, which goes against the will. So, and I also don't agree that we consented to exist just because we continue to exist. I think that even if you consume food, even if you maintain your body, that is involuntary, because the opposite of maintaining your body is to suffer a slow death. So you basically have two choices: either maintain your body or suffer even more. So it's not a choice. No reasonable person would want to would want to die of starvation. So it's not a choice. It is an imposition. Whether it is, the only part that is voluntary is that you can choose whether or not to procreate. You can choose whether to repeat the cycle and impose that burden on somebody else, but you can't do anything about your own imposition. That's something that your parents decided. You did not consent to it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I would say that this is what I came to, that the existence of a person is a consequence of the will. So this is the problem with humans, is that we have this kind of complex mind, which is kind of aberration and distortion of the sort of natural process of things, but our existence is a consequence of the will. Like we ourselves desired to be. We are a consequence of this marriage between the sperm and the egg.
Okay, but do we not have the ability to resist the will, or are we just like cats and dogs, where we just go along with our biological programming?
I got a question. I never like.
I would like him to answer that question, please.
Oh, okay.
Do we have the ability to resist the will, or are we just like cats and dogs?
Once we are here, I guess we do, but ultimately, we did desire to be here, but that's the thing with humans, you know. We're conflicted, you know.
Do you have any proof that I chose to be here?
I do, yeah, because you are. You desired to be here, but
that's not.
That's not how arguments work. You can't basically just state a conclusion without laying out a premise.
I mean, you're here. You decided to be here, yes, but that's the thing.
That's not proof. That isn't proof that somebody can be in jail. Doesn't mean that they chose to be in jail. They were put in jail.
No, but that's different. That's
how is it different?
It's very different. I mean, like, okay, you're here, right? You are here as an entity, right? You psychologically, right? You might feel that you've been imposed upon, right? But that's it. You are human, and that's the conflict of a human being. We are not entirely rational. Some other animal in this realm, they wouldn't question such. They would just be. They would be completely subservient to the will.
You're not answering the question, though. I'm asking, how did I choose to come here? You're telling me that because humans have superior intellect that we're not being rational. That's still not answering the question. Where at what point did I choose to come here?
Because
are you saying that my soul chose to come here? That my soul asked to be bred into existence by my parents?
I didn't say that your soul chose to be here.
Okay, but where in the timeline did I consent to this?
You didn't consent, exactly, but you're a consequence of events.
I'm the consequence of an imposition that I did not choose.
Well, so Jorn, I guess you're basically saying that.
I think there's a little bit of unnecessary bamboozlement going on here. I don't think he literally believes you existed in a state of pre-existence. I think, Jorn, am I right in saying that you believe a greater force than just the parents cause matters, and those parents were themselves subject to that force? And
yes,
it's all force
dominoes,
yeah.
Dominoes.
Right, but he initially started by saying that we consented to being born, and then then he's not admitting that he doesn't think that humans are smarter than cats and dogs.
I don't want to speak for him, but I'm guessing he thinks we're all part of the force. We're small parts of the big. So when he says you consented to existing, he means you are the force. You are just the force trickling into future, and the force makes its way whatever way it can, and it pushed onwards through you in your instance.
Precisely.
Right. So this is just another version of the social contract, but it's on an existential level. It's not a social contract, it's an existential contract that we're all a part of the general will. We all consented to the general will. Your individual will does not matter because whatever the general will decide.
I think this whole consent thing, I think he's already admitted that he didn't really mean that. Consent is a label we kind of place importance on in life, but he believes it's just us trying to describe matters, the matters, when actually.
But that's my point. That's my point. The social contract works exactly the same way. It does not require consent. It requires the general will. So whether you consent to it or not.
We got someone backstage. Ali TK, can you hold up? Can you clap your hands for me, please? Can you clap your hands, Audi, so I can see you're real? Yeah, you're not coming on unless you clap your hands, mate. Sorry, go ahead, LA.
That's my point. The social contract works exactly the same way. It does not require individual consent. It just requires the general will. So the general will is that I guess life wants life. And so whether you as an individual want it to be brought into existence is completely irrelevant. It's what it's what the superior authority wanted. And you're forced to just go along with it.
We're
And then we're going to pretend
passengers. We're passengers.
what? I'm sorry, what is your question?
We're passengers. There's no
I,
there's
I
no
think you're
decision.
sidestepping the issue. The issue is that procreation is a choice. Parents don't have to procreate. They do have the option of using birth control or becoming gay or abstinence, but they choose to procreate. They don't care about the consequences, and then they want to blame it on some metaphysical being, some higher power, the will, God, nature, when it is they're the ones who did it.
Sorry, Aldi, come back if you want.
Wait, but Jorn, I think you're also basically saying too that the will is basically an existential contradiction, and so that's why it's as much as as it doesn't make sense to us that anti-natalists exist. That's just essentially just part of a contradiction of the will, is that like it perpetuated itself forward through any means or any, I guess, being necessary, even if that being is in contradiction to it, and doesn't agree with its I guess its perpetuation.
I mean, there's the will and its representations. We are the will's representations. We're
Right.
individual representations. So we do have the individual ability to go against the will. We're not slaves to the will. People just go along with it because it serves them. They want the continuation, they want the legacy. They're afraid of their own annihilation. So they perpetuate through procreation and then they use these post hoc justifications for it.
But then couldn't you argue too that they had no choice in worrying about things like their legacy and stuff, that they were determined to like care about those things and thus procreate?
Well, then if that's the case, then none of us could be anti-natalist because it was predetermined. Why am I an anti-natalist? Why are so many other people anti? Why do they abstain from procreation if it was predetermined?
I don't know. I often ask myself that same question about myself. Like, why did I?
Their ideation was perhaps determined.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, right? And I often ask myself that same question, like, why was I?
It's not just one thing. This is the mistake people make. Try to look for one answer. It's actually a systemic situation. All matters meet and merge to cause the outcome.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a conspiracy against
So
the individual.
it can be and by the way, there's not one answer either. So it's not everybody is different in how things converge. For some people it might be purely intellectual. For others, it may be a series of hardship, psychological and emotional problems that bring on the intellectual things. For others, it may be because they were born with an inquiring mind and a deep empathy and an intellectual nature that meant they contemplated these things and came to those conclusions. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying I can see how it happens.
Well, the problem is that when you actually explain it to them, and these are supposed to be intelligent human beings with high IQs, when you explain it to them, their retorts are not necessarily responsive.
You can't. Again, this is the whole problem, LA, and it's not just. It's in every area of any philosophy, outlook on life, kind of trying to persuade people on what you feel are moral urgencies. You just can't. There's so many factors going on in what shapes a people's willingness to, listen to you. Yeah. Their ability to emotionally have it resonate with them, and an ability to intellectually act on what you say and how they feel. There's so many things going on. That's why it's simply not a matter of persuading someone with an argument. It's beyond that. There's much more involved in why people become what they are, ideologically speaking.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
thing
So
is that
it's about them getting their needs met. So because they have needs
I mean,
to have a
there's a lot of truth. There's actually, that could be part of it. That could be part of it as well. Some people feel good. Some people have a desire to feel good about being right about something, or being seen to be right about, or going with something they feel that is right in a hierarchy of moral issues. Don't give two shits about that kind of thing. It's as brutal as that.
yeah.
right, but the fact remains is it's still a choice. It's not like they're the victims of the will. They did it because it was
Aldi, you're welcome
self-serving.
to come on. Aldi, you're welcome to come on, mate.
It was completely self-serving. It was a choice, and it's not. They're not the victim of circumstance. It's not just because I'm a man and you're a woman. I decided to have a baby. They did it on purpose.
Right, but that's the thing, as Jorn would say, right, is that that's the will perpetuating itself through them, and it made it so that they were determined to want to procreate.
Proletaire Revolutionaire says the will of God is the will of God.
Will of nature.
Is another name for God, LA.
Don't know about that. Is that like pantheism? Like like Spinoza?
Even if
Yeah.
you're right, they still should be honest about what they're doing. They did it because it serves their own interest. They pretend
agree.
that it's so noble and that they did it because I just wanted to give love to my children who don't even exist, or I wanted to make the world a better place. I was going to create the next president or the next doctor who is going to cure cancer.
Well,
They know that's not true.
Maybe they did actually believe that in some cases. Maybe that's what they set out to do in some cases. I mean, you can't
They know that their children.
That may well be a legitimate belief some people have. LA.
I think it's an excuse.
I'm not commenting on, the sense the whether that it's sensible to have such a belief. Okay, I'm just saying maybe it is legitimately their outlook, their stance, their belief that they can create a life that adds value to society, that betters the world. Maybe that's what a lot of people are.
They're lying. They have not even thought about it. They know that their children are more likely.
Maybe they have. Maybe they've been confronted with your argument and they've thought about it, and maybe they come to the conclusion that they know they're in a difficult, sticky situation. Yes, life is suffering, but they want to create somebody who makes it less so. And it's a hope, it's a dream, it's an aspiration. Maybe it's born from their own hardship and having experience. Maybe they're looking to literally create a messiah, somebody who can lift others up, and that may well be their legitimate. It's right.
I don't think it's legitimate,
but it might be their legitimate belief. Some arsehole comes on here with the N word as his. I'm not that buddy. In fact, I'm gonna have to ban you from the studio. I mean, who the fuck comes on a stream with that name?
Wait, he actually had the N word? He had the N word?
Yeah, that's his username. I mean, who does that? Come on.
What the fuck? Well, that's pretty stupid to coming on this show for that.
Yeah, and these are the very people that these parents are creating, by the way. They're not making humanity better. They're creating assholes like him.
That's also another thing. Yeah,
some of the people that they're creating. Look, there are people who are making.
But you would agree that you can't guarantee. How?
Yeah,
we don't see.
Well,
I don't see the results of that, honestly.
Cures for cancer, cures for mental health problems. Neuralink, for example, helping people who can't move, helping people who can't see, helping people who can't hear. There's loads of people trying to work on little problems in this reality and reach conclusions and results that will help people.
They're not trying. They're leaving a burden to the next generation. They're saying, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to create the next generation so that they can solve all the problems.
About parents. I was talking about people actually in this reality. Clearly, there are people who take great pride, effort. I don't know if pride's the right word. They take existence extremely seriously, and they feel so enlivened by the problems they see around them that they're trying to fix them. They're trying to provide solutions for that will help people going forward. Clearly, that happens. You can't deny that happens.
Okay, the only part I'm addressing is the fact that they try to justify it. I wish they would just be honest because they always try to make all these excuses. Even when you explain the anti-natalist position, even to people who are intelligent, they still are not going to be honest. They're still not going to engage with you in good faith. So that's the part that I'm talking about. You know good and well that your children are more likely to contract cancer than to cure cancer. You know that your child is going to die. Your child is more likely to get shot. Your child is more likely to get hit by a bus. These things are not possible unless they are brought into existence.
Okay, we have Audi here, guys. Audi, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
What's up? How are you? How are you? Thank you for finally letting me on. You guys are talking about Jesus and stuff like that. I like it, and I like the topic of discussion. But when it comes down to like, you guys don't know like what like people's ethnicities are, and people could honestly say whatever they want. Like what you guys are like saying, oh, this guy's known for saying the N-word. Bro, I'm literally African, and I get told
oh, jeez,
all the time. I get told all the time that I'm
get
white.
Him out of here.
Yeah,
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
So this is a whole.
He's not African.
This guy's been on here before, and he
I banned him because he has trolled us and said things.
Yeah, but yeah, LA. I think Ryu Poo King in the comments he made a great point. He said LA is assuming too much about most of the herd. Most people don't question anything and just get pulled along by a mixture of their environment and impulses. And I think that's true. I think that that's how I was before I found AN, and most people they just don't think about it or question it. Because I myself too have even kind of brought this up to people, and they didn't seem to understand it or get it or seem to really get where I was coming from. So I really think that it's just so inculcated into people that they just never question it or just will never understand it.
Yeah, I mean, and what are you going to do with that fact? I mean, it may be that it's an analysis on existence that is emotionally too much to bear for some people. And what do you do about that?
You hold them accountable.
Maybe they're unable to think about it. Maybe not because they're intellectually unable, but because emotionally it's crippling, and they don't even want to think about something in such what they view as dark terms.
You hold them accountable. You don't allow them to extract from your involuntary existence. You make demands on them instead of accepting their demands.
I know, but like at the end of the day, if they don't. At the end of the day, if other people don't share your same morals, then it's not going to be possible for you to convince them of your moral point of view.
But they're not going.
You're just being viewed as the edgiest of edgelords by.
But they're not going to convince me.
Yeah.
They're not going to convince me to be their sacrificial animal either. They're not going to get any extraction from me.
Fair enough. That's your right.
LA, you're too logical. That's what Mike has said.
Nah.
How about this as a idea, right? Someone that completely understands the anti-natalist position, but understands that people are going to breed anyway, and instead you embrace your humanity, your will to perpetuate yourself and procreate, with full knowledge that the beings that you produce are going to suffer, but most probably they're also going to find a way to endure within this reality, and by doing by procreating, you're going to fulfill your purpose as a human being, and it's going to satisfy you. And
But is it though? Like, there's tons of stories of parents out there who feel dissatisfied by parenthood. You know?
Yeah, there is.
Sure, I understand that. Yeah.
So you're going to enslave a human being to existence because it satisfies you? What kind of sense does that make? How is that ethically justified?
It's not. It's not ethically justified at all. No. But I don't see myself as being some kind of moral sort of arbiter. You know. I don't think that I can escape this cycle that I'm in.
So do you have children? And if not, do you plan to procreate?
I do plan to procreate, yeah.
So
Really?
if your children don't like their existence, if they don't consent to it, what is your response going to be? How do you justify that you impose life on them without their consent?
It's life.
That's it. That's life.
That's life.
That's not really a good answer.
It's the will.
That's not a good answer.
Listen.
Okay, so this is the whole problem with it. It's might makes right. He has the ability, he has the power to impose life on someone. So therefore, he thinks it's justified. So therefore, he has no legitimate claim against force being imposed against him. If somebody wants to inflict violence against him, he has no moral objection to it because might makes right. He has the ability. If somebody were to inflict violence against him, then they're completely justified to do it because they have the power to do it.
Yeah. They do.
So do you agree with that?
They do, yeah, but
they can and they will, and the only reason is either because they can't be chosen by others to do so, or because their psychology doesn't allow them to. Their psychology doesn't support any effort to find an ideology that can help them bear emotional, responsibility for what they're doing.
Well, this is why I can't object to ephilism, even though I don't identify as an ethilist. I think there's violence on both sides. I think that they should just fight it out, and they can figure out who is the strongest. And these people are not innocent bystanders; they're active participants in the system of enslavement. So, if violence is inflicted upon them,
this is why you're on the losing side, brother, because you may think, yeah, because it's might makes right, everybody has the right to swing their hammer, as it were. But the point is, people who are opposed to life to the degree that you have just shown support for, they are such a minority and have such little power, they can't in any way get what they want. They are, unfortunately for them, blowing in the wind. They're whimsical fairies in many ways, despite their most steely-mouthed efforts to try and persuade hearts and minds that they're mighty thinkers, mighty men or women. They are whimsical fairies floating in the wind without any power. And they need to come down to earth and see.
Have you heard the expression?
It does take might to get what you want, and the mightiest thing is to change the direction of life one way or the other in totality, and they're just not up to it.
Have you heard the expression that one man with a gun can control 100 men who have no gun? It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take the majority. It takes force, and that's all they seem to care about.
That's called tyranny, though.
No, but what you're doing is tyranny. If you're going to breathe somebody into hell, then you're not a victim.
No, that's what they want, though. That's what they want.
They spent like $6 on the bullet in the gun.
That's what you want. This is you support that violence.
The child wants to be.
I don't want to be. When did I ever want this? There's so many people who don't want this. They're suicidal. They're depressed.
That's the contradiction with humanity. We're here because we want to be here, but we don't want to be here.
We
I
don't want to
understand
be
it.
here. So you're contradicting yourself. If you don't want to be here, then you don't want to be here. There is no I want to be here, but I don't. It's not. You can't have it both ways.
Well, that's what
You can't,
that's
though.
what Faber believes. Like you said, he believes it's a contradiction. So to him, it's not an issue.
It's a
Okay, no,
It is an
no. Let me
issue.
explain. Let me explain what's really going on.
Actually, in truth, he doesn't just believe it's contradiction. He believes it's beyond reason. That all these words and labels that humans are attaching to things are actually all just after the fact. You know, the damage is everything has already been imposed by the force, and we are just recognizing what is happening, putting labels on it. But the fact is, it's already been set in motion. There's no stopping it now, baby.
You know, I'm almost close to identifying as an ethicist. I mean, I didn't want to say that because I do believe consent matters, and I think that violence is wrong. But so many people on this panel have convinced me that maybe violence is justified. Why am I being so pacifist when you guys support force?
I don't support violence.
As he's already said, he doesn't support force.
Yes, he does. If he wants to procreate, then it's might makes right.
He actually supports safe passage for the force of nature that is causing this to happen. Am I right?
Because yes, precisely, because you can't stop this force, right?
I get it.
We are here, and
let me ask you another question. For someone, after that imposition has been made, if somebody doesn't want to exist, do you support their right to medical assistance so they don't have to exist anymore?
Depends on the circumstances.
You do support that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Okay, well, I guess you're not completely, like, morally bankrupt. I mean, I don't know.
There surely are some stipulations you would use to regulate the matter.
Okay, yeah, that reminds me, LA. Have you heard of the case of a woman in Spain who's scheduled to die? Well, today. I don't know if she's already dead as yet.
Really? Jay,
yeah, because for euthanasia, because apparently, and it's really tragic too. I feel really sorry for her, but she applied for euthanasia because she was raped, and she because of obviously the traumatic toll it took on her, she tried to end her life by jumping through a window, I think, or jumping off a building or something, and then she ended up becoming paraplegic and paralyzed, and really depressed and whatnot, and she, I guess, then applied for euthanasia because she just wants her suffering to end, and she's only 25 too. It's really tragic.
Oh wow! So she wants to just end it all at 25 because well, you know that happens, right? If we're gonna be honest, there's people who do experience such traumatic events that they don't even they can't imagine life anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I totally empathize with her and why she'd want to do it, but I just find it sad that she went through all of that suffering.
So sad, I really blame her in the long run.
Psychiatry and therapists, right? What a good job they're doing.
Huh?
Remarkable job for the industry of therapy and psychiatry.
I mean, but at the end of the day, these things cost money, and if she's paralyzed, well, the state probably isn't going to take care of her. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, it's all about her too. Because how the hell can you come back from being raped? Is my question. I don't think a lot of people can, but a lot of people cannot, and I don't blame them if a lot of people cannot come back from being raped. I don't blame them because I can't even imagine that happening to me. Or anyone else for that matter. Yeah, it's just really, really bad. It's a situation that doesn't have an easy way out, in my opinion. And there's
somehow we took a downturn. What are we talking about again, guys? Where did this conversation go? Where can we go?
I'm
sorry, you don't think life is pleasant.
LA brought it up as
the
usual.
mood pleasant.
LA brings up, stuff. Yeah. It's all right. I don't mind talking
about this stuff. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I don't mind talking about it. I mean, because it's relevant. Because at the end of the day, like it's happening in different countries around the world, right? So it's
yeah, it is
relevant.
different countries. Yeah, like I'm surprised that there's a lot more countries more open to like medically assisted, you know, euthanasia. Like there's more countries opening to it, while there's others that are closing down on it. So yeah, it's really it's not an issue that has an easy way out, as I always say. And kind of questions, these kind of situations, they don't have easy answers.
Yeah. But LA, have you looked it up?
No, I have not. I don't. If you can post it in the private chat, I'll click on the link.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. I don't think I can, but wait, I'll look it up online. So it says, in this article right here I'm reading, it says a Spanish woman who spent months fighting her father for the right to euthanasia after being sexually assaulted and becoming paraplegic has finally ended her life on her own terms by means of an assisted death. No. Noelia Castillo, 25, had struggled with psychiatric illness since she was a teenager and tried to kill herself in October 2022 after being sexually assaulted. The attempt left her in constant pain and using a wheelchair. 18 months later, she used Spain's euthanasia law, which was introduced in 2021, to secure permission to end her life. But her attempt to... Huh?
Which country was this?
Spain.
Spain. España.
Wait a minute. But it's not legal in Spain, is that right?
No, they said that she used Spain's euthanasia law, which was introduced in 2021, to secure permission to end her life.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't aware that Spain even had euthanasia. I need to look that up.
Yeah, but they said her attempts to obtain euthanasia had been opposed by her father and by Christian lawyers and ultra-conservative advocacy group that had supported him. They had argued that Castillo's psychiatric condition means she cannot make a properly informed decision about ending her life. But earlier this month, after almost 2 years of legal challenges through regional and national Spanish courts, the European Court of Human Rights rejected Castillo's father's request for euthanasia to be put on hold. And on Thursday evening, Castillo's wish for an assisted death was granted, and she died in a medical facility in the town of Sant Pere de Ribes in Barcelona province.
Yeah. But that's the point, though. They impose life on you. You're suffering. You got raped, and then they want you to be trapped because they want to extract from you. Her father had no empathy. He didn't care that she was suffering. He's just going to tell her to get some counseling. And you said she was paralyzed. Was he?
Yeah.
Who was going to take care of her for the rest of her life?
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
I'm just reading it now. It's very sad. So she was brutally gang raped in 2022 by her ex-boyfriend and 3 other men.
What?
That's what it's saying here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. Yeah.
Wow, fucking people, man. That's weird.
So you do recognize that her father.
Anyway, it also says that she then jumped from a 5th floor building in a suicide bid that left her paraplegic from the waist down. And she was also in constant, unbearable neuropathic pain. She was also incontinent and wheelchair bound. So
Okay, so that addresses the gaslighting. They keep telling that you don't need medical assistance because you can just do it yourself. She tried to do it herself, and she ended up paralyzed, which made her life measurably worse. So stop gaslighting and saying that you can just do it on your own. You don't need medical assistance. And everybody knows this, by the way. When they say this, they're not arguing in good faith. They know the outcomes. They know that there are people who have been permanently rehabilitated, and they want to gaslight me to say it's not necessary because you can do it yourself.
Well, when I say whenever I say that, I would think that there are more, as grim as it sounds, I think there's more people who do it on their own than people who do it with like.
Am I the only one on the panel who thinks all life is precious? I understand like the outlook and what we're talking about here, but I still think all life is precious, and I agree with a lot of the.
You probably are. You probably are.
Life is precious to you because you.
It's not. I think life is precious.
I think it's precious to the collective who wants to. It's precious to the collective who wants to extract. It is in your benefit because you benefit from other people's oppression and it keeps the system functioning. You don't care whether they actually suffer. So you're going to make a blanket statement that all life is precious, even if the individual does not think that their individual life is precious. You don't get
How
to
do I
make that
benefit from
assessment about somebody
oppression?
else's life. It's not your
Is it
life,
me?
it's their life.
How does me or DNW benefit from oppression exactly?
Because you want to force people to exist against their will because you think that life is precious, even
So
if they
I'm
don't think that it's
benefiting? No, no,
precious.
no. I have the same benefit you do. We have the exact same benefits. There's no
No,
difference.
you support it. I do not. You support the
Yeah, but we have the
imposition of
exact
life.
same
I don't
benefits
think that
of
life is precious.
having
I think that
feet and eyeballs and hands. We have the exact same
I don't
benefits.
think life is precious. You do.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we have different benefits.
No, the reason you think it's precious is because you benefit from it. It's not because you think my own life benefits me. You think that my life benefits you. You think that the system benefits you. So everybody who exists within the system, who pays taxes, who provides benefits, their affections, their community bonds, you think that benefits you. I don't believe that. I don't
I
believe that
don't
any.
agree with that. No, it doesn't benefit me. No, no, no. But I think that, I can believe that I feel good about where I'm at in my own stance in my own life for myself, not for you. And I don't
So,
believe any of that, what you told me. I believe it's my struggle against that the only reason I'm standing in this windstorm of sand and gale forces of the negative energy of life is my ability to stand up tall against it.
so what gives you the authority to say that someone else's life is precious, even if they don't think their own life is precious?
Oh, that's really easy. I mean, that's just the mistake of the soul. I think it's just like, if
A
I
mistake?
see a wounded animal that's going to bite everybody by trying to pick it up or healing it, it doesn't mean someone should just shoot it or put it out of its misery. It means the right people with gloves on and training can inject the animal with something to make it, not feel or knock it out enough to fix the injuries and give it back its life. I believe the same for people that are going through dark times that can't cope.
So who should have the ultimate say? Should it be you or should it be the individual?
Not the government. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, but
So
retro,
would you support my right to medical assistance?
Yeah, but I don't support the government's right to medical assistance.
Wait a second.
No. I'm not. Well, let me just clarify this. I'm not asking for a legal right. I want to decriminalize it. I don't want the state involved.
Right, but I'm not okay with someone that is not as attuned with life, that has gone through their first breakup or depression, and this is an alternative, is choice B
It's
or
not
C.
your choice. Even if you think that it is a whimsical decision, it still is not your right to impose your will onto somebody else.
It's unacceptable then, because people cannot make rash emotional decisions.
It's not your place. You're not God. You're not God. I'm not your slave. I don't have to exist because you feel uncomfortable.
You do. I'm not.
Can I ask retro? Can you get can you start using your mute button when you're not talking? I know it means you're going to have to press it on and off quite rapidly because you're having a back and forth. It's just there's a hell of an echo when you're open and we can hear LA speaking. So just when you're not talking, buddy. Thank you.
With retro, but according to the young woman, she said, "I just want to go peacefully now and to stop suffering. That's all. There's nothing I want to do. I don't want to go out. I don't want to eat. I don't want to do anything. I've always felt alone because I've never felt understood. Before I applied for euthanasia, my world was a very dark place, and I foresaw a very dark end. I had no aims, no goals, nothing, and I still don't." And she said she was tired of people talking about her life when they knew nothing about it. So she said that according to her, like this was her best option. Like she doesn't see any other path forward because there was nothing else that could really help her.
She wasn't at sound mind when she jumped, and she wasn't at sound mind later. So that's
who are you to say that? It's not your place to say that. Her parents were not in sound mind when they bred her into hell. Even if she was not of sound mind, it's still her life. She's not harming anyone. She does not owe any duty to exist for other people.
You're talking about, you're talking about the same issue. I'm just trying to point it out. When you go to that certain store and try to buy a boomstick, they make you fill out a psychological form. You have to be able to fill out that form to do what you're talking about.
They should not do that. I don't support that. I support decriminalization. I don't want any of those gatekeeping measures.
The decision has to be made with sound mind, or you have to have a caretaker make it for you.
I don't believe that. I believe that is illegitimate.
How it is.
I don't believe in the law. I'm an anarchist.
You would
Your
have to give
laws
up
are
the medical
illegitimate. I did
power
not
of
just.
attorney
I
for
did
someone of a
not
sound
consent.
mind
I did
to
not
allow
consent to your
them to
bullshit
make that
laws.
decision.
Your
Or it
laws
wouldn't
were
be
imposed on me
a
through
real
force.
decision.
I don't support your laws. Your laws are illegitimate.
Right, but retro, according to her, it would be like it was of her own like volition and sound mind because she was suffering a
Y'all
lot
read
of.
the article. It said several times she wasn't able to make that decision. Y'all said out
But
loud.
she
Y'all said
she said she
started with her
wasn't.
jumping
No,
off
Harry
of the
Baker says her brain wasn't even fully developed at 25. It's ridiculous that she can decide that she wants to die.
right, but that's the thing. She did decide that she wanted to die. It's like she said multiple
I
times it
agree
was
with her
her choice.
personal right, y'all. I don't agree
Yeah,
with
but
the
you're not
government
listening. Harry
handling it.
Baker says her brain wasn't fully developed.
But
Wait,
science,
why?
but science, wait. Science shows that the brain actually does develop by 25. So I don't know what Harry is
No,
talking about.
they're saying that it's actually into your 30s now. It's changed.
What do you
No.
mean you don't want the government handling? This is a natural right which predates all governments. The right to die predates any governmental institution. It's the state that criminalized it in the first place so that you don't have the right. So why are you trying to use something that is illegitimate to say, "Oh, I don't want the state involved." The state should not be involved in the first place. The American Medical Association lobbied to get these laws passed to make it a criminal act. It was not legal. I mean, it was not a crime until the American Medical Association intervened. And then now all of a sudden, you're acting as if these laws have always existed. There have not always been laws criminalizing the right to die. It's a social construct and it is illegitimate.
I don't think that this is.
When I say government, I mean a form of euthanasia for depression, clinical via government funding. I'm big no. I think
What?
that's not enough.
No. I'm talking about paying for it myself. If I want to
Right. I said
hire a
personally, I
private,
support her right or yours personally. I said I don't see it as a solution, though. I was always told growing up, and I guess no one is told this anymore. You don't have a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
it's not a
That's what they
temporary
always
problem.
called this. Whoa! You're interrupting me. The self-deletion thing is a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Right,
How
but
is it temporary? How is
but
it we all have to die at some point, so it's not temporary.
And according to her, it wasn't a temporary problem. She was suffering like literally every day and suffering like terribly.
And let me just tell you this.
Yeah.
I have not wanted to exist since I was at least 8 years old. I did not act on it, but it's not as if I changed my mind. I'm just as miserable now as I was back then. I wish I would have done it years ago, but because people always say you're going to make a mistake, oh, things are going to get better. Things have not gotten better. They have gotten infinitely worse. So you're making it like it's a temporary problem. It is not temporary. It is a permanent condition, a lifelong condition of enslavement.
Guys, I was just wondering if you could do something in the spirit of the show. Given the topic of today's show was, what if you're completely wrong about everything important? In that spirit, can I ask you, LA? You may not like to do this, but could you please, just for a brief moment, try and steelman the opposing view in good faith? Try and provide the best argument you believe that is out there that would go against what you're saying, please.
Why? I mean, I don't understand why I should do that. They have institutional dominance. The other side is rarely presented. I know what their position is. It's shoved down our throats. We know exactly what they think. There are no original arguments. They regurgitate the same trait, and then we're supposed to present. No, they don't understand our side. Our side is rarely ever presented in any discourse, and so they need to hear it because they don't think about it. I mean, it's so easy for me to say what they think. I already know it. That life is sacred. That you have a duty to exist for other people. Stop being selfish. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh, suffering is temporary. Just get over it. Go get counseling. Go get palliative care. Go get pumped full of drugs, and you'll just feel better. I'm not going to help you, but I'm going to give that to some third party, to some mental health professional. I'm not going to pay your bills. I'm not going to do anything to help you. I'm just going to make a proclamation that your life is going to get better, that you're better off existing, even if you say that you're not. I'm going to impose my will on you, say that you are better off. This is what they think. They don't care about free will. They only care about force. And if you push them
Well,
hard enough, they'll actually admit it. They're not going to say it. They're not going to volunteer it. But if you ask the right questions, they will admit that they don't care about what you want. They only care about force.
It would be like.
And the part that they can't answer is, what does it actually prevent? Because none of us are immortal. We're all going to have to die at some point. So all they're doing is prolonging your suffering. They can't tell you what is the purpose of life. If life had a purpose, right, then maybe your suffering would be justified, but they can't tell you. It's always based on mysticism. It's always, oh, you're going to figure it out. Like, it's going to reveal itself to you. You can be 70, 80, 90 years old. It still has not been revealed to you. So they want you to suffer, and they can't provide you any justification for the suffering. It's just, they have a belief that is based in mysticism, that life is sacred. They have no evidence for it. They believe that life serves some greater purpose. They can't prove it, and they want you to suffer to justify their ethical framework.
can I present to you an idea?
Okay.
So I understand the anti-natalist position quite well. I've given it a lot of thought over many years, but it's not one that I hold anymore. So I see it like this. I'm in this human life, and I have these human desires. I have this human will, and my human will is to procreate. And I understand that the product of my procreation, they will inevitably suffer and come into all sorts of potential complications in their life, but overall they will have the desire themselves to live and perpetuate themselves. And well, in engaging in that act, I myself am going to fulfill my human purpose. That is the purpose of my life as a human. And
who gave you that purpose? Where did that purpose come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. It's innate to me as a person. If I try and suppress it, I suffer.
So you believe that is the purpose of life, is just to procreate?
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I admit it.
But maybe from like a pure animalistic biological standard, yes, but like we can think outside the box when it comes to that, right? We can choose not to procreate, right? That's where
we can choose to not procreate, but what the fuck are we gonna do? Just sit around and contemplate the stupidness of reality and be like, oh, this is so fucking stupid. We're just all animals, just like shitting and eating and fucking. Like,
I mean, that's basically what everyone else does anyway, right?
That's what everyone else does, right? Like people who procreate do that intentful because they have more people that are going to do the same thing like that. Like if you don't.
But would you agree that the people who make the more consequential contributions to the human species tend to be those who don't procreate, like Mother Teresa, like, I don't know. I mean, you could say Oprah, even though she's a capitalist.
Mother Teresa was a psycho. She was like
I get it. But at the end of the day, she still did a lot of good. The people, if you're going to procreate, you basically you're beholden to the system because you need the system to protect your children. So you're less likely to take risks. You're going to be a coward because you need the money, you need whatever legal status, and you're not going to take those risks. If you're going to be an activist, if you're actually going to stick your neck out, you're not going to want to do that when you have children. So as a child-free person, I can take risks that a child having person can't take.
I agree, but for what? Like, you're screaming into the wind. So why not just fucking fulfill your purpose as a human? And be satisfied.
You mean my purpose to the state? My purpose to give the state some slaves?
Not to the state. I mean, yeah.
That
might be a downstream product of engaging in your human purpose, but
You don't think,
But
I mean,
that's
we don't own our lives, and
introspection.
I've already proven that dispositively in my book. Nobody has ever debunked that part of the book. They want to address side issues, but the fact that I have proven that we don't own our lives and we are enslaved to the state, nobody has even made an attempt to debunk that. Several people have already admitted that I was correct. But if we don't own our lives and we are slaves to the state, how can you justify that? How can you justify creating a life that the person does not even own?
I can't, but I fulfill my human purpose, and
but that's the difference, though. If you were in a state of nature where your child was born free, that would be one thing. I could actually have a little.
First of all, I would contest this idea that there's anything like a freedom at all, whether in this contemporary times or in the past. I don't think freedom exists at all.
No, the difference is that you're born, you get a social security number, you're born into a state, you don't have the right to medical assistance in dying, you don't have any rights beyond what is a part of the social contract. It's not the same as procreating in a state of nature, where you don't have a state controlling you.
Sure.
So I think that it's far more egregious to procreate when you live in a civilized world.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I think you're talking about two different things. I'm talking about under this status capitalist system, it is completely illegitimate. You don't have legitimate authority to enslave someone to the state, to subject them to democratic majority, to laws that they did not consent to. You don't have
legitimate authority to deny someone's ability to procreate.
I'm not denying them.
That upsets you.
I'm not denying him. I'm not forcing him. I'm just making an appeal to ethics. I don't think that he has an ethical framework to justify it, but I'm not going to force him.
Ethics are irrelevant. We have to fulfill our human purpose if we want to be content and fulfilled.
No, we don't. We can reason out of it. We can reason out of it.
What would be your legacy?
What do you mean with legacy?
Like, what do you mean legacy? Like, well,
legacy
there is no legacy.
Actually, that's for you to decide. You decide what your legacy is. And
there is no legacy.
Having children is not one of them, and having children doesn't automatically mean you have one.
I didn't say it was.
One at a time, guys. Squatch, good to see you, brother.
Yes, what is the point?
LA, he asked you that question directly.
I didn't hear his question.
What
would be your legacy?
I don't want a legacy. I don't have a legacy. I don't think it is my duty to create a legacy. My father disinherited me, so he cut his legacy. He forfeited his right to have a legacy.
I'm not asking you about your father. That's your
it's not my legacy. It's my father's legacy. So it's his last name that he gave to me. I'm not carrying on his legacy.
That's immaterial. That has no bearing on the conversation we're having. That's trauma that you've carried yourself and that you're trying to put on us, and it's not us. What I'm asking you, and I would like to know this from each of the panelists, if you're willing, is what do you choose as your legacy? Every one of us wishes to leave a mark on this earth in some way.
Now that I know now I understand the question. My legacy is going to be that I had ethics, that I stood against procreation, I stood up against statism, that I stood up for things that are objectively true, that I did not support this brand of oppression, of human enslavement. And when I die, that is what I hope to be known for.
Okay, the absurd? Hey, I like absurd. Let's do this.
Well, I guess my legacy is just to be remembered as a kind, generous person who had a positive impact on the people that was around.
Okay, that's respectable. Jorn? Gauchi?
My legacy is nothing.
I will accept that. But if I'm going to accept that, you don't get to add to it because it's nothing.
Yeah.
Fatima?
Yeah.
Legacy?
Not much besides just making people think about other ways. Yeah, and that's it.
DNW?
Yeah, it's a nice question, actually. Thank you, Squatch. I suppose, first of all, I'll say my legacy is beyond my control. I can't choose what people think of me. and what I've done and what I have added to the world or taken away from it. But I would say, on a personal note, I would hope that they might see that I did try to understand the world, and I tried to encourage people to think about reality and come together in a good faith way to try and understand things.
That's respectable as well.
Yeah,
okay, so all of you have noble intents for your legacy, with the exception of, I think, Jordan, who just doesn't have one, and that's not ignoble, so there's that. Mine, I help people. I just help them. I can't teach them how to think. I can't tell them what to think, but I can help them if they're willing to accept it and if they're willing to have an open mind about it, because I'm not going to fold to your propaganda. It's not going to happen. So I try to help people through their individual problems without dedicating myself to any specific individual. In this, I help raise a bunch of children. And children are the most amazing things on the planet. They'll figure stuff out faster than you can give them credit for. Now, I don't care if they're my children or your children. That's immaterial to me. Children didn't choose how to be brought into this world and shouldn't be belittled out of existence just because of some passing ethical question. If you choose not to reproduce, that's your choice. Just stick to it. That's fine. But the children themselves are literally the future. And I don't have but one kid of my own, but I raised a whole bunch of mind babies. And these children have been taught to question things, to critically think around corners, as it were. And that is my legacy.
You're right. Children are the future. They're the future slaves to the state.
Yeah, it's like pulling the string on one of them dolls, bro.
Let's Squatch and Yawn try and counter LA, because obviously LA says this. I want Fatima, please be quiet. Let the newbies. Well, no, not Squatch isn't new, but he only comes here every so often.
I'm a newbie. I've only been here twice.
I know you have. It's great to have you back. So I want to give your voice some prominence here in trying to counter LA, because LA comes on here every stream almost and says these things, and it is interesting to hear other people counter him. So go ahead, Squatch and Yawn. Thank you for your.
Okay, let's take your ethics approach at what you referred to as this oppressive capitalist system where everything that's born is dedicated to the state. Do you think that a 12-year-old knows anything about being dedicated to the state, being enslaved?
Of course not, but his parents does. His parents know.
And is it wrong to live a life?
It's not wrong to live a life. It is wrong to impose a life.
You're not imposing a life. That life did not exist. You're imposing nothing.
It's wrong to create a life.
You can't choose to not if you're going to participate in human activities.
Mm-hmm.
I participate in human activities. I did not procreate.
You can choose not to, but if you continue to participate in human activities, it still might happen unless you choose not to specifically have sex.
I'm sterilized and I am a homosexual, so I think it's pretty much impossible.
I understand. We've been over this once before. Actually, you were going over it with somebody else. I was present, but I'm aware. You've taken the steps to take yourself out of the gene pool, and now you're trying to impose your will on people that you have no control over. And I don't understand that. I'm
trying to engage in moral reasoning. I'm trying to convince them to agree with me. I'm not trying to do it through force.
Right. But you're using weighted language, emotional points, and your concept of ethics in a very narrow framework. You're not willing to take on board anyone else's experiences because yours have been so negative to society in the beginning.
Because it's not just about you. It's not your personal choice.
Yes, it is.
See, what you do
hold on. You've been writing up here
else.
for a couple hours. Let me rebut. It's not about me, but yes, it is. These are my decisions that I am making, and I'm having this conversation with you and accepting your decisions as perfectly valid. I don't even really require that you explain them. I'm merely curious.
But
However,
somebody else has to pay the
you are
consequences
trying-
for your decision.
But that is not your concern.
It's my concern to the extent that you believe in democracy, you believe in this whole system, and
You
then
don't get to tell me what I believe. You are making assumptions you cannot support. You don't know me well enough to actually take those steps and make that statement.
Okay,
So
let me ask
try
you the
again.
same question I asked everybody else. Do you support the right to medical assistance in dying?
Under certain circumstances. I don't think it should be an express lane.
This is what I'm talking about. You don't think that I should have a
No.
say in your decision to procreate, but you want a say
No,
in
I'm
whether
saying you don't have a say in whether someone procreates or not.
Right. You saying I don't have a say, but you want to say in whether I have a right to terminate my own life.
I didn't ask for it. You offered it. You asked me my opinion on it. And I
No,
said under certain
in
circumstances,
democracy,
sure.
I have to get the majority to agree with me. That's the only reason why I care about your opinion. I don't think
Right.
that your opinion is legitimate. I should have that right whether you agree
See,
with it or not.
that's the problem right there. You disregard everyone else's opinion as illegitimate unless they agree with your own, and that makes you a very single rail conversationalist. You only have really one speed, and you come on here and you spout exactly the same diatribe night after night after night. And I love you, brother. I hope you go forward and be happy for the rest of your life. I really do. I actually hope you adopt a couple of children because they are the most amazing things on earth.
Because my opinion is to get the state out of it and to let everybody do what they want. Other people's opinions is to have the state dictate what is
You
right
don't get
or
to
what is
dictate
wrong.
what other people's opinions are. You don't really know.
No.
You're just guessing.
We're just having a debate. That's different. I'm
Right.
talking about democracy. When they vote, they impose their will through force. They don't want me to have the right to medical assistance. So they want to impose
Well,
violence
you can
on
have
the
all the
front
medical
end.
assistance you like.
I should have the right to medical assistance. It should not have been criminalized in the first place. So my whole position.
You're kind of transitioning the conversation into a different political
No.
direction.
Let me just tell you why I'm saying. Let me just tell you why I'm saying. The reason why I'm against procreation is once you are forced to exist, then you're forced to continue to exist because you're trapped. You don't have the
First
right
of
to
all,
medical assistance.
and we've already covered this. I said this before. A child doesn't exist until it does. Until conception, there's nothing there. There is no forcing anything to happen. Right?
You did not
People
consent
choose,
to it,
or they
regardless.
choose.
I don't even.
It can't
I don't even.
consent. There is no
I'm not a
capability of
traditional
consent. There is
anti-natalist.
nothing there to consent.
I'm not a traditional anti-natalist. I don't focus on the original quote unquote imposition. I'm more focused on what happens after you're brought into existence, that you're forced to continue to exist. That's my focus. That you should not be forced to exist against your will. You should have
So
every
you
right
disagree
to
with the Hippocratic Oath?
I disagree with the medical association to have a monopoly in the first place.
I didn't ask that.
No, I'm telling you
you're
why. I'm
activating
telling
in
you
the
why.
wrong direction.
Let
I'm
me
trying
finish.
to get
Let
into
me
your
finish.
actual
Let me
opinions,
finish.
brother.
Let me
I don't
finish.
care about the medical ADA
Let me
and the dental
finish.
association
Well, the
and the fucking
Hippocratic
National
Oath.
Forest Service.
The Hippocratic
Talking about
Oath
the
only
Hippocratic Oath.
applies. The Hippocratic Oath only applies to the medical professionals who have given themselves a monopoly over the practice of medicine. So if they
That is
did
your
not have,
activism
if they
speaking,
did not have a
and I'm trying to
monopoly,
talk to a person.
if they did not have a monopoly over the practice of medicine, the Hippocratic Oath would be irrelevant. It was the American Medical Association who lobbied to pass these laws in the first place, criminalizing medical assistance because of the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. But if you're not respecting the will of the individual, then you are manifestly causing harm. If I want to have a contract with a private person, whether they are licensed by the state or not, I should have the right. The state should have no say in it. So do you think that Dr. Kevorkian was causing harm to his patients who actually gave their consent?
How much of that documentation have you checked into? Some of those patients kind of did it on, well, actually all of them did it on the sneak, but some of them, let's just say some of them folks might have benefited from a little bit of therapy. Although 85%, if I remember right, were full on chronic near-death hospice type cases. In those cases, unfortunately, the structure of law at the time meant that he was committing murder. That's just the lay of the land. Those opinions have kind of changed a little bit, and medically
because of people like him, he moved the needle.
True, I'm not debating that.
He engaged in civil disobedience. He recorded himself on video.
Killing people is probably a little uncivil, brother.
Forcing people to exist against their will is uncivil. Forcing them to be enslaved to democracy is uncivil. If they consent to their own death, I think that is very civil. I think that's the most civilized thing you can possibly do.
Wow. Are you a narcissist? Like, admittedly, or do you just walk around?
I'm schizoid. Like I'm not a narcissist.
Ah, okay, I got you. So that lack of emotion kind of shows in your activism.
Yeah, people do conflate the two. I'm not a narcissist.
I was just checking because they do kind of have a mirror image of each other, sort of.
Except I don't exploit other people for my own grandiose sense of.
I kind of feel like you're exploiting the channel for your grandiose activism. I mean, is that not the same thing?
I don't know. I think
okay. I'll accept that.
I think I was listening and they were saying some things about how you consent to being brought into existence, and I just wanted to push back against that. But
okay, no, certainly you do not consent to being brought into existence. That was one of the first points I made. These children didn't choose how they came in, and so you should take care of all of them. Black, white, purple, blind, crippled, crazy children should be taken care of.
But I don't see how I would be the narcissist. I'm not the one who is imposing my will on people. Like we're having a debate,
we are. But
I did not create anybody. I did not enslave them to the state. I did not do any of those things. So I would say the person who enslaves their children to the state.
What he's saying is because you are like trying to impose your minority view on the masses. And even though some might say you haven't a hope in hell, it might be indicative of some kind of narcissistic streak.
The problem is that democracy is majoritarian. I should not have to persuade the majority in the first place because individual rights should not be put to an individual vote. So if I had individual rights, these debates would be completely unnecessary. But because you have enslaved me to the state and this is the system that you support, I have to try to persuade you. I have to beg you for rights that I should already have. Again.
Stop telling me what I think. You don't get to do that. I have to tell you.
Okay, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about why. Let me finish. I'm talking about why I come on this channel. Why I'm trying to persuade people. You say that I'm pimping his channel out for my own narcissistic.
That is not what I say. You don't get to reframe my phrase either. You don't get to weight the language.
He didn't say you were.
It was a question, not a statement.
The point is that I have to, because I have been relegated to this system, whether it's yours or not, I have to persuade people to agree with me. That's the only way that I get rights. I don't like it. I don't think that I should have to beg people for rights that I should already have.
Don't you have the same rights everyone else has?
They don't seem to care. They like being enslaved. They love this system, by the way.
Well, but in this system that you hate so much, do you or do you not have the same rights that everyone else on this panel has?
I don't know how to answer that question. I guess
because you refuse to answer that question.
I don't understand the question.
The same rights.
I don't understand the question. I don't believe that we actually have rights. I believe that we're totally enslaved. I believe we have privileges. So do I have the same privileges as everybody else? I guess so, but we don't have actual rights.
Rights don't exist.
We don't have rights because state officials are protected with immunity. If you sue them, they're just going to claim qualified judicial immunity.
I am totally against qualified immunity in all its gory and nasty and disgusting permutations. I'm totally against it.
So it's impossible to have rights when the very state officials you're trying to, whom you're trying to enforce your rights, are protected with immunity.
Because you are utilizing your First Amendment right to denounce the existence of rights, which is
I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that.
Rights don't
I don't
exist.
believe that I even have the right to say everything I want to say about the right to medical assistance. Because if I were to say certain things, I would actually be prosecuted for it. If I were to encourage somebody to give them information about how to pull it off, I would be prosecuted for that. So I don't believe that there is absolute First Amendment protection. It's a privilege. It's not a right.
So all right, I'm gonna bring this kind of to a close with a joke. You like jokes?
If there's a point to it.
Actually, no. I think I've done this one before. Never mind. I remember the previous response. It was, psychotic, schizo rather.
Schizoid. There's a difference.
Right. Yeah, you're right. There is a difference. And I was being a bit of a bitch. I admit it.
Someone says this is a case of the dark Gnostic. That's LA against the light Gnostic. That is somebody perhaps being knowing.
That's pretty good.
Dark, choosing to be dark with knowing, choosing to be light. What do you think of that take on matters?
Wait. Couldn't it be argued that the light Gnostic is actually for one who doesn't procreate? Because then most of the Gnostics weren't they against procreation?
Yeah, they were.
Right, because they saw.
Well, there's the Hermetic against it.
Yeah, your Hermetic Gnostics were the ones who locked themselves away.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
The Hermetic Gnostics were the one who locked themselves in the towers. Most Gnostics were basically normal, deep thought types of people that had a strange opinion on religion in general. A lot of people would be classified as Gnostics nowadays because they claim to be religious, or spiritual, and at the same time they really can't explain what they actually believe. It takes a lot of discussion to get around to what someone actually believes.
Okay, just so I'm not making assumptions about you, like what do you actually support real freedom? Or I mean, because people say that, but then it's like might makes right. It makes me feel safe to have state oppression. I just don't understand. I don't know where you sit politically. Like, are you like an anarchist, libertarian, liberal?
I'm not a real big fan of boxes that you'd like to put me in.
I understand the word is.
Let me rephrase that. I don't believe in boxes that you want to put me in.
Okay, let me just ask a more specific question. Do you vote?
I have. Depending on the election, I will.
And you're a registered voter?
Most people are, to some extent.
Okay, so regardless of where you lie politically, you are basically a statist.
Am I?
I mean, you believe in democracy, so I mean, if you participate in elections, that means that you think that you're elected.
It means that I live in a nation and I have opinions of my own, and I would like to affect them, and so I take the one avenue that's available for us to actually have that done, and then in my personal time, I spend time online talking to people like you, trying to get you to think critically about things that you've just repeated from a book.
From a book? I don't think there's a book that says anything that I'm saying. Like everything I'm saying is completely written. Besides the end, because I've written my own.
Slow down. You need to finish the sentence. Come on, work with me.
I've written my own book, and these are original arguments. So I'm not citing anything from a book.
So you're quoting it from your book?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's at least better than most people I come across. Honestly, I can respect that.
I have my entire philosophy, and everything I'm saying is taken from my book.
Right. So you're advertising your book and your philosophy.
Well, but it's not like I'm trying to make it do it for money. I've made my book available for free, and I've read it online for free. And even me talking about it I'm not trying to make money off it. It's because I believe.
Seriously, how long is the book? Is it 50 pages, 500 pages? Like
it's about 400 pages.
About 400 pages. Okay.
But I'm thinking about making a shorter version for people who don't want to read all that, like a Cliff Notes version.
You should probably do it in TikToks.
TikTok?
Short TikToks, 10-second bits.
Oh, no, I don't think I could do that. It's way too complicated for that.
And that's why most of your playing is going to fall on deaf ears in the modern era. It takes a deep conversation to get to the types of things that you're actually discussing.
Hello, Rachel. Well, Rach, do you want to join us on the show? Links below the video in the description.
And that's why democracy is illegitimate, because these people are not critical thinkers, and yet they have so much coercive power to impose their will through the state, and they're not willing to have serious thoughts about how their decisions
change gears. Do you believe that America is a democracy?
Well, it's supposed to be a republic, but I don't believe that it actually is a republic. It's
supposed to be a constitutional representational republic.
Right. I don't believe that it is a republic.
You think it is a democracy?
I don't even think it's a democracy. It's sort of hard to explain what I don't know what the correct term is.
So if you don't believe the society you live in is a democracy, why are you railing against democracy as those that'll make a difference in the society that you live in?
Because on paper, it is a republic, and everyone keeps using democracy to defend the violence that is inflicted upon people. So on paper is a quote unquote democracy, even though in practice it's not.
Have you ever tried First Amendment auditing?
Well, I've only recently come in contact with some of these auditors, and
some of them are trash. Some are very good people. If you'd like, I can hook you up with a couple that are decent folk.
Well, 10th Man is
deal with you.
I don't know if you've been.
Boy.
No. I was just on 10th Man's channel. I don't know if you're familiar with him, and they absolutely
very familiar with 10th Man, brother. And I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
As long as I don't talk about anti-natalism, they're perfectly fine. They agree with my assessment about the legal system. They know that this is oppressive, and they don't support it. So as long as I don't talk about procreation, they're perfectly fine with me.
Okay. Are there any other places that you can?
For a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just want to say something about LA. I just feel like his talking points is just useless, because the undertone of everything he's saying is like some very like profound emotion. That's where everything that he's saying is coming from, and without addressing that substrate,
so I wrote a 400-page book based on emotion, and I came up with 200 citations based on emotion. There's no substance to it. I just pulled this out of my ass because I was being solipsistic.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say here is, like, can you just like tone it down for a second and like just be more like just reasonable and talk through your points, without coming from this place of intense emotion.
Because I get frustrated because it's the same argument. It's so repetitive. Nobody's saying anything original. And
That's
then the same.
You respond the same way. We are forced to respond within the box that you permit us to speak.
No,
every time we try to say something that you disagreement in some way or give you some tidbit of information, you not only deny the information but deny the validity of the information given.
No, before I even came on here, they were talking about how we consented to being brought into existence. And that's the only reason I came on here, by the way, because I thought what was said was so ridiculous and I had to push back against it. But everybody, even if you were going to disagree with me, people can disagree with original arguments, and they don't. It's the same stuff. It's, that consent doesn't matter, or you did consent, you just don't remember your soul contract. Wanted to be here. You told your parents.
Listen, LA. The most useful thing I think we can talk about here is like why you're so angry. That's the most useful thing.
I'm not doing therapy currently.
Does that give me the right to medical assistance? Does that make me more free? Does that stop the police from harassing me? Talking about my anger is of no consequence.
No, but we need to understand where you're coming from. Where's your point of view? Where's the origin of your point of view?
How does that help me?
I suppose what you're saying, LA, is if we tackle what made the man, we might to perhaps see if we could have rectified what made the monster to stop the monster being created again, so that nobody ever feels like this again. I mean,
society made the monster, and now they want to come at me with their pitchforks. I am a product of their oppression, and it's completely their fault.
I don't see any pitchforks. I don't feel like you're being oppressed by us. There may be oppression in your life, but
I said society, not you specifically.
I think maybe you seek it out. You look for points in which you have difficulty and call it repression.
So when I'm driving down the road and I get pulled over at gunpoint by a road pirate, that's my fault. I was asking for it.
I didn't say that. Why do you keep trying to tell me what I'm saying?
You said I was looking for it.
When I am driving down the road and I get pulled over by a road pirate at gunpoint, did I ask for it?
If you consent to democracy, if you participate in a political system, then you consent to it.
So how are you having a political activist movement without participating in the system that you're trying to politically activate against that is not the democracy that you're actually against? So,
well, it's based entirely on anarchy. And if you read my book, I do explain how to.
So your point here is to create a disjointed narrative incapable of being put together into a formal thought. As long as you're here having your discussion, you're going to counter anything that's brought up and make it difficult for us to conversate amongst ourselves. You're dominating all of the time with a concept that's not even attached to the situation that you're fighting. You're not in a democracy and you're fighting democracy, but you're using that as a shield to keep anybody from judging you because you're the oppressed one.
It's an ostensible democracy. It's supposed to be a so-called democracy. I don't believe that it actually functions as a democracy.
And because you don't believe it, you deem it completely invalid and everyone else's opinions are void?
They're void to the extent that they want to vote against my individual rights.
Against you.
If they want to vote on public roads,
the only thing that matters in your philosophy is what you want, what you like.
No, not just my right.
Actual fact,
that's not true. That's not true.
I'm going to quote LA. He said, because life was imposed on him, and because you won't give him, mainly because life was imposed on him without his consent, but also he added in the fact that access to unregulated right to die, where somebody could help him in any way he sees fit, them being regulated by the state. Because he can't get that, he feels he doesn't owe anybody anything. He doesn't have to do anything for anybody.
Let me just clarify something. The only reason why I talk about myself,
you've been amply clear. He was very clear when he restated that. I think
the only reason I talk about myself is because when people talk about these laws criminalizing things,
was that a mischaracterization?
No, I believe it was. Yeah.
Well, you've often said that, and I am literally more or less quoting you verbatim. Would you like to say what?
I just completely forgot what I was going to say.
Would you like to say what I got wrong about that? Because you've told me before that you don't have to do anything for anybody, and you're going to stop doing anything for anybody because nobody is doing anything for you, and because you've been imposed upon, you were brought here without your consent, and therefore you do not have any duty towards anybody. You've said that multiple times on this channel.
I was trying to make a point, but you were talking, I was trying to remember it, and now I forgot it. So I was not necessarily focusing on that. I was trying to remember what I was going to say. And now I completely forgot.
Am I right about what I just said? Do you have a duty towards anybody, LA?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I don't think it's just because I don't have the right to die. It's because I did not consent to statism. Okay, now I remember what I was going to say. The reason why I talk about myself is because I'm using myself as an exemplar. That it's not just me talking about myself. Anybody who doesn't consent does not have legitimate duties to society. But I would say it's relevant because when people talk about laws and public policies, it's always something that is theoretical that doesn't apply to a real person. So when I say myself,
wealthy.
So when I talk about myself, you actually have to humanize the violence that people support, and then actually give me a rational response for why you would support violence being inflicted against me to force me to exist against my will. So I'm talking about myself, but really I'm talking about everybody who does not want to exist. And it's easy to be dismissive when you're not talking about a real human being.
Are you independently wealthy?
No, I'm not.
Do you use any state or federal benefits?
No, I do not.
Right. Do you have a typical type job?
Yes.
Right. So you're participating in the system that you're trying to overthrow while saying that to participate in that system is unethical? I think
it's not extraction. I'm forced to pay for it, so of course I'm going to use the benefits that I pay for. But if you allowed me to keep my money, I could hire a private militia to protect me. I could hire a private trash collection to get my trash. So you don't get to take my money and then say it's my fault because I paid against my will.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that you participate in this system because you have no choice.
Right.
Okay. You do.
I don't want to. I would love to live off the grid.
You could go to a different place and do a different thing.
I would love to. I'm not in a financial position to do that yet.
You don't have any children that rely on you. There's no one that's counting on you.
Okay, do you have a job waiting for me? Do you have a job where I can actually sustain myself?
Why would you need a job? Go out to freaking Bangladesh or somewhere else. You've got a job right now. He's got a job right now. He could buy the boat ticket, plane ticket, or barring that, you could hop a freaking freighter or something and learn to fucking merchant marine until you get to where you want to go.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You don't
I don't know that I can actually maintain my life without a job. I don't know. You can't, and you don't know that either.
I didn't say without a job.
You don't know that I can't just go to some other country and then starve because I can't maintain myself.
You can. It's been done.
You don't know that.
Billion times.
You don't know that. You don't care. You don't care if I starve. You're trying to make a point.
Not only can it be done, people do it every day here and there. People migrate here and there. The border is damn near open.
You don't know that I can do that. That's the point. You don't know that I can do that.
I have faith in you, sir. I believe that you don't have the capability.
You don't know me, and you don't give a fuck.
If you're sitting here thinking that you can actually convince an entire population to vote specifically in your favor.
Okay, I'm going to stop.
I believe that you yourself have the ability to stand on your own principles, right? That's what you're here to do, is stand on your principles to convince other people to think the way you do.
Okay, wait. That's not what I want anyway. I don't want
to influence opinions.
I don't want to go to another country. What I want is to not exist.
Well, that is neither here nor there, sir.
So I don't want to exist in another country. That's what you want me to do. I want to be put out my...
I'm not going to lie. You kind of got me in a corner on that one.
Moving to another country.
What I want is to be put out of my misery. And that doesn't take me going to another country.
Does that require that you inflict misery on us through your misery?
Actually, you probably deserve a lot more misery than you're getting right now.
You're probably right. I was once a terrible person. That's true.
You still are a terrible person. You bred human beings into hell.
I'm a rational individual.
I'm trying to talk to you like an actual
person. I'm literally having a conversation with you, which is something these people really haven't been doing. They've been attacking your points. I'm talking to you.
No, you've been attacking.
No, you're gaslighting me. You're telling me.
LA. Like no one's talking to LA and asking what his actual the basis for his arguments is. Without
I wrote a whole book about it. I'm not trying to promote my book, but you can read it if you're interested.
Like maybe talk about.
I'm not trying to dominate the entire conversation. Explaining the whole
what you're talking about without actually talking about your basis for your argument.
So, are you not familiar with anti-natalism? Are you not familiar with anarchy? Like, I don't know.
I'm very familiar with anti-natalism.
So, what part am I supposed to explain?
Maybe talk about your own experiences in life. And then maybe people will understand more what you're arguing for.
When I do that, they accuse me of being solipsistic. They say it's only about me.
Very important. It's very important.
No. Because when I do that, then they say I'm being narcissistic. I only care about myself. I don't want to talk about myself. I want to talk about public policy.
That's irrelevant. That's some abstraction. You have to talk about yourself as a basis for those points.
No, because what they're going to do, if I do that, they're going to pathologize me and say, you're just depressed. The system does not need to be corrected. You just need to get help and everything is fine.
You might need a little help, but we're trying to help you.
I need medical help. I don't need psychological help.
Okay. So anyways, hey, bro.
I need medical assistance in dying. That's what I need.
Well, There we go. That's the
only help that I need.
Explains a lot about
And that would
the
solve
argument you're
all of
trying to
my
make.
problems. That would solve all of my problems.
Because most people don't feel that way.
Okay, well, I'm not most people. That's the whole point. He's saying that everything I'm saying is unoriginal. Clearly it is original because nobody else is saying that.
There's kind of a significant group of the population that seem to believe that assistance is perfectly valid, and that's why I was talking to you, is to understand, to try to understand other people that I know of that feel similarly. They're not like you.
No, they're not. That was the point. You were trying to say that I'm just repeating the same stuff, but you probably have not come into anybody who's making these arguments.
Yeah, I honestly, I think there's a lot more people out there who probably do support something like assisted dying, but they just would never admit it. I feel like
Your echo is wild.
Yeah.
It's not me, because the echo happened after I muted.
Oh, damn.
I just don't know. As much as people are tired of hearing me.
I just muted you, but feel free to unmute yourself when you want to say something.
As much as people are tired of hearing me talk about this, I should not have to talk about it. This should be something that is generally recognized. If you have any decency, if you believe in personal autonomy and self-ownership, then everyone should be free to do whatever they want with their lives. I don't understand why I have to convince people of something that is self-evident. It's my life. It's not your life. I'm not your slave. You don't maintain me. So why should it be criminalized in the first place?
Couldn't you go to Canada and get it done?
Again, that's not the point. Why is it criminalized in the United States? I'm not a citizen of Canada.
People don't like it.
Right, which is why they deserve having to listen to me argue this point, because I shouldn't have to argue it in the first place.
You're not talking to them, you're talking to us. And I'm having a straight up conversation with you, trying to understand your perspective, asking the pertinent questions. You keep saying that they repeat themselves, but I'm not repeating myself. I'm asking you legitimate questions, and you keep making an abstraction out of something that is a concrete opinion. It's something that you actually believe. Why can't you defend it without pleading to government?
Because I've already answered these questions so many times, and it's kind of boring.
Then go play jacks. Read a comic book. I mean, the video games exist.
How about this? Do you have your own YouTube channel?
I do.
If you can interview me and ask me all the questions you want. How about that?
Absolutely. All right. I'm all over this. I'm going to need your email.
The anti-natalist informant at gmail.com, which I can put in a private chat.
Put it in a private chat. I'll shoot you an email. We'll set up a schedule. I really hope you do show up.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I do this show called Sasquatch Shills, where I literally interview new creators or interesting creators or people with weird opinions or different opinions or whatever. That's the whole point, is to promote your channel, your perspective, and how you think.
All right,
I'm not gonna come at you with no gotchas. I'm not this isn't a hit piece. None of that. If you want, you can go look on my channel and you'll see the other Sasquatch shows that are there, and they are exactly what I'm saying they are. Where you promote whatever it is you're promoting, bring links, bring citations, bring whatever you like to share. Preferably no porn, although I can take it down quick enough that it won't be a problem. There you go, bud.
All right, I just put my email in the private chat.
I appreciate it. You like to share.
What's that background noise?
I'm more willing to go on somebody else's channel and start from scratch, because I know that audience has not heard these things. But for me to have to repeat the same argument on this same channel for the same audience, they don't want to hear it. They're tired of hearing it.
So give us a different topic to talk about that's not going to land us directly in your oppression from capitalism. Can we talk about aliens? How about AI?
I don't remember the topic. I believe the topic is what we got
What if
wrong
you're
or whatever.
completely wrong? No, what if you are completely wrong about everything? And that's part of what I've been trying to do with you is like give you the oppositional view that you expect to see
Can I
the
say
mirror
something?
image.
I was wrong about everything.
Even if
And
he's wrong
now I'm
about
correct.
something, like even if he's wrong, that doesn't make you right, right? Like just because he's wrong
Absolutely.
about yeah, so
It's not
I
a
was
dichotomy
wrong.
here.
I was wrong because I thought that we actually owned our lives. I believe that democracy was legitimate. I believe people actually had empathy and that they were basically good at heart. I believe that if you worked hard, that would lead to success. That we lived in a meritocracy. There were so many things I did not know. I believe that my parents cared about me. I did not know that they did not.
No,
And now I am awake. Now I understand what is actually going on.
Awake, like I don't think anyone's awake, and I mean that for everyone. I think we're all still ignorant about a lot of things, even if we think we found some things. Like,
oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
No, I don't think
I
anyone's
agree.
awake, and that includes everyone on this panel and everyone watching. Nobody is awake, in my opinion, and I doubt anyone can be truly awake.
I'm not saying that I'm all knowing. What I'm saying is that I'm aware of how this whole system works. It's transactional. People are trying to get what they can get out of you. They don't care about you. They care about how beneficial you are to them.
You need to let go of that a bit, I would say.
I mean,
Why
there is some
do I need
like,
to do that?
Human transaction is mainly self-interested. However, we have evolved to be a type of communal thing, you know. At the same time, that's why I think humans are a great paradox. It's very hard to like pin down human nature. That's why I'm against generalizing human nature, because like people are very contradictory. We're like a mosaic of things, both altruism, egoism, goodness, badness, you know. So I'm kind of against like a generalization of human nature. So yeah.
I would agree
I
with that,
think
but
it's
it
better
seems
to general.
Huh? What'd you say, Jay? Or the absurd?
No, let like go ahead.
Okay.
I think it's better to generalize, to basically assume the worst, because you're not going to be caught off guard. When people act like they care, you're not going to be unassuming and just allow them to manipulate you. It's better to have your guard up than to be completely ignorant.
Again, you say these things like that are so assertive and absolute, and there's no underpinning that we understand of why you say these things. I think that's necessary to understand. Like, you have to explain yourself a bit why you say such things.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying that these are things that I've learned, that everybody's being selfish.
But why?
Nobody.
Give some examples of why, perhaps.
My parents were selfish. The state is selfish. Society is selfish.
What behaviors did they exhibit?
Well, for example, they brought me into existence, not for my benefit, but for their benefits. The reason why people support these laws, which are unjust, is because it serves their interest. It makes them feel safe. They need this system to continue because it benefits them. They don't care that you're the person who got screwed over. They don't care that you were harassed. And actually, in many ways, they take sadistic pleasure out of it. When they watch these videos of police officers brutalizing people, read the comment section. Oh, that person deserved it. And they're taking all this pleasure out of it. They don't have any empathy with the person who just got beaten up. They think, oh, well, that person should have been more respectful to the police officer. It's just, they don't care. They don't have any empathy. You would think that, okay, even if you got screwed over, if you request a jury trial, the jury's actually going to side with you. They're going to see through all the bullshit. No, they're going to side with the system. They don't care about you.
Yeah, that is the case with many people. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that from what I can tell, like humans in general just seem to have more negative traits than positive traits.
LA.
Yes.
This is the LA show.
You can't always get what you want.
You can't always get, but if you try
I
something,
never get what I want. I never ever get what I want.
The Rolling Stones. That's a good song, by the way.
I thought you wanted a legitimate, honest conversation about these particular political points that you keep bringing up.
No, I'm just saying, if he accepts he can't get what he wants, he might get what he needs. I
agree with you.
I'm not being glib, LA. That into my mind, that song, those lyrics. And LA, have you ever thought about the possibility that you have to learn to live in a world where you can't get what you... As do we all, by the way.
I would never accept that.
That is the one thing, LA, that doesn't separate you from me, from squats. We all want things that we can't get in this world, and we have to learn to live with that. You, my friend,
I only want one thing. I want freedom. I want freedom, and I am entitled to it.
There is no freedom in this world.
Not
I really wish I could ask the question.
Then I did not exist in this world.
But you still are existing in this world.
You're here. So
I don't
what are you
want
gonna do?
to. That's the reason why
I
I'm
want
trying
to
to.
Russ. So, Russ, feel free, brother, to speak when you get the next appropriate gap in the conversation. Just mute yourself when you're not talking, that's all. Thanks, Russ.
That's the whole point. It's what Patrick Henry said. Give me liberty or give me death. You're not going to give me liberty, so I'm going to choose death.
Does it have to be so dire? Can you not find a way to just be at peace here?
No, I can never be at peace with being a slave.
You don't have to be a slave.
But you are a slave, though. You still
I am a slave. That's the point. So why would I be okay with that?
Bizarrely, you should be more at peace than someone like Yorn, because Yorn doesn't necessarily believe in free will. You do. The fact that you believe in free will means the onus is on you, my brother.
Yeah, I don't believe in. Just a good point. Wait,
I don't believe in free will.
To find a way to be okay. To find a way to be okay, considering you have this gift that is free will. The onus is on you to find a way to be okay in this horrible, fallen realm, this world that is full of suffering. The onus is on you, and if you believe in free will, the job is yours, sir.
I don't believe in free will. The only free will I would say is the decision to procreate. Everything else is force.
Well, that makes sense.
Yes,
no.
but again, the sperm chose to fertilize the egg, which was you.
No.
It was you.
I mean, that just, you know what, that just... I personally don't believe in free will, but if you do believe in it... Look, when I say I don't believe in free will, I'm not going to deny we all have the ability to act within certain parameters.
Of course,
when I say I don't believe in free will, I don't believe we chose the parameters that we have to act within. I don't believe I chose the confinement that I am personally in terms of my intelligence, my emotional ability to connect to others, everything, the whole ambit. But
yes, guys.
Hello, Russ. I'm going to hand the mic to Russ because he's just burst in here and he feels like he needs to say something. Go ahead, Russ.
No. So, D&W, come on, man. I was just fixing my Bluetooth headset. I'm in my car, so you know how technology is, and it makes you want to tear your fucking hair out.
I'm glad you're here, bro. But that's why I've given you the mic.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. I just want to say, shout out to you, man, for hosting the show in the first place. I really enjoyed the show, the ups and the downs, you know. And also, before I start, I just want to give a quick shout out to Fatima and LA, because you guys served that guy up. I watched the rest of that show, you know, and yeah, I'm proud of you guys, man. Because that guy, you know what?
Who was that?
Mr. Vibe, D Prophet, because he was talking. You know what? D Prophet, if you're listening to this, we're gonna run that back because you were spouting utter nonsense, my friend. About
he was.
That Naturalization Act was not one of the founding documents, actually, because there's four critical. Yeah, it was. But anyway, sorry, just to stick to the topic. So what's the topic again for today's show?
What if you're completely wrong about everything important?
Oh man, is it? To be honest, I feel like that's been my life story throughout different stages. To be honest, man.
Yeah.
Obviously, because when you think about it, if we're honest with ourselves, you're constantly learning, and some of the hardest things in life is to wake up and realize that you've been living a life for the past X amount of years. I went through that with religion. I went through that with my whole worldview radically changed so many different times because of in light of new information. And even now, I'll be honest, I could be, like I said, I could be living a great illusion. I could be deluded right now. I mean, who's to say we're not all deluded right now? I mean, nobody can prove we're not.
But I mean, has it for some it's rather disconcerting at first, but then they get some satisfaction from it because it becomes a point of interest. Well, if I've been wrong, maybe I should rejoice in possibly moving towards being less wrong and trying to find out what the hell is going on. I mean, have you become perhaps preoccupied or more joyous about studying reality, thinking about reality, since you first thought you could be, or you about a lot of things that you previously held as true?
No, I would probably say, in a way, it's made me more black-pilled, if we can use those terms.
Yeah, you'll
but
have
then
to
again,
define the term for others, because I think it means lots of different things to lots of different people.
Yeah, okay, so the black pill, in a nutshell, for everyone who doesn't know, in a nutshell, is basically, it's coming to face the ugly truth about reality. And that's in many different aspects of reality. But I would argue that a lot of the great minds were, in fact, black-pilled. I mean, look at Schopenhauer. I mean, look at Nietzsche. They weren't exactly, they weren't like dancing in joy every second of the time. But you don't need to be honest, because I do also firmly believe that only the truth can set you free. So it is better to live a painful truth than to live a deluded and comfortable lie, in my opinion. It's not always easy to digest, but knowing what I know now, I am still happy that I'm closer to the truth. But again, I don't know ultimate truth. Of course, no, I don't think anybody does. But I do believe the great minds that we look up to in general are quite black-pilled, because there is a certain dark aspect of the nature of existence. And if I can go back to, you guys had an incredible show, and I'm kind of gutted because you had Danny Shine on as well about the anti-natalism, and then you had what was that show you had? The last show or something with that guy Peter Ragnarok, and you guys were going back and forth.
Right.
And
that was. I was there too. I was arguing about his.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Shout out to brother Marcus as well. All you guys made great points, and shout out to LA as well.
He disappeared like Houdini. I don't know where he is. He was on a moment ago. He just dropped off.
I mean,
just dropped off. Squatch, thanks for dropping by, brother. I hope you can come back actually, because I was going to ask you something. But it was nice whilst you were here. I enjoyed the back and forth there between LA and Squatch. Sorry, go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, no, I think that's the beauty of when you're honest with yourself and you realize that you don't know anything. And I think there's that platitude, that saying of a wise man is a fool who knows he's a fool, and a fool is a fool who thinks he's wise, or something like that. Can't remember who said that, but yeah.
But Ross, mate, you sound like a good guy. You sound like one of the cool kids, and you sound, you're a personable guy. You go to the gym, you work. You seem sociable. I mean, have you got any advice for people who feel black-pilled, as it were? Because you say you're black-pilled. How are you living day to day, and with meaning, with drive, with motivation? I mean, what's your philosophy on life?
So yeah, I did mention like I kind of exist in a weird in between the spectrum of Schopenhauer's like almost like crushing black pill, like, you know what I mean, and then a bit more optimal towards Nietzsche's will to power. So I'm really glad I stumbled across Nietzsche because I'm
Yeah.
that kind of helped me a lot because I really believe in the will to power. It's like Schopenhauer's like, do you want to live, and then Nietzsche's like, do you want to win? So it's kind of like that spectrum. I wouldn't say I'm a cool kid, but I will take that as a compliment. But to be fair, what keeps me going is that's a really good question. I guess because certain conditions in my life are really optimal. I mean, I'm in decent health. I have good mobility. I don't suffer from any mental health. So I would say the conditions of life are really optimal. Whereas if I was Chickpea's age, to be honest, I don't know. I might just be begging to bite the bullet because of obvious reasons. But yeah, so if I'm honest, CW, I feel like certain conditions in my life are optimal, but I'm not going to lie to everybody on this panel. I do struggle with nihilism sometimes. I think that's part of the human condition, to sometimes fall into a bit of nihilism and think, what's the fucking point, bro? Just what's the fucking point? You know what I mean? I think it's only human.
What about your interrelational kind of outlook and modus operandi in terms of how do you deal with people around you, given your outlook? I mean, you're not on the same page as most of the people around you, I'm sure, given your takes on reality. How
You mean with like
them?
Oh, so I don't want to sound like full of.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, just socializing and walking amongst people. How do you find it? What does it? How do you operate?
To be honest, I've really become, as I've aged, I've really become introverted. So I like to really keep people at an arm's length, and I do believe in having a really small circle. Only because of due to the conditions, and I just feel like we live in a very dystopian age socially, especially socially. There's a lot of narcissists walking around. There's a lot of disingenuous behavior. I feel like most interactions don't really have an essence to them. They're very superficial. So if I'm honest, I do keep people at arm's length. I have a very small circle. And I don't want to sound full of hubris or arrogance, and I really don't want to come across as that. But I honestly see majority of like the masses as NPCs, and I don't mean to be rude, but like I just see them as NPCs, so I just try to avoid them unless I see something interesting about them. So yeah, if I'm honest.
So this small circle, are they aware of your black-pilled kind of outlook?
Yeah, we all kind of have a similar outlook. I mean, it's kind of like this panel. It's funny because it's almost like this panel that you've geniusly set up, DNW. Because like we might agree on small things, but then there's also disagreements. But I think the fact that we're all trying to find Gnosis, so to speak, is what glues us all together as a motley crew. You know what I mean? So yeah, we kind of have the same outlook where, again, I know it might sound cheesy, but it's kind of like the red pill, not necessarily in terms of relationships, but in terms of like trying to wake up to reality and, like you say, what's really going on. So we have these really deep talks.
Your real life friends believe in some way the explanations they were kind of indoctrinated with kind of were a raw deal of let's just say inspiration. They weren't necessarily good in how they served them. Is that right?
Yeah, so we talk very freely, just like on this panel, and I think that's the beauty of our friendship. Is like we even on WhatsApp and stuff like that. Like somebody could be, you know, at a wedding, and then they'll be like posting their real thoughts. Oh, look at this! It's all bullshit. Obviously, it's a bit negative sometimes, but like yeah. So the thing that's beautiful about it is the transparency, just like here. That's why I love coming to this place, this virtual place.
What do they say about your, you know, AN? Because you said you're AN.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What do they say about that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think most of them are pretty much on board. They don't want to have kids. In fact, I'm married. They're not. A lot of them are even. I would say they're probably more quote unquote black-pilled than me because they're like, I'm not cohabiting with a woman. I'm not fucking getting married. And I'm like, bro, I understand. I fully understand.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like,
bro, you committed. You went in there. You put a ring on it. And
Yeah.
I understand. No, but Russ, I understand.
Look at why don't you put a ring on it?
I completely understand Russ's position here, because once you're in with someone, it's very hard to get out. And the thing is, when you care about someone, you can't walk away after a certain amount of time, can you?
Yeah, and plus I do have a child.
Okay.
So yeah, for the record, I became aware of anti-natalism or life abolitionism or whatever you want to call it after I had my child. So yeah.
So you're a Danny Shine kind of turnout, yeah.
Danny Shine,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Do you know what's funny, guys? Sorry, I know I've taken up a lot of time speaking, but I actually got drawn to this show, guys, because of Danny. So I would like to have a chat with him. I missed him last time, because he mirrors your stuff, and I used to watch it, and then I thought, you know what, this is actually really. So shout out to you, DNW, because you've created something very interesting and useful, by the way. So yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you, but I mean, thanks for sharing that with us. And I mean, look, it must be very hard. I'm not anti-parent, as I'm sure you realize, but I am just interested because you're in the same position as Danny. But what do you intend doing, like in terms of helping your daughter navigate this world? I mean, is it a case of let them figure out life for themselves? Is that what parents should do? Don't try and influence them too much, because we can't really know what's going on. Or are you going to be like Danny eventually? Are you going to be like telling them, here's what I think, become AN in your instance?
I think spot on. I think it's not good to bombard the child with too much information, because I don't even know if their minds can truly process it. But I think just kind of steer them in the right direction, be there for them as a parent as much as you can, because obviously it can get quite diabolical. You know what I mean? You're spinning so many different plates, so to speak. But yeah, when said child reaches maturity, like how Danny's done, you can have a mature conversation. You don't need to sort of push. But I've also ultimately accepted that as a puny mortal roaming this earth, I could be gone any time. You know what I mean? Like life is not guaranteed. So I try not to be too egotistical about, making people accept my views per se. You know what I mean?
I take it you don't talk I take it you don't talk to your wife about this type of thing, because.
Oh no, I do. Like, do you know the funny thing is, man? Yeah, she's not too happy about it, but I'm a bit of a nutcase in the sense where, like, I could like, if something goes wrong, like, I can be like, see, this is why, you know what I mean? I can go off on one, trust me. And I'll be honest with you, I do, and I'm a big believer in that shit, because I don't believe in holding on to what's it called? Very negative emotions.
Or pain. Okay.
Yeah, because I honestly believe, the people who express like their negativity in the moment, and people are like, oh my god, look at that person, they're so uncouth, they're so crude. Yeah. But those people, I don't believe they're not the ones who bottle it up, and then, like Sigmund Freud said, they don't end up displacing that anger onto their loved ones. They just express it. I honestly believe, as crude as it is, it's better to express it in the moment. Don't worry about being judged, because from previous experiences, I used to be the opposite. I used to bottle it in, and then it just, like, it's almost like carrying fucking charcoal.
I think you're right. I think you're right. We were taught that, and as men, and I think that's what made us more volatile, because it would explode occasionally.
I disagree.
And maybe in a manner that's scary, you might get into fights with someone, or perhaps, I mean, there's something about talking. If you practice communicating and talking, it makes you by default become in control of emotions, because you have to. But if you bottle it up and don't practice talking, well, then you're not practicing that kind of level of restraint. That's why it can come out in manner that is not helpful for anybody.
Yeah, and eventually you're going to take.
I was going to ask you something else. I mean, look, you're not alone. I mean, I think it goes on both sides, but especially for guys, if you have a kind of pessimistic outlook, or you're negative you're thinking, or even introverted, it can be somewhat of a turn-off for women in some ways, but also most women, even when they don't want to hear it, they don't want to hear you talking like this. So how do you stay sane? Is it you literally go and talk to your mates? Because I mean, I know that's my experience. Most women I've been with don't want to hear this type of shit, you know? They don't want to hear anybody even, I mean, I'm not AN anymore, but they don't want to hear you even questioning reality or questioning their spiritual takes on matters, you know?
Really? I mean, I don't mind when people do that to me.
No, a lot of people don't even like that, believe me, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm a girl.
No, this sounds quite sexist, but a lot of the women I've come across didn't even like me questioning their spiritual outlook too much.
Really?
Like, yeah.
I'm not like that.
I mean, it's funny you say that, DMW, because if I know a lot of people on this panel have authored books and stuff, but I mean, speaking of being like following this sort of Gnosis path, yeah, you're not going to probably be too popular with the opposite gender sometimes. But if I was to write a book, yeah, based on this, I would start off chapter 1, the virtuous wank. Because the moment you ejaculate, then all of that bullshit in your head of trying to impress the said lady, I'm speaking about the heterosexuals here, to impress said lady goes out the window because you get that post-nut clarity and then it's not important anymore. So yeah, chapter 1, the virtuous wank. So you have to wank. Wanking is virtuous. Yeah.
Oh my
so yeah, I know it's not. Yeah. So
if only that was all we needed, you know.
I'm not saying you should be out like. See, the thing is, I get into these like conversations with a lot of people, and it brings up the whole pornography thing. But speaking from a certain perspective, it's just another. The way I see it now at my age, it's just another need. It's like going to the bathroom or needing to eat. I think societies and people and cultures, they make too much of a big deal out of it. There's nothing special about it. Nothing really much of a taboo about it. It's just a natural function. I believe it's just human beings that get neurotic about these types of things. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Have to tell me, your partner, does she have any kind of spiritual takes on reality that you don't necessarily agree with? Is she spiritual or is she somewhere?
She's not really. I would say she's probably like a deist would be the best description of. Yeah, she's like one of those. I believe in God, but I don't tie it to this. But she definitely doesn't agree with anti-natalism and stuff like that. And it's funny because
when you told her about it.
Oh yeah, it still does to this day. But you know, I stick to my guns. Really? So yeah, I mean, you know that's one thing about life. If I was to give anyone some advice, is just stick to your guns in life, man. Like because people will come and go, or people are happy with you today, they might be sad with you tomorrow. But you can't keep everyone happy. So fuck it, man. Just live your truth, stick to your guns. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Brother Marcus, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. What would you like to say, mate?
Hermano Marcus.
Hello. I think if people are, I'd like to push back on catharsis theory for venting anger. I think there is good evidence, scientific evidence to suggest that mode may not be as helpful as people assume. If people just look it up online, I think you'll find counter evidence to the scientific literature on that.
Cool. Would you like to tell us, paraphrase or give us some of the reasons why it's not helpful to always speak your mind?
I think the counter to that is that it's you're putting yourself in a state that is aroused, like you're arousing emotions, and you're revving yourself up. And actually, there's evidence that should suggest that when you vent anger, it's likely to increase your anger instead of dissipating it.
I think you just become irrational, right?
That makes a lot of sense. Because
that doesn't therefore mean holding it in and not expressing it, but that you find calming activities to dissipate the arousal of that anger, and that tends to show some positive correlations.
Also, also, I suppose, interrelationally, in terms of your relations, especially your anger, might cause a disharmonious state of affairs that causes more trouble than it was worth.
And don't take my word for it. Just like have a look, because I think there is an assumption, because it does feel good. Catharsis does feel good, and I think a lot of people like they it's like yeah, it's like that post, you know, the post good feeling thing that you have, and so you kind of just go through that post.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's kind of like similar. It's like, yeah, and then it's just a cycle, and you're more likely to do that thing that makes you feel that positive feeling, and now you're like kind of stuck in a vicious loop.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to be said. I've said on this channel before, there's a lot to be said, I believe, sometimes, to be kind of nihilistic about your own emotions. Not necessarily the world around you, but your own emotions. Given that this world is so crazy, you can't
Is it
control it.
nihilistic or stoic?
Stoic in a sense, but not attaching as much meaning or prominence to them in terms of importance. You know,
okay,
they don't matter. Like you can say, look, my emotions don't actually matter in the big scheme of things. You know.
Yeah, I thought that was like what the Stoics said, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, brother Marcus. Sorry, Fatima, go ahead.
What happened?
Go on, Russ.
I thought no, Fatima was speaking or something.
Oh, no, I'm
okay,
fine.
no. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say I agree with you, Marcus. That is the I'm not against what you said, and I just want to clarify what I initially said. It's not that I believe in getting into fights with people and like just, you know what I mean, like having a verbal tear up, so to speak, every time there's a conflict or some type of a confrontation. But I just do believe, like, you know, sometimes holding on to bottled emotions is not healthy. But I do have different strategies, but I do tend to express myself more. It doesn't mean I allow myself to be consumed by anger and just go off on one note. But I do like I try to follow like the Jungian stuff. So like integrating your shadow, like you said. So taking that energy and then maybe doing, you know, I don't know, converting it into something positive. So like if you're riled up, it can really lead to a very productive workout, or you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So yeah, I try to integrate my shadow. I really like stoicism as well. I mean, when I'm at work, I pretty much practice stoicism 101. Like it can be quite robotic, but it's like I just try to stay as neutral as possible. So I try not to react. I tend to respond in those types of situations when you're dealing with difficult people, unsavory characters, so to speak.
Brother Marquez shared something in his community post, was it yesterday or today? And it's something he's mentioned before on the show, and he said he does it sometimes. That idea of imagining the worst case scenarios or imagining unfortunate events in an effort to try and prep yourself for things and to give yourself confidence, Brother Marcus, that you can overcome whatever life may throw at you, so that you can be ready for whatever may come. It's just something you've done, and you do practice it in your meditations, Brother Marcus, isn't it? You have mentioned this before. I think it's fascinating.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't even know if I found out about it and then I did it, or I was doing it default as a way to just cope with a shitty like existence, and it helped me endure this stuff. But yeah, a type of like taking intentional time to reflect on like the worst case scenario or the worst case of being, and then wrapping yourself in that, and then bringing back your awareness to the present moment. And then for me, it's like, wow, even though my life is rough as it is, I'm incredibly grateful, because it like recenters me and my perspective when I do that type of negative visualization.
I think it sounds quite powerful, and it's not something I've ever done. Like, I mean, I catastrophize, but I've never done it as a kind of meditation where I willingly dwell on it and just like compare and contrast it to my own situation as a means of feeling better, but also prepping myself and just realizing that, you know, a lot of it is our emotion and how we face it, you know.
I found the opposite to be more depressive, because when I do a positive visualization, I'm thinking about the dream life, and then I come back to the present moment, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm, not, I'm like, fuck, I'm not even there yet.
Yes, it does. That's very true, Brother Marcus.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, some things work for other people. I don't know. This works for me.
I might do a show on like what I believe in terms of goal setting and reaching for your dreams and stuff. But we could also include that, Brother Marcus. I think that would be useful. Like the whole ambit of different ways to motivate and keep yourself going, you know, in a sensible manner.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I did do something like that, like a goal set. I think goal setting is very important. I don't necessarily do it enough now, but I used to, and it did work actually. You know, different types of goals. You know, micro goals. You know, goals that take a little bit of time, like short term, long term, mid term.
Yeah, I think manageable goals are very important to build competency and like a sense of accomplishment. Yeah.
But also not being afraid to have like a dream board where you throw things on it that, you know, and think about bigger goals, you know, bigger dreams, you know, that you'd like to perhaps aim towards as well. Not stuff that you're necessarily gonna, you know, but maybe you can work towards, you know, and that can change. You know? Yeah, we should do a show on that type of stuff because life is very hard. We do need to try and help people, you know, look after themselves, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. I'm down with that. I'm just waiting for the weather to get better.
Oh, but mate, it was nice today, but it was terrible yesterday. Did you get that rain yesterday, man?
Yeah, because last year I took a pod.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say maybe you were asleep, but yesterday during the day was unbelievable. We had thunder and we had sleet and everything. It was unreal.
Yeah, I mean, last year I took up a new. Sorry, go ahead. I keep interrupting.
Well, I am talking to you, so it's all right. Go ahead, Ross.
No, Fatima, go ahead, man. Go ahead, because you were saying something.
Oh no, I just said it was bad, you know, to like live in the UK in terms of like the weather. Like all I hear is just rain, sleet. Like I can't imagine.
It's not as bad as it has been in other years. It's not that bad at the moment.
Really? No, it's okay. Because like whenever I hear, but okay, that's all.
Yeah, I would recommend everybody try to touch grass, and I feel like that activity is really underrated because, like last year, I downloaded this app, and I started going to the English countryside, across different parts of Essex, just random places, and it was just me and nature, and it was like 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 4 or 5 hours of just walking, fucking picking apples off a tree in a public footpath and eating up. It was just so surreal. It was like there was no stimulus. It was almost like I lost the concept of time or meaning, but in a good way. It was a good type of nihilism because it was almost like I'm walking and there's nothing to do, nobody to be, no one to speak to, but in a positive way. It's almost like I'm just going through this natural process because I was looking around me and I was like, I'm surrounded by this I was like, almost like that Satori stuff they talk about, where it's like almost complete harmony, where the ego stops differentiating. The ego stops dividing itself between the environment and itself, and it stops saying, "Oh, look at this and look at that." It almost like you just merge with the environment, and absolutely amazing. That's the real therapy, in my opinion. I know people do armchair therapy, and it has its benefits, but if you want fucking therapy, man, go out there, man. When the summertime, especially UD&W, English countryside is absolutely beautiful, and it's free as well. And I
do like going outside for walks and hiking and stuff. I actually go to parks a lot, but in terms of walking, I prefer going to woodlands. I love woodland, and I love walking along coastal areas as well. You know, trails along coastal areas. But I really am at home in woodlands. I love walking around in woodlands,
Same
especially when
here.
the light is
You guys,
dappled coming through, and the air is, there's a different smell in woodlands. You know, you get that kind of, it
Yeah.
just smells different. You know, it seems to be
Do you know what?
It's a
Yeah.
different energy too, right? You can't get that energy in other places. It's certainly different.
Hey, Mr. JC in the house. How you doing, sir?
What's going
What's
on,
up?
gents? What's going
Hell
on,
yeah,
man?
man. Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Senor
Do you know what,
JC.
JC? Do you know
Senor
what?
JC.
Yeah, I had this funny idea, JC. Yeah, but I wanted to ask you first. Yeah, you know your laugh. Yeah, I don't know why, but it just fucking reminds me of that laugh. I had the idea of creating a meme. Yeah, and then putting. Do you remember Felix the cat? I don't know why, but my mind matches that laugh. Like literally, go on Google right now, anyone, and type in Felix the cat laughing, and then match his laugh. Tell me that shit is not like fuck
I
you know.
haven't seen Felix the cat in 30 years or something, but I'm gonna look at
Bro,
it and see what his laugh is like.
we need to make a meme out of that shit. Yeah,
fuck.
make sure it's the GIF. Yeah, it has to be the GIF of Felix the cat laughing. Yeah,
I'm
the two
interested.
together.
I'm interested.
You got.
Do it again.
You.
Do it again.
What's this? She talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking.
Okay, man, fuck you.
I love that. I love it.
Oh my lord.
How are you, Joe?
Oh man, I don't do the personal shit because this is the internet. But I will tell you, my brother, he has cancer. It's really bad. He had just started getting an infusion, a new treatment, and a lump came back, and it started bleeding today, and we went to the hospital and all of that stuff. At the oncologist, because they was about to give him no treatment, and it was really horrible. Anyway, that was a short version of saying it started off horrible. The doctor called and says it's not cancerous, which is the greatest news of my life, right? So I had an up and down today.
Well, that's well. At least it kind of ended on some type of
Ooh, man, I was so depressed, buddy. He's been through so much, man. We just had his leg amputated. That's the part I was leaving off, man. And then, and then,
Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Sorry to hear that, man.
it's horrible, bro. And
If the team sends you love, okay? I send you love.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man. We all sending you love, bro. It's like the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball Z. You know what I mean?
From here,
I'm really to hear that.
in other rooms that might
is,
not be so good. It might be scary.
I could go to
It's
sleep
good
like
shit.
that laugh.
I'm really sorry to hear that. Best wishes to them.
Thank you.
That they pull through and get to their full health. You know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But the walks you were just talking about, man, I usually live in Colorado like half the year or something, but at least 6 months a year I'm in Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Nice.
Yeah. And I travel a lot with the YouTube shit. I live in Chicago. I ain't been here really for more than a couple of days at a time. In about 5 years is how much traveling I've been doing. And I've developed that habit of you gotta get out and walk and see nature. My last girlfriend, she get mad if every week I didn't plan some outdoor. And I mean everything, Grand Canyon, Red Rock, what you name it. We've been. The only place we didn't hit together was in California, and I went there alone a couple times. But yeah, I do that shit. And Colorado is all over the place, man. I mean, I could tell you endless place. We'd wake up in the morning and be like, let's find dinosaur footprints. And you can just go, and they got like an Indian reservation. You can go for 30 minutes and ain't a human out there, man. Rattlesnakes is all over the place out there. Or the Grand Canyon, they lose a person a month out there apparently because it's weird. You feel like I feel like there's be guardrails. It's just like no one's watching me. You just go. I could jump over here. No one's looking. It's weird.
Where I live, guys, if you want to know like something scary in America, I live close to I won't tell the state I live in, but I live close to the Appalachian, the mountains, and these things are fucking horrifying. Like there's people who hear like sounds, human sounds, like the marching bands from like the Civil War. Like, and some people think there's like feral humans still living out there in like the Appalachian Trail, and they just like hunt other humans. Yeah, and I think I'm starting to believe that too, because there was a story about one kid that got kidnapped by some like mysterious black hooded figure like in the 1960s, and like he hasn't been seen since, and like the Green Beret tried to like find him, but like they couldn't find him. And it's crazy that the Green Beret of America had to be called in to like find this missing kid. Like if it was an animal, it would be just dismissed, but this was like as urgent enough to call a Green Beret. So some people think that it was like a type of entity that's not known to like humans, or like it's like an inside job or something like that. Yeah.
Joe Cool, bro. I never did ask you this question. We're meant to ask it to everybody when they come here. I'm talking to Joe Cool.
I'm sorry. I gotta run. I gotta go cook my mom something to eat. I'll be back later.
Buddy. No problem. Another time. Yeah.
Later, guys.
Enjoy your meal. Right, guys. We have Patsy here. Patsy, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What did you want to say?
Just good evening, everybody, and we were talking about. I guess we were talking about the people that like Ra and live.
Hold up, Patsy.
Hey, the people like Ra and life abolitionism, the way we deal with it and everything, it's kind of like we don't try to push it on anybody, but it's good to know it and to be aware of it, of what reality is like. It changes you as a person, because just like I say, this didn't hit me until about 2 or 3 years ago. I was going along with all the other NPCs out there, and I'm 67, so about 65, I started to really think about, what was going on, and I put all this stuff together about the system we live under, people having kids for the wrong reasons, basically for selfish reasons. They're thinking about fulfilling their own lives instead of thinking about what the kid's going to go through later on. And I know there'll be some good things, but there'll be a hell of a lot of pain and suffering along the way until they die. Eventually, and everybody's going to die. So you're born to die, okay? That's number one.
True.
And the minute you come out of the womb, the second you come out of the womb, you're wanting to be soothed. You're wanting to be comforted, soothed. There's a need there, and it never ends throughout your life. You're always needing something throughout your whole lifetime. And that's what life is, needing. It's a state of perpetual need. And this is why I became an anti-natalist. This is why I became one. I never had kids. I never wanted kids. Just never had the drive to have one, or the need in my heart to have a kid. Matter of fact, my father, bless his heart, when I got married, I was saying something like, I kind of like entertained the idea of maybe thinking about, having one. And he said, and the first thing he said to me, and I never will forget, he said, this is exactly the way he said it too. He said, they're a joy to have, but Lord have mercy, are they're a problem. They are that kind of thing, kind of like a negative aspect he gave to me about it, and it stuck with me, And later on in life, I realized he was right, because there are a lot of things you have to sacrifice for a kid. There are a lot of problems involved with having a kid. And not only that, the kid goes through things that they shouldn't have to go through in life. Starting in school, when they start going to school, going through the whole life. But that's the main reason why I became, and then I started later on.
All right, Patsy, we heard this. We heard this before.
And I don't know if anybody else heard it though. But the last 3
Go
years, I
ahead.
thought thinking about the system that we're under, that we live under. The whole thing about that, and that kind of really gave off a negative deal in my head. I started thinking, this is not a good life to be involved in. It's not the way it's set up. It's not a good setup.
Yeah, he looks like that David Grohl, actually. Have you heard that before?
I'm
I
sorry.
have indeed. I've heard that before. Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Sorry, I was talking to Ragnarok, who's graced
Okay.
us with his visage and his extreme amounts of hair. So, Patsy, I want to ask. I don't think I've ever asked you this one. Well, first of all, please maybe deliberate or think about what is going on.
I think you asked me that before.
Did I? Sorry,
Yeah.
I've forgotten what you said. Bye.
I think I don't know. It's I think it's I call it a cosmic joke. Just existence itself. Nobody can explain it. Nobody can explain it, so it has to be a cosmic joke. That's what's going on.
And okay, and have you ever had a strange paranormal experience, Patsy?
No, not at all.
See, we have Peter here. Peter, you're in the Finding Gnosis show. Looks like you just came out of, your local hair salon. You're looking very shiny there, very bouncy.
It's my natural hair.
Okay. What is going on?
I'm all right. I was just enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
When I was young, I figured out that the government and a lot of the system was lying to us, right? I didn't like that growing up, and I had beliefs when I was younger that are no longer pertinent, or they're not on solid rock, and it goes back to when Jesus said, you got to watch how you build your house. Some people were like, oh, you need to be careful how you build your house. They didn't take it in a different way, a way that I see it. If you build your philosophy on sand, if you build your truth on like something that's not like, the whole term foundational, if it's something that cannot hold your worldview, somebody could come in and just boop and absolutely just knock out your entire worldview, and then you're sinking through the sand, right? So it is a bit of a metaphor. So the way I took it, like, I had to destroy the rot of what I used to believe in, and then moving forward, I applied, like, I needed to build on a proper rock, a proper foundation, because the house was shaky, right? So some of my beliefs when I was younger just didn't make, admitting you were wrong is a sign of intelligence every time. I think anybody can agree with that. And I know some people want an answer as to why we suffer. I think that's why. We build our philosophies, our political thesis, our religions, certain things on a rock. Like, do you know why Jesus built the church on Peter? People would say, oh, I heard American Protestant, well-known theologian, he mentioned, oh, he built on Peter. Is Peter the rock? He claimed that Peter's not the rock. He was all like, but Peter fell, so Peter's wobbly. But his fallacy came forward because he didn't know what Jesus was building on. the entire fact that you can get redemption no matter how many times you fall, right? The denial of three, right? No matter how many times you fall, you can get back up. You fell through the water while you were walking, you can get back up. The entire reason Peter is the rock of the church, you could say, is because the philosophical foundation of redemption is the entire point. So when we're wrong about something, that self-correction is the very being of repentance, and it doesn't even have to be a religious thing, all sorts of other things. It could be philosophical, it could be principles, right? Like I believe in consent as being sacred. Somebody who doesn't believe that, they're obviously not going to think the same thing. But when it comes to a wobbly foundation, when you identify being wrong in your own self, like, hey, I was wrong about this, some people are ashamed to admit that they were wrong, but it's actually the first thing you need to do to renovate. That's what I wanted to put forth.
Thank you for that, Ragnar. Rather wonderful impromptu sermon. Patsy, has that swung it?
You cut out, darling. You cut
Well,
out.
I'm saying Ragnar came on here.
Uh-huh.
Rather wonderful impromptu sermon talking about Jesus and building the church on solid foundations. Peter was the rock in that version of events, and he's saying perhaps you are building your philosophical outlook on sand. It's on shaky ground. Perhaps you need to seek firmer terrain, more depth with stronger foundations. At the moment, you're in danger of being swept away by any old wave, and you may be taken out to sea and never seen again.
I personally don't think he was directing that at me.
He was directing it at everybody, and given that you are in opposition to him for the most part, I asked, did that swing it for you?
Well, I'm just, as far as the church is concerned, that might not even be religious. That could be a foundation of any kind. A foundation, whatever your foundation is your foundation. And it's got to be solid. And my foundation is solid. Because it's built on realism.
Yeah, I think like there are. How do I fit in? I just came in from walking outside. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I mean, my foundation is built on realism. So it's solid as it is.
What is realism built on, though? Think about
What it is.
Truths and propositions.
What is realism?
There you go. See, the truth. If the truth is your foundation, you shall stand. That's
The
language.
truth, yes, the
Language is truth. Language.
And the truth
Yeah,
is
but which truth?
Yeah, exactly. There is many truths.
Which truth? You're a Christian or you're a fucking.
There is
By the
no
way,
monolith.
what you said last time was absolute nonsense. Aramaic is a fucking language, by the way.
Wow.
It's not a people. You said your Aramaic. Aramaic is a language. It's not a people. But yeah,
Do you
just
know
answer
why I
this
look
guy.
this way? You think
I don't give a shit
Aramaic is
why you
not a
look that
people?
way. That's a
You
fucking
look
red
like
herring.
Jesus. I'll give you that. You
Oh
look
my
like
god, he's
Jesus.
gonna tell us. He's gonna tell us that actually the person who said Aramaic is a language and not a people is a conspiracy against. Whatever.
Mate,
no.
you're
Yeah.
literally saying the people of Jesus don't exist. You're fucking weird, man. You want to talk
Who
about
are the
truth,
people of
you fucking
Jesus?
make a lie.
Because last time I checked, Muslims believe in Jesus. Why are they not the people of
Yes, they
Jesus?
do.
See?
Yes, they believe in Jesus. Yes, he's
So
gonna
who are the
slay.
people of Jesus? The Protestants, the Evangelists, the Catholics. Who are the people of Jesus, my friend? The Old
Yes, everyone
Testament,
who
the
believes
New
in
Testament.
Jesus is the people of
Yeah.
Jesus.
The ethnic group that Mother Mary was from is the Aramaic people of the Judaic tribes. Do you
Aramaic is
understand?
not a people; it is a language. Go and
Yes, it
research
You said
this and get
Judaic.
back to me.
Which one is it?
You
Oh
you
my
seek to
god!
speak of the truth, but then you make a lie in your tongue in cheek.
No.
Okay, so I challenge everybody to do a quick Google search. Aramaic, is it a people or a language? And then we'll see who's lying and who's telling the truth.
I have to say, you may be wrong, Russ. There were people Remains.
No, but Aramaic is a language. It's not a people.
Yeah, but the
He's trying to say
Aramaeans
the word.
spoke Aramaic. Oh, I see what you mean.
Look
I
at
see
me
what you
right
mean.
now. Okay?
I see what
Look
you
at me
mean.
right now and
So,
tell me I'm not Aramaic.
What do you mean? You could pass for anything, my friend. There's fucking people from Greece that look like you. What are you
There's
talking
people
about?
from Italy, Greece, Russia,
Yeah.
Sweden. They look exactly like you, Peter.
Oh my god, man.
On the funny note, instead of Raz's bullshit, I'm gonna say this: it's hair metal night. And Fatima, you got that hair metal, bro.
Oh, thank you.
Hair metal gang, bro. Yo, the bald gang is always jealous. You know what it is.
Hell yeah, yes, exactly. And I'm wearing one of my favorite shirts, a Turkey. I like that shirt, Turkey.
I've been told I look like a statue of Zeus on a good day. I just got to work out more.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go back to the main point. What Patsy said. At the end of the day, that's her truth. So you can't undermine somebody else's concept of reality because yours is radically different.
It's impossible to undermine anyone's truth because everyone works from what I call a hinge proposition, which everyone has. Everyone has their own hinge proposition, where it's like it's
in a world of lies, Jesus Christ is the truth. That's what it is.
To you,
here we go.
to you,
More religious
to you.
fucking
But to someone in freaking Somalia, it's Muhammad and Allah. To someone inside Myanmar, it's Buddha. So you know, it's not. It's pretty variable on where you're born into the region of the world.
It's just a big dose of copium. At least Patsy's got the fucking balls to look at reality objectively.
So you like quoting Marx? You like quoting Marx, a man who never worked for himself a day in his life.
I appreciate that.
Marx? What do you mean? You see, this is the thing about these guys, is they have these talking points. If you don't agree with them, you're a cultural Marxist. Yeah,
you're taking talking points from Marx. The copium
and
of
you
the
take
masses.
fucking talking points.
I'm about to correct you on Marx. Marx wasn't really against religion as much as people strawman is. He says that on a descriptive scale, religion, if communism is achieved, won't be really that much of a necessary force because in his own theoretical world of communism, all of the needs are met. Now, I don't agree with that, but we have to steelman Marx. Marx was not angrily anti-religious as what people wanted him to make out to be.
He was more of an economist, that's for sure.
Okay, yeah, but a lot of economists were Christians, like not just like atheistic or like agnostic or secular humanists like Marx was.
So I'm not here to argue the truth of like religion and stuff like that. Now, have you I'll ask you, Rez Al Ghul, just in good faith, have you had a moment, whether from youth to now, that you knew you were wrong about something and you had to readjust? You had to readjust your foundational thinking. You know, just an honest question. I'm not even trying to
Many times.
Many times. That's what me too.
I did. I definitely did. I did about three years ago. I did.
Like, guys, could you believe that just last year, I wish fucking brother the Marcus was here because I used to be a hardcore like Neoplatonist back then until I start to examine my own reasonings and justifications. I was like, wait a minute, this can't be right because I find these other theories to be just a bit more compelling to me in terms of their reasoning and justifications. And that's, I never fully critically critical myself until like last year. Yeah, very harshly too.
I've noticed some people have all of you look, we have our disagreements, but I'm sure we can find an agreement on this situation. Some people have a very hard time acknowledging that they're wrong, like without putting religion in. Like, you might think Jesus is wrong and I'm going to think he's the truth. Let's not argue about that. Let's stick it to philosophical speaks in the sense of philosophy, right? You have some people who hold on to nihilism too much, and I'm more of an optimist.
You're absolutely right. It is true, and they are very annoying. You know, we've all met people, right, who can never admit when they're wrong about something.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I mean. What do you guys think caused that? Do you think it's pride? I think so.
Pride, yes, pride.
It's a type of narcissism, isn't it? It's
narcissism.
Yeah, it's more narcissism.
Sorry.
Yeah. Immaturity, perhaps, sometimes as well. Maybe not just narcissism, but maybe just a dislike of the person talking to, perhaps. There's all manner of reasons.
But do you know what's funny that you bring it up, because isn't it just a self-defense mechanism of the ego to not have its fragile narrative shattered? Which, sorry to say this, but religious people at the heart of that example, my friend. You know,
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
like
they
in
are.
light,
I'm more of a
in light,
I'm more of a spiritual
Definitely.
person, and I
No,
asked you to keep it
I
to
used to be
I
like
never
philosophical
that too,
said.
things.
Bracken. Peter, I used to be the same way. Like I used to believe when I believe and not listen to other like points is because it's because like I just was scared to like be in the realm of uncertainty and being wrong until I grew up. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna hear out every possible explanation, epistemology, theories about what reality and what philosophy should be and how to decipher truth. And that's why I don't really believe in Platonism anymore. I used to heavily back then, but I don't anymore. You know.
Right. But like Ra's al Ghul is trying to like bring up this notion that like maybe you're wrong about believing in Jesus. Like that's is that what I'm sensing here? Like you're trying to redirect the conversation to that?
But
Because
here's
like
the
I
thing,
asked
though.
you,
Yeah.
let me speak.
But
I asked you to keep it to philosophical sense. So I'm actually a very spiritual person. I can literally agree with you with so many different ways when it comes to how there is a very good critique against dogmatic religion. You do not completely understand who I am, and putting me in a box will not help. So before you build the straw man, let's stick it to steel man philosophy situations. It's just a simple notion of the difference between people who can admit they're wrong or not. Don't try to be like, oh, you're wrong about Jesus, so you need to do this. That's not a conversation. Okay.
Okay,
well,
so
here.
just to respond to that, hold on. Let me respond to that. So
Okay.
first of all, the reason why I do push that on you is because you explicitly say, not just to me, across this panel, well, I believe in Jesus Christ. Well, guess what, my friend? You're in a public discussion forum. So when you make such statements, you
Claims.
just expect, yeah, you just expect a
Well,
rebuttal. Just like anybody who makes an
okay.
assertion is
No,
open to
I can
rebuttal.
expect a
So
rebuttal,
don't
but
be
I can
sensitive
also
about
expect
Jesus
good faith.
Christ because we had
No,
a
We
Muslim
are
guy on
speaking in
here.
good faith.
Wait,
We are
let
speaking
me
in good faith.
finish. Okay,
In a
wait, don't
forum, you
interrupt
don't
me.
speak
Can you
about
let
the
me speak?
people in the
You're
forum. You
interrupting
speak
me.
about the
Oh
ideas
my God,
being
this guy's
said.
interrupting me. Here we
And that's
go.
something
Well,
you can't do.
We had a Muslim. Listen. I heard your conversation with Danny in that, and you played the victim card that you were outnumbered. Yeah, please don't interrupt. Let me
oh
finish my point. I
yeah, that
promise I'll
wasn't
let
very
you.
smart of
See,
you.
I
And I
actually
told you
said
That
I
wasn't
guys.
was
very smart of you, Peter.
You
glad that
interrupted
happened.
me. You just brought. Okay, please don't interrupt me. I promise. Once I finish, I'll listen to every fucking word you say. Can we agree on that? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the reason I say you played the victim card is because I had fucking noodles, vegan equilibrium, D&W. I was at a whole panel of vegans, and I went with them, and I never once complained that I was outnumbered. And then you started saying all the shit. But at the end of the day, you chose to fucking go in a forum, and just because you're outnumbered, I mean, like, why are you pulling the victim card? Oh, because I'm religious and I'm Christian. They don't like me, and like, what are you talking about, man? That's
All right.
basically, I heard your
Let me
last
answer.
conversation.
But let
Yeah,
me
it's
answer.
just let me just finish my closing point. It's a public discussion forum. Yeah, it's not wrong to challenge people's points. That's why we're all here to learn from each other. I'm not here to make a
Right,
mockery of you per se, because, like you said, I don't even know you. But I will challenge certain points that people put forth, and in return, I get my point challenged as well. It's part of the discourse. Go ahead.
See, all right. Now let me say this, okay? In a forum, we discuss ideas, not the people who are in the forum, right? People talk about people, they're stupid. People talk about ideas, they're smarter. Now, that's not to tell you you're stupid. I'm just saying I asked you to talk about a certain idea, how the difference between people who can admit that they're wrong or not. And I told you specifically, don't bring up religion. You went and brought up religion, and you decided to argue against my belief in Christ when I asked you, we don't even need to talk about that. So you steered the conversation to pointing it at me. Okay, whatever. Like that's not really what forums do, unless it's the specific idea of that person that's being spoken of. But that's not what's happening. We're talking about the philosophical inability or ability to admit that we're wrong at some point in time. You decided to turn the conversation around and try to tell me that I'm wrong for believing in Jesus Christ. It's never going to happen. It is a moot conversation. So let's go back to the whole notion of being in a forum talking about ideas, correct? We can challenge each other's ideas. I asked you to challenge the notion of how people can be either accept that they were wrong or not. What you're trying to do is put me on some sort of trial. This is not a court, it is a forum. This is not the place to try to put
But
somebody in a position. Let me finish. And on your other point, yes, there were people surrounding me. I did not act like a victim. I said I am vindicated by how they are treating me. Thank you.
Fatima, go ahead. You want to say
Okay,
something?
I want to move on. Danny's here, guys.
Danny Shine.
Danny!
Hey, Danny, how's it going, mate?
Danny, you've got another
Sorry.
AN dad here.
Oh, yes.
Why is this?
He just put me in a box. Ian Dad, I like that one. Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Danny?
That's good. That's good.
Oh, okay.
I think it's hypocrisy being a father and AN.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Better late than
Danny,
never.
wait, can I just say one thing? Sorry, Danny, I just want to say I really appreciate all the stuff you've done. I've been watching you on and off throughout your days with the megaphone, and especially your current series with the podcast with, I think, that chap you have around you, Nolan. Very inspiring, fucking amazing stuff. I just want to say thank you so much, because that shit was like gospel to me last year. Because sometimes I'll be driving in my car and that was like gospel to me. I'll just put it on while I'm driving. I'll be listening to your dialogue and I'll be like, man, like this is exactly how I feel, how I think. So really appreciate the stuff you do. But
If anybody is familiar with it, go on Social Experimentalist channel. He's got a podcast there, and they are both AN dads, which is really interesting.
Interesting, Danny.
Yeah.
and even your recent stint when you went to Cyprus and you just put that whole concept in my head where, you know what, you don't actually have to do this, you can do this. And it was a really, really good stuff. Really appreciate the stuff you do, man. Yeah.
Any advice, Danny, for Russ, considering your shared kind of
Well, it's funny you should say that, because we were speaking. I think we even spoke on a recent podcast about this very recently, speaking about how rare it is that there's any parents that are regretful for what they've done, and furthermore, if they're I've yet to meet any parents that are as radically opposed and tell their children in no uncertain terms that they are absolutely radically opposed to their children having children. So once you realize this as a parent, in my opinion, once you realize what a terrible mistake that you've made bringing someone and starting their lives, then I think it's your duty to do the very best you can to explain and warn your children to absolutely not do that. And I don't know how old your child is, but you can start at any age to start to cleverly wind it into your child's understanding that they don't need to do the same thing that you've done.
Yeah, and your video, Danny, your podcast video was "It's Nobody's Fault," and oh God, did it hit on oh Lord, it was like bingo. I mean, everybody needs to listen to that. Everybody needs to go to the site and listen to that video. It's nobody's fault. It's not your fault or something like that. It's not your fault.
Danny. Yes.
Yeah. Read that. Listen to that one, y'all. And it hits on all the points about anti-natalism. I mean, it hits it right between the eyeballs.
Yeah. It really, it's true. It's true. We're all victims of the diabolical con of DNA. We're all victims.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Anytime you don't give consent to being being born into the world, you're a victim. You're what do you call it? When somebody hurts you without you wanting them to do it, what's the word for that I'm looking for? Violated. You are violated.
Yeah.
Okay. In a certain kind of term, when you don't get to ask to be here.
Correct.
In the first place.
Correct. And it also,
but Danny, is it not extremely important? I mean, look, the other guy you do the podcast, he's somewhat of a, like, I think he's definitely got genius, as do you. You got like genius street philosopher kind of traits, you know. But no matter how simple you are and how polished your rhetoric, is it not an uphill task, near enough impossible? I mean, he said on the show he used to try and influence his progeny. I don't know how that. I think he said on the show how that went. and you too are finding it difficult. I mean, it's not easy.
No, it's a thankless and it's a very difficult task, especially with your own children. But it's, in a way, I struggle with many things, and one of the things that I find sort of difficult is and question is whether it's even worth. Although I've just said that I think it's your duty to try and put your children off, right? Someone's just made a comment in the that you can't, that you don't get to tell adults what to do, aka having children, right? Or aka children. I anyway, whatever. And the truth is that I can't control them. I can only try and express my position. And the question is whether it's even worth spending too much time on my own children, because that sometimes your own family are the last people to get it. In fact, if you give me a moment, I will read a couple of comments from one of the, I think even from that the Nobody Is to Blame video. I'll just hold on a second. I'll just see if I can find it. Someone says something like hold on a second. Let me just go and get it, and I'll come back to you. But the point being that yes, it's a thankless task, and yes, there's it's so difficult. The thing is, it's a classic example of the idea is so simple, really. When it's so simple, but it's so difficult to actually get. It's so difficult because everything you see, everything you watch, everything in the press, and every cell in your body is telling you the opposite. So it's so difficult. And I was doing a talk today. Actually, it was a really nice crowd in King's Cross, and there was a guy that was kind of making claims about. I was suggesting smart people don't have kids. That was my sign. And there was a guy who's obviously a bright guy, and he was coming up with some idea about how that it's actually, no, it's not that smart. I mean, it's not that it's stupid. Maybe it's a bit irrational anyway. And I said to him, your body will try, and your mind are so controlled by DNA that you're clutching at straws to try and find a reason to do it. And he came up to me afterwards and he said to me, you know what, I know you're right. I know you're right, and I don't intend to have kids, but I still find myself wanting to argue for it. So it's a very difficult thing to actually get, even though it's an unassailable position. There's nothing that I've come across that that rebuts this idea, because it's just unassailable. It's just so obvious, really, when you get it, but it's so counterintelligence. It's so difficult to get it.
Yeah, it's when I was listening to that video, it kind of really hit me, and it was so right. Is it said that your DNA is what causes it, that drive, and it's all based on survival.
Yeah, exactly.
Survival of the species.
Yeah.
I mean, that's built into.
It's such a funny thing.
Anybody that can fight against that is smart.
Yeah.
That's what was said.
Yeah.
And
it's so funny, because so often when people don't think about their answers, but so often when I speak about it in public, people say, but if I don't have kids, how is the species going to survive? Without realizing. And the number of people that have said that, and that's just a crazy nutty thing to say, but so many people say that. Anyway, I've just found the comment. So Mike Donegan 6665 says on this Nobody Is to Blame, he says, my brother, father of two, finally gets anti-natalism. So yes, my children may never get it, but I can see that some people are starting, a tiny number are starting to get it. And then there's another comment that someone says, Base Hell 666 says, I'm listening with my oldest son right now, 20 years in the maelstrom. My apologies have been accepted, and he won't be making the same mistakes.
Wow, that's really cool. Though their names are kind of weird, like 666. What the fuck? Are they all like Satanists?
Or maybe they believe the world is satanic.
True, yeah, no, but it's good though. Like this is kind of like I'm an AN who doesn't have any kids, so like, so I'm kind of in the clear, right? I don't plan to have any, so
Well
yeah,
done.
but it's good. Yeah, I'm 25, so like yeah, and but I'm very certain of this, yeah. So, but I find it very interesting that there's parents who realize about this. But I always say it's better late than like it's better to like admit that you're wrong now while you're alive than just die being wrong, until you're dead, right?
And do you know what? Yeah, sorry, can I just follow that up? I think, yeah, people need to do you know, one of the most fucking traumatic things I ever witnessed was childbirth. And it's not just the childbirth, it's the complications. And
Yes.
oh my fucking god, bro! Like Danny, I know you've
Yeah.
had more kids than me. Like a lot of people, they think, oh, birth is it's this beautiful spectacle of nature, and obviously this, like, you don't know what it's like, yeah, unless you've spent a week when your wives are going through all the shit, and then the specialist comes in and tells you, oh, we need to do this right now. There's a 50% chance that your wife might die or your baby might die, and you're fucking sitting there thinking, number one, what the fuck is going on? Number two, I don't even have time to process these emotions. Number three, what the fuck am I going to do if A, my wife dies, B, my child dies, or C, they both die? How the fuck, do you know what I mean? Like,
That's a valid
and not
concern.
only that, have you ever been in a fucking maternal ward, yeah, and you just hear women screaming through the walls? It's like a fucking hell simulation. Like literally, like you're sleep deprived. Your wife hasn't given birth yet, but you can hear these women screaming. Like it's so visceral, bro. I'm not even joking. Like
It's interesting.
I wish people could witness it. Like spend a week of sleeping on the floor next to your wife, watching her go through all the suffering, knowing
Oh
that the
no.
baby and your wife might die. Yeah. And also listening to the guttural screams of women in adjacent wards is fucking crazy, bro. Like I'm not even joking. But yeah, sorry.
It
No,
wouldn't
Ragnar.
put some people. It wouldn't put a lot of people off. It would. This is the crazy thing. Like, all these things you're saying, it would only put sensitive souls off. Not everybody is a sensitive soul.
You're right. I mean, I had a case of a friend of ours who had a kid born.
Sorry.
There was a kid whose kid was born without a head, dead without a head, and had to go through the whole birth thing, only to have a kid. And she knew that kid didn't have a head, and she had to go through the whole birth thing, and she then had another kid. Nuts.
How do you do that? Like how
believe that.
how do you
And do you know what's
justify
yeah,
that?
sorry, go.
That's funny.
And do you know what's funny, Patsy and guys? Sorry, DNW, just a quick one. What's funny is even with my wife, like she remembers all that shit, but like you guys said, that DNA, it like is so powerful. It's such a powerful force. Like, but it's like the DNA is almost like it will persuade her, like, oh. But we should have another one. And she knows, like, I'm an anti-natalist. Like, there's no more. I've actually told her that I will end up dissolving this marriage and I will leave if you even ask, like, if you go down that route. Because I said to her, I would rather die than have another kid and go through all of that shit again and all this other stuff. So she knows, like, this is where it's at right now. There is absolutely no chance. But still, she still flirts. She flirts with the idea when she could have died. She could have, our child could have died, and she still flirts with the idea of putting herself back in that position. It's fucking crazy, guys. Honestly, sorry.
It's been clinically proven. It's been clinically proven. It's
married her, not the kid.
It's been clinically proven that if you ask a lady shortly after giving birth how painful it was, in a lot of cases, the average will be something like 9 out of of how painful it was. But if you go to the same woman like 6 months later and ask her, she might rate it like 5 or 6 out of 10. Like it's clinically proven they forget how painful
Yes,
it was.
it's because of the hormones that are released after birth. It fucking
Again,
makes you forget.
Yeah, not that matters now because a lot of them take the epidural. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Right. Tell your wife that you married her, not the kid.
Yeah, no, she knows, Patsy. Trust me, man. Like, I'm not having any more kids. It's not gonna happen. So
Yeah,
100%.
good. That's very good, bro.
Has it caused raised voices, cold shoulders at night? I mean, how does she take it?
Well, she wasn't happy with it, but like I said, DW earlier on, in life is very short, so you should live your own truth and you should stick to your guns, even if it means you walk alone. Fuck it, because yeah, like life's not worth living. It's not worth to live somebody else's
It
life.
sounds
It's
like
better to live your own.
it sounds like you've got your third amigo for your future world tour.
Just one technical quick thing. Why have you got that horrible reverb on your voice?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Let me try and fix that. Everyone's complaining about it. I don't know is the answer.
Yeah, I like it better when you sound just like natural DNW. You sound more.
I don't know how.
Don't ever
Is
do
that better?
anything.
Is that better?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
That's better.
Don't ever do
Okay.
anything to satisfy.
Fatima, I was going to ask you, very interesting. Like, I know you have a different philosophy, but what brought you to anti-natalism or not having kids or whatever you want to call it? Like, what brought you to that position?
Just like whenever like I saw like how hard it is to be a parent with my own parents, divorce, just experience first. Like I knew in the back of my head, okay, I don't want to let any other kid like me experience this. I thought this when I was 11, right? And then I found the philosophy when I was 18 because before then, like a year ago, I was heavily into like philosophy and existentialism. So I first read like Dostoevsky, Sartre, Nietzsche, and then after Nietzsche, I found Schopenhauer, and then that's how I got into anti-natalism. Was through first it was like a personal like just like self-realization that like, damn, like I don't think it's good to bring anyone here because they can experience what I experienced growing up. And then after that, I started to read the literature and philosophy, and I became convinced ever since I was 18. And I only saw just minor tweaks against it and minor like realizations that I can't spread the idea everywhere. But for me, in like a private personal matter, I'm still vehemently AN.
I think it's interesting because from my look, people in general, like amateur anthropology and sociology and studying society, it's just so interesting how many people don't think about it at all, and also how many people don't seem to like their kids. I've seen a lot of that as well, and like you could like some people don't like their parents, then they go on and have kids. I mean, I'm not saying I just find it all very interesting as a kind of scientific curiosity. It just shows you how powerful it is, and that's why it may be futile to try and persuade people. But no, I don't know. I think I was talking to another friend today, and I said, look, none of this shit's gonna matter in 50 years. Be genetically engineered, and you're gonna be plugged into something to make you feel happy all the time. It's like we look. Existence is really fucking weird, and I don't know if we have as much control as people like to think we do.
Existence is just very, very uncertain to me. Like anything can go really, really well or really, really wrong. And like I'd rather not let anyone experience any type of anxiety or certainty about a choice that they have to make. Yeah, and that's why I choose. Yeah.
If Danny can't convince his own kids to be like him, what hope is there?
What hope is there? Well, the thing is that like, I don't want to sound like an.
Danny is like, you got to admit he's a force of nature.
Yeah, he is.
And if you were in his house like 20, for, in some cases for a long time, like a week at a time or whatever, however long they stay with him, I don't know. Is it not amazing that he can't even like what is?
I mean,
but you know what? I have a very interesting point on this because I believe. Well, I don't know much about Danny's children, but I can only assume they're youngish. And when you're young, you're very naive and you're very impressionable, and the world is your oyster, so to speak. But I do believe that's why, like, when I see people like Patsy and Chickpea, it really makes me think because they've, don't want to sound too morbid, but they've probably seen their parents die. They've gone through life, like they've seen the good side, but they've also seen the reality, like what's waiting for you. Like, I don't mean to sell doom and gloom, Patsy, but I can only imagine, like, you've had you've probably been married, or you've had a long relationship. You've seen your parents die. You've had many pets, and now you've reached a stage where you're like, okay, that was life. Whereas young people, they're full of hormones. The world is their oyster. They think they know it all. And you know what?
Generally in the best
I can't
health of their
really,
lives.
yeah, I can't bash them because I used to be like that. We all used to be like that, quite to be honest. So it will only take some time for them to actually realize, like you said, DMW, what's really going on here. And then when you sit down and you peel back the layers of the onion, you start to see things very clearly. Because we had this guy, I don't know if he's here, is Ragnarok gone?
Yeah,
But
he's gone.
he's
He's
very,
been gone for a while now.
yeah, he's very sensitive about the word religion, and he gets triggered a
Yes.
lot. But like I said, only this truth can set you free. And I'm not here to make people a-religious or to drop their religion, but I'm here on a quest, and hopefully we can all seek truth together. But it may just be that you might have to peel back that layer of the onion that you really don't want to peel back because you're scared there might not be nothing there, which is a metaphor for, well, maybe my religious views are bullshit and I'm not willing to entertain that because I might fall into nihilism. You know what I mean? Which I understand because it happened to me as well. But the most important thing is everybody needs to wake up because look at the state of this world. Yeah. I'm not saying it's ever been a great place, but especially so now. We're like on the brink of World War III.
We are in World War III.
Especially to the people in Britain, like we're entering in such a dystopian era. Like people can't even afford their own houses. They're working like slaves. Nobody's happy. They're still producing kids. You know, I used to have this conversation with a lot of my friends, and that is like, what if you choose to have kids? Think about this. What fucking future are those kids going to have? They're not even going to be able to own their own home. There's no generational wealth. They're just going to be slaves. Literally, they're going to be mentally ill. They're going to be.
They'll find a way. We all did.
No.
But they'll be unhappy but alive.
Yeah, but who's to say in finding a way they might not become serial killers or fucking psychopaths in order to survive?
Exactly. The freaking scarcity.
Well, it will
and,
make for interesting viewing on Netflix 20 years
afterwards. Oh, why'd you say that? Yeah, maybe.
It will make someone very rich making a documentary on it.
Yeah, another freaking Ed Gein or Jeffrey Dahmer.
That's why I believe, like, if there is a demiurge or a god or something, like he has no position to condemn anyone to hell. Even let's just play that position, because like you literally create a simulation which forces people to become somewhat sociopathic and psychopathic in order to quote unquote survive. Because I'm sure, like, obviously some people can contain certain genes that makes them more prone to certain behaviors. Science could probably tell us a lot about that. But at the same time, I'm sure, like, people like Adolf Hitler and all these other maniacs and evil, quote unquote, evil people, they used to be babies at one point. You know what I mean? And then what happened? How did they get to that point? So I just believe, like,
used to be a baby. Yeah.
Yeah, and like you just look at reality and you just think, like, sometimes in order to survive, people have to, like, they become dark, and this world is very dark. It's not completely dark. I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's all dark and there's no hope, but it is a very twisted place, man. I mean, if you look at everything, like I was talking to one of my friends about, like, when you look at like contracts, especially in the UK, like when you enter into like a gym contract or a mobile phone contract or a mortgage, like, you don't understand how fucking the cards have been stacked against you, my friend. You know what I mean? Like, these companies have literally paid top tier lawyers to draft these contracts to literally take all the leverage in their corner and give you nothing. And like, you're just like this puny little mortal running around trying to spin these plates. The mortgage is going up because of this and this and that, and it's like, it's just fucking never ending suffering.
It's just unfair. It's unfair. It's unfair. It's almost like we're.
Sorry, the word mortgage means death knell, and when just to small point is when I years ago found this out. But you know, when you go to borrow money for an inverted commas for a mortgage, you're the bank is creating the money out of thin air. They're allowed to just create the money out of thin air, and they have to pay it back. By the way, the money gets destroyed at the end of the mortgage, but in the meantime, you've paid double the amount of money back to them, which they just made out of thin air. I mean, it's just it's beyond belief. And if people knew that, I mean, well, you know, there's nothing they can do about it anyway. But it's all insane. But don't forget as well what you just to wind back to what you said about the birth and the horrors of birth. It's not just the world being a terrible place. It's putting someone into a human body that is a terrible crime. Even if it was in a world which was a decent place, it's still putting someone in a body is a terrible, terrible idea. The human body is so badly designed, and it's so you know. Just today, for example, I got a call from a guy that lives in our house who escaped from. We have a guy living with us who escaped from being in a very strict Jewish religious cult, and he's the poor guy. He left his house and he left his parents, and they don't even speak to him. Right, he's one of 10 children, and he called me from Sharm el-Sheikh. He managed to get a few quid together from his slave job, and he went to live went for a couple of weeks to Sharm el-Sheikh, and he just moved his knee. He's got some problem that comes every so often, and he's in absolute agony, screaming in agony in the middle of Egypt, doesn't know what to do. It's just one example of all the things that can go wrong with the human body, never mind the whole system, of course, which you're absolutely right, against you. It's just the whole thing is just, it's such a horror show. I'm sorry to be, to be negative about it. I often also count my blessings because I've been very, very lucky, even this year with the cancer and the accident that I've had. But it's just, there's so many things that can go wrong, do go wrong, and will go wrong. It's crazy.
The human body is designed to deteriorate.
Yeah, it's horrendous, isn't it? How old are you?
Year by year, you're going down. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just about as plain simple as you can get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just real and being real. Okay. I always will be. And one thing I got to say about this having babies, this is something I've observed over time, and it hit me pretty soon. Okay, years ago. But when two people get married, okay, and they love each other so much, and they pay so much attention to each other, they're just the two little peas in a pod, and they're doing everything to satisfy each other. And then this baby comes along, okay? Everything changes. I'm talking about the whole world changes. Matter of fact, the parents are nothing. They're like zero. All the attention goes to the kid, okay? Everything else is just white. You got me? So that's another thing that bothers me about it. Okay, you marry the person for what they are, who they are. You love the person, and then you bring this other thing in there, and the relationship it takes a big turn. The whole dynamics change of the relationship.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, it does.
100%. That's so true. Like, if I can just give my 2 cents, when it comes to, because the thing is, I don't even know if human beings are meant to be monogamous. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but I do believe like this whole thing. Because if you
There's
think
more
about
plurality, yes. There's more like options for them, yes.
I'm not saying that you should be polyamorous and swinging around every weekend, but I'm just saying like how can you tell me that you're gonna 100% still like this person? Because we all change. Let's be honest, guys. Like, you might have a certain mindset in year 1, 2, 3 of the marriage, but after year 3, you might radically change. Whereas she still has that mindset, or maybe vice versa. She might change and you're the same. So it creates conflict, and then now marriage kind of locks you into this thing, and it's like I know our friend Ragnarok's gone, but the reason I attack religion a lot is because religion is the institution that instills all this bullshit into people in the first place. That you need to blindly fucking get married. You need to have kids. They pretty apart from certain religions, niche ones, they all promote it. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they all promote, multiply, that type of rhetoric. Monogamy, marriage, all of this shit is pushed onto people, indoctrinated. So what ends up happening is all of these innocent people end up getting themselves into catch-22s, like Danny rightly said, you cannot get yourself out of. Once you have a kid, it's a lifelong project.
Yep.
That's if it goes well, yeah? In minimum 18 years, yeah. Once you get married, it's almost like a lifelong thing, because if you separate, you might have to fucking pay alimony and child support. Not saying you shouldn't pay child support, but there's a lot of catch-22s in these things, and because of religion, it instills these fucking hard concepts into people and doesn't allow them to critique it, whereas they could have saved themselves if they did critique it. So that's why I go after religion a lot, because religion is to blame for a lot of this shit. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, here's the thing: is that religion has helped people, but it also has hurt people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, when it comes to politics and power structures, which I know we all hate politics and discussing them, but unfortunately, politics does influence everything we do.
Whatever.
What? Okay, but I'm
meaningless hot air in a deterministic universe.
All right, yeah, but to get to my point, it's just that it's okay to criticize anything. You should criticize anything, and you can get mad, but just so you know that you're gonna get criticized for the rest of your life and until the last day of your lives. Yes.
Like if you look at societies that are not so religious, like Japan, they've to the country's detriment, quote unquote, and the government, they've stopped having kids. But that shows me they're an intelligent population, much more than religious ones around the world.
An act of reason in that. It might not be that they're thinking about it either. It may be.
I think it's a mixture of both.
I would argue they are D&W because
I think you're probably right. I think they probably are thinking about it.
Because, like in Japan, the average working week is fucking 80 hours.
Maybe they want to. They're just being very picky.
Yeah, but having the discretion to do that is what I really I find praiseworthy. Whereas some people are just religious automatons because the book said it, because God said it. It's the right thing to do, and that whole moral compass bullshit. Rather than looking at the situation with their own intelligence and saying, "Hang on a second, look at the state of this world. I'm not bringing a kid into it. It's madness." Or at least say, "I'm going to postpone it." Not, okay, look, I'm in a fucking war zone. I'm going to have 10 kids because God said to do it. And the worst one I heard. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say one last thing.
Sorry.
The worst thing I heard that still triggers me to this day is when fucking people say, "Oh, don't worry, God will take care of it." It's like I just want to fucking shoot myself in the head there and then. I just want to fucking kill myself.
You say
He always
I hate when people say that. Yeah, tell that to the fucking kids. Tell that I actually said something
They're
really.
in heaven now. They're in heaven now.
Oh,
I said that to one of my friends. He was talking about Palestine, and I said to him, "Tell that to the fucking kids of Palestine. Yeah, you're getting blown into fucking pieces. Yeah, tell them God will take care of it. Yeah, fuck off, man."
Yeah, anyway. God will take care of anything. Yeah,
the way I look at it is, if you don't know it, it's not there.
Stop
if you don't
blaspheming, guys. Stop, please.
It ain't there.
Wait, what'd you say, D&W?
Blasphemy is still against the law in many countries around the world, and I want to go on holiday this summer.
What?
Chickpea, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. How you doing?
Hey, Chickpea!
Hey, Chickpea! It's good to see you, man.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the cats.
That's good. That's good.
Chickpea was cured of her depression on this show.
Yeah, I was, guys. Actually, no, I've been coming here using it as group therapy, and it has worked.
That's good. Yes.
I'm glad.
Very happy to hear that.
I came actually spitting anger and hatred.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, that's very good.
She was doing the catharsis, D&W. She was taking the catharsis route, you know.
Yeah. Now she is rainbows and ribbons, and Yeah.
No,
Are we sure?
seriously, because even psychologists say that our anger our depression is hatred and anger stored deep inside us, and that's just stored there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like you sometimes you just have to let it out. Like I realized that my depression.
Thanks for making me miserable with your depression.
Don't listen.
Yeah. What good has it done me hearing all your bullshit?
Making you do anything.
You can always sleep on it and say like, hey, they're probably wrong, and like you can just like make yourself
Whatever
a nice
I
meal.
do, whatever way I try to turn the show, it's always hijacked. Someone.
D&W, I'm sure you've heard the famous Bruce Lee quote, right?
Some miserable bastard coming on here to tell me load of shit that life's not worth it.
I think I know who that is.
Everybody should be given unregulated access to, an easy death. Nobody should be born. Our parents are criminals. What else am I forgetting? There's so much more.
The state is always omnipresent.
Thanks for dumping your trauma here, you toxic psychopaths.
But D&W, what did Bruce Lee say? Bruce Lee said, he said, take what is useful and add what is uniquely your own. So that's what I would advise you with this.
My motto is keep it real.
Danny, how's the upcomfrey going?
I haven't felt any difference, to be honest.
Are you using enough? You have to use quite a lot.
Maybe I should give it another try.
Yeah, I said to you a good dollop 4 times a day.
Okay.
A good 2 buckets full with a sack over your head.
No, no, you have to use quite a good whack of the stuff. That's 10 minutes rubbing it all in. Good amount you need. I was wondering how you were getting on with it. That's why I popped on to see how you were getting on with your comfrey.
Yes.
Then, Chickpea.
What?
You're not a complete psychopath.
Oh no, she's not. She's actually very nice. Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking, dear. So, Chickpea, have you got any thoughts on urbane living in the hipster area, and what it is to be a modern urbanite in this trendy city that you're living in, London, in the 21st century?
Oh God, I don't know what to make of it anymore. I don't know anymore, D&W. I'm afraid you know me. I'm just a little hermit, and I am a hermit. I don't
What's
really.
it like out there, Chickpea?
Yeah, it must be a war zone out there, Chickpea, right? Inside, like, London. It must be like.
Fatima, stop. This is the green and pleasant land.
Okay.
Rebuilt.
I tell you, Fatima, it's okay in my little pocket where I live. Everything's fine. But I daren't go on a bus or the tube or a train or even Uber taxis. I'm so terrified of going anywhere nowadays. Because there's a lot of weird stuff going on out there.
Oh, come on, that's a little bit. Yeah, I think you're being a little bit paranoid.
Really, Danny? All right,
Danny. What are you fighting? Why?
What are the chances? You've got to look at. I've said for years and years and years that the news is full of stuff which is not in context.
Right, Danny. No, I beg to correct you. Okay, Danny.
Let me finish. The news is full of these dark stories, and it's never it's never in the context of probability. The probability of something dark happening is very, very low.
Right, but it's happened to me twice already.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. In that case, it's even more unlikely to happen again.
Let me finish, Danny. Okay, now I'll let you finish. Now, 3 years back, I was on the bus to Stratford. Coming back, I'm a pensioner. Okay, sitting in a pension seat. A man sat next to me and began pleasuring himself and grinning at me whilst he was doing it.
What the fuck?
What?
Yes, I know.
Jesus.
Prior to that, I was in the children's park in Hackney. There's a special park for children to go in. I was laying on the grass with my cats. Granted, I wasn't wearing many clothes, but I was sunbathing in the park, in the children's park. A man came and laid down right next to me.
What the fuck?
Creepy shit.
How long ago was it, Chickpea? How long ago was that? How long ago?
But Chickpea was still alive, so it must have been about 10, 12 years ago. I used to take Chickpea to the park with me. And twice, Danny, I've had twice now I've had men come up to me and say to me, "Get out of my bleeping way, you bleeping WC," basically.
Is that white or is that the other one? Was it racial or was it just sexist?
White.
White. Okay, so it's racial.
White. Yeah. So.
Oh damn.
It's happened to me 4 times.
Wow. And did you tell them about the bus? That was brutal.
Yeah, I was just saying I was sitting in the pensioner seat, and the man sitting next to me started playing with himself.
Oh God!
I don't look my age.
I got kicked out of StreamYard. So.
Oh really? Wow, that's.
I know. I missed the story because she told that one before.
Oh yeah.
She's also frightened.
It does happen to me, Danny, and I've got friends of mine who say the same about their daughters.
Sorry to hear that.
Wow.
Nothing like that ever happened.
Wait, Chickpea. I got a question, Chickpea. If some guy was pleasuring himself like in front of you, why didn't you sue him or something? You can sue someone for that. Right?
Well, to be honest with you,
they're not exactly going to be millionaires if they're sitting beside you on a bus.
Let me say it. Okay. I don't be funny, but if a bloke sat next to you and began pleasuring himself, you'd be too scared to do anything. All I want.
No, if that happened to me, if that happened to me,
pleasuring herself. But this is the problem, the difference between sexes. I mean, a lot of guys might think they'd weigh up their options. You know what I mean?
What? No. I would be.
Is she a squirter? They'd be intrigued.
Oh,
DW. It's not funny.
No, I'm just saying there is a difference. I mean, I was watching on my shorts. I don't know if it was on YouTube or something. It came up on one of my feeds, maybe on Twitter. But there's this group of young women, maybe, I don't know, they're out about 21, 22, maybe they're 19. But there's a few of them, and they live in a house share. And basically, they make videos of themselves calling for, like, Uber Eats, pizza deliveries and all that kind of thing, Amazon deliveries, whatever.
What?
And they answer the door in their nightdress, and then they flash the guy.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
What the hell?
And they video. They video the reaction.
I've seen that.
And it's all so funny, apparently. And this is the difference between the sexes. Because if I did that, you know.
I agree. I'm with you on that. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But would you want it any other way as a guy? I don't know.
Okay, D&W. I've actually seen that video what you're talking about.
I wouldn't mind women flashing at me. You know.
I would. Because now you've just artificially stimulated me and I don't have an outlet, so that's a form of suffering.
I wouldn't know what I would do.
All this is very funny.
No, it's not funny.
No, we're not. We're not.
I wouldn't really be for that, by the way. I wouldn't really be.
Of course, yeah. It's just weird and kind of, it's like, isn't it like illegal to like show off like your nude body like to someone there in the UK or no? It's just.
Not if you're
I think tits are right. I think boobs are not, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have those nudists who do the fucking nude bicycle ride, and there is a loophole.
Oh, you guys do have that. Yeah.
They do that shit every year, and they don't care. They're unapologetic as fuck. Yeah,
that's weird to me. Like I am a live person, but like people who are like the nudists and do things like that on the bikes in the public, I'm like, what happened to you? Like, why are you doing this? What are you trying to prove? I don't know. I don't know. People say I'm weird, but at least I have clothes on, right?
People are very strange.
Yeah.
I remember being traumatized when I was like a Cubs. I was very young. I was in the Cubs, and we went away camping.
Oh, really?
We were somewhere. I can't remember where we were. I think we were in. I don't know if it was Hastings or somewhere like that. We went on a day. We left the campsite and went to the coast, but there was an arcade there. I remember that, and we were sitting down on the Pebble Beach, having like a lunch or something, and this bloke walked by bollock naked.
What?
Just along the footpath, you know. Yeah, and we were all little kids. We were going, "Oh my god, what the fuck," you know.
What the fuck is correct?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. That was the first time I saw someone walking around naked in public. I'm struggling to think. Have I seen anybody else? No, I don't think I've seen anybody else walking around naked in public. Out on the street, you know. It does happen from time to time. Apparently.
No, but I tell you guys, speaking as a female, London's not as safe as it used to be back in the 70s and 80s, I can tell you.
They always say that. Like, is that really true, Chickpea? Like, is it really as dangerous?
London's Fatima, you wouldn't. But speaking as a female now, I don't know what it's like to be a man. Speaking as a female, London's not as safe as it was in the 70s and 80s. Back in those days, it was like living in a different world. Whereas now, in those days, well, you know, I didn't worry about going on public transport, and I wouldn't, you know, and that sort of thing. And I'm elderly, you know, so I don't know what the hell's going on. Granted, I'm not a big fat old boot, but still, you know, maybe that does make a difference. God only knows. But the day, yes, it's and I used to be a real wild child back in the 70s and 80s, but I never came to harm. Whereas now, I'm literally too scared to use an Uber on my own. I'm scared.
No. Sometimes there's some like Uber horror stories that have happened here. Like there was this one.
Thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, no. It happens. Like I use Uber sometimes when it's like dire straits. Of course, yeah, but like Uber can be scary. Like I've heard of stories where like the Uber driver
I think it was probably more scary, was it not? Before the app, like when it was just black cabs and that.
No, DW, the black cabs, the guys were
without
fabulous.
any GPS or without, I don't know.
Oh no, sorry, no.
I'm sorry, Chickpea. As much as I have a negative view of reality, I really think you're taking it out of the statistical context. And even if you've had those bad experiences, and I'm sorry you have, right? Mm-hmm. You know, to suggest that to worry about taking an Uber is ridiculous, because the chances of something like that happening on an Uber are extremely.
Like I think it's much safer than a black cab now than it was say in the 90s.
Black cab,
because Chickpea, now they literally know who is picking you up in real time. You get a picture of them, you get the fucking number plate. It's all on your phone. Like even the sickest of drivers know they're fucking marked, you know. So they're not going to get away.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
That's true. Yeah. The only public transportation I take is literally like either the train or the bus. I rarely take Uber because actually, surprisingly, for like being in like an American suburb here, like there's like the memes like America has barely any good public transportation. The bus in my county is actually very robust and I can go anywhere on the bus here. Yeah. Only downside is that like sometimes there's some fucking crazies on the bus. They're like, "Hey man, what's up, man? Hell yeah, you got any $5, man? Hell yeah." I'm like, no man, please fucking walk the other way, please, you know.
Yeah, I admit I'm a bit neurotic, guys. I admit it, but I guess you only have to get threatened once, and that's enough to put you off. And I'm speaking as a female.
Sorry, can I selfishly just comment on? Someone left a message in the BC Zipa, says if it's scar tissue or joint inflammation related, look into serapeptase, Japanese silkworm enzyme. It's proteolytic.
BC Zipa. Yeah, silkworms. Silkworms are still animals.
I have looked at Dan, but I don't
Danny,
think
since you're here, I was going to ask you, are you still planning to do that Thailand gig? Because I was watching your videos and I heard you were mentioning something about going to Thailand or something. Is that still a gig?
I at the last minute I pulled out. I booked to go and then I pulled out the last minute.
Damn.
Yeah, right.
Okay, and was that
my children
that
are
just
my children? In fact, I'm just having a conversation with my daughter, who sent me a copy of the timetable in Koh Phangan, where she is with my son and my wife.
Koh
They've
Phangan.
gone there for 2 weeks. It is quite. There's a lot happening there. It's quite interesting.
Oh yeah, Thailand is a beautiful place, beautiful country.
yeah,
I hope
I was
so.
going to ask
Yeah.
you. Yeah, sorry, fam. I was just going to ask
It's
you,
all right.
Danny. Is that for your own personal sort of therapeutic recovery, or is that just something you're willing to do now, like a sort of go and explore different spaces with the sort of anti-natalist thing? What
Yeah,
would you
it's
say?
both. It's kind of both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Disobey, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Hello, Disobey.
Hello, folks. Just popped in. Say hello.
That's good.
What did
Oh,
Disobey,
he's the
are
chap.
you?
What did
He's
you
the chap who's talking about how's everybody's sex life. You're that guy, innit? Germany dropped.
Ah.
And
Hey, we all have our quirks.
He said
You have to
he
take
said
a
his son
joke,
was a
man.
cunt as well. I thought it was my dad.
That's like my dad calling me that. He did call me that one time.
But hang on, my son is a cunt.
Disobey. I absolutely disagree with you. You're meant to obey everything. Obey God, obey society, obey your employer. What are you talking about? Disobey?
Yeah, right.
The only
Make sure
person
you.
I would say God, yeah. God, you'd have to obey God. If anything, But apart from that, nobody. Anyway, how is your sex life, by the way?
He's having a wank again, guys.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna use that one. Disobey. Do I have permission to use that? Yeah, because whenever I'm gonna just de-escalate a situation, I'm gonna say, guys, come on now, come on, guys. How is your sex life?
How's your sex life? Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Listen,
Yeah.
don't do it. You'll get in trouble, man. Having this serious conversation with a few guys, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" Yeah, go on. This is a serious question. I go, and I mean this. We answer me honestly. Yes, it's okay. What's the question? How's your sex life?
How's your sex?
Oh my God.
I can tell you, for me, it's pretty non-existent.
D&W, I think you've got your next topic for the next show, man.
How's your sex life? Yeah.
How's your sex life? It's zero. For me, it's zero.
Yeah.
But if you want to know, my boy stuck to my leg.
What?
Sorry?
My boy is stuck to my leg.
Really?
I'm taking it. That means you're inactive, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, my dick stuck to my leg.
Yeah, it's not going. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, no, I got
know
you.
what he means. I know what he means. It doesn't stand up.
I'm sorry to hear that, lad. I'm sorry to hear about your sex life.
Oh my God.
So,
really
are
am
you
sorry.
in any way full of disobey? Are you full of hope for the year ahead in the world?
I'll tell you the truth. What's going on at the moment, I don't know.
No one knows.
I think all these politicians and all this crap that's going on, they're playing us like a fiddle.
Oh yeah.
The price of petrol and all that, the food's going to go up, everything's going to go up. I think the winners are China and Russia.
Oh yes, they are. Oh yeah, they're making like a lot of like the money from this, from all the like alternative oil routes that are gonna go to like them now. Yeah.
Well, it's not only that. Like China owns us.
Oh yeah.
I'll guarantee everything around you right now, with the clothes on your back, are made in China.
Oh well, not right now. My shirt says right now it's made in Turkey. I showed off my shirt now.
Turkey, well, yeah. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
of course, yeah. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Taiwan,
Vietnam, Cambodia. Yeah. Cambodia is a big one for like clothes over here in America. Like it says made in Cambodia.
What is it? It's not an iPhone. I think every iPhone's made in China. That's correct.
Yes, yeah, that's true. I made in China, Taiwan, or South Korea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's where like Samsung is from, right? Is South Korea. Like everyone in South Korea has like a fucking like either like the Samsung now.
Well, I would say stop buying crap we don't need anyway.
Yeah.
You want to buy the crap, fucking do it. You know.
Oh yeah.
If you want that T-shirt with the advertisement on the front, go buy it.
Oh yeah, because it's already like made in China anyway.
But anyway, yeah. Anyway, what? I don't know what. How's it going to end up? It's going to end up bad for all of us, especially here in Europe. We're fucked, man.
Why do you think that, Jessica?
You know, but I think it's going to hit the USA as well.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna hit a lot of places, unfortunately. Like you just have to brace yourself, you know. Yeah, you just have to keep a mind of like you possibly are gonna be you're possibly gonna be in worser situations in the future. So this one isn't too bad because at least like there's not like rockets hitting your home right now, right? At least not yet, right?
Yeah, not yet.
Not
DNW,
yet.
there's something I wanted to ask you. You have an interesting position. So, if I'm correct, in previous videos, you've stated that you once entertained anti-natalism, or whatever you want to call
Here
it,
we
but
go.
now,
God.
He's tired of.
No, but do you know what it is? Yeah, one thing about DNW is like he's really good as a host, but I want to learn more about him as well because remember he is still a member of the panel, and why not?
Yeah. Not like I will another day if you want, but not now. It's too.
Yeah.
It'll go on to.
It's a story.
And it's never.
Yes,
people are never satisfied. People are never satisfied with it, so it's pointless at this stage.
Okay, no worries.
If you want to have a look at some of the Finding Gnosis shit on Medium, there might be some shit there. I don't know.
Okay.
Might be some shit there, maybe he said.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, to be honest, this World War, we are pretty much on the brink of World War III. It might not be traditionally fought in the same the way World War II was or World War One.
Oh yeah,
like it's almost at crunch time. Like, let's be honest, man.
It is crunch time. Yeah, like
I think it's gonna be over soon. To be honest with you, I'm just guessing.
Oh, you sure? DNW? I'm not sure because like I don't.
Well, I think yeah.
Well, personally,
I think it will be.
Well, personally, I don't think
they're already giving signs. Iran have already said that they will talk. They are, or they will pass messages through Pakistan and Turkey. And
I thought they already.
As well.
I thought they already denied those. From what I heard.
No. Today they have said they will. They denied it in the past, but today they've said they will. So, it's opening up a little bit. Look, I mean, what option has Iran got? They're going to get blown to smithereens. It's either that, or start talking.
Unless they have a trump card that we don't know about.
I don't think so. I don't think they do.
Who cares? War's a terrible thing, you know. We don't live there, you know. There's women and children fucking dying every fucking day. People going fucking homeless. People fleeing their countries, you know. It's okay for us sitting here discussing it, you know, but it's a horrible thing. War is a horrible thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
It's also quite interesting how we do. There's a lot going on all the time, and nobody's talking about some of the other wars that have been going on, isn't it? Was it Eritrea, Ethiopia? You know,
Sudan. Sudan's really hot.
Yeah. This is it.
Yeah, Iraq and Afghanistan, lovely one.
Iraq and Afghanistan, Pakistan, India.
Iraq, yeah.
I think a really interesting question. Yeah. I think a really interesting question is, to quote Albert Einstein, whenever there's men, there'll be wars. Can humanity really exist in a world where there's no such thing as war? I think it can't really. I think just like because we're closely related to chimpanzees, we both have this violent proficiency. I mean, chimps form militias and they literally fight and kill each other just like humans. I think it's just it's a part of us. We're a warlike creature, unfortunately. Yeah.
It's just an amplification of the individual, perhaps in some instances. You know, when you're cornered.
Why do we think we're the best all the time? We think we're the best.
Who, humans or?
Yeah, well, in the Western European country, we think we're great. Everything we do is great. You know, probably the same in the USA. You know.
No, I disagree. I think North Korea thinks they're better than everyone. I think China, communist China, thinks they're better. I think everybody's got their own fucking sense of self-righteous, you know, hubris or whatever you want to call it, arrogance. You know.
I'd agree with that one as well. Yeah. But Western Europe does think we're better than most Africans, and we're better than this. Are we? Are we really better?
Probably
we can
not.
bomb
Probably
everybody,
just
we'll win every
war.
war.
We're fortuitous sometimes. Yeah.
I don't know. But wars
well,
are
Obey, tell me about your views for humanity going forward. Where are we headed? Hello, Kugaduma. Do come on, bro.
Oh, Cougar, get on here, bro. He had some good stuff to say last time as well.
Okay, I'm running off. Have a good night, everybody.
Take care, Danny. Nice one.
Good night, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
Yeah.
Where
It
we
is
heading?
getting late, actually, so I'll let Kugaduma come on for a bit. End the show.
Sorry, D&W, did all that AEN propaganda just take it right out of you, yeah?
It does actually. No, it does take it out of me, particularly when I feel like I have to explain my views, because it's like, oh god, here I go again, and
Yeah,
it
no, I
never
know.
quite lands well. It never quite lands as well as I'd like. But you know, it is an emotive issue, and you know, I feel people are entrenched. It is what it is. By the way, I liked what Yorn was saying today. I hope he comes back. He fell asleep. That's the guy. He's still the backstage. Look, here he is.
Oh my god.
I took him off because he fell asleep. So he's currently in the land of Nod.
What did he say?
Well, he used to be AN, but he's given up now. For
okay, interesting.
Reasons. But he is going to be a breeder, which is he's looking to breed. I'm not looking to do that now, but he is.
Actually, D&W, I sent you.
It's no small thing. It's not something to do willy nilly. I know. I admit that much. You know.
Yeah, of course.
It's a brutal. It is a serious thing, and it's unfortunate that we exist. I agree.
D&W, I sent you a thing actually, but fucking hell.
No, temper.
What?
Fucking hell, woman. Relax.
I would say it's that time of the month, but it's every day with Chickpea.
No, it's not.
Women on this fucking chat. Women always spoil everything, don't they?
Chickpea, I'm joking, darling. Sorry.
I sent you a thing today actually about women talking about the horrors of childbirth. You know what? In all my years, I've never ever heard that being talked about, the horrors of giving birth and the horrors of motherhood. And I sent you a video on it. You know, just
thanks
quick.
for the happy clappy fucking community. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Chickpea, you missed my segment earlier. I was actually talking about my experience witnessing the horrors of childbirth and motherhood. Yeah.
Oh
if you rewind it.
Is it awful?
Oh, it was traumatic. Yeah, it was traumatic.
Yeah, horrible. It was really ugly as well. It's you know, when I remember when my mother was pregnant, I was stunned by how ugly. It's just an ugly experience from start to finish. I didn't have one good word to say about it all. Not one word.
I mean, you're not sick. You're only having a baby, for fuck's sake.
What? Oh, you have one then, if it's so trivial.
Well, listen, my mother had 4. My father's
her then.
12.
That's what I can say.
12.
My grandmother had 10, and my gran said to me, "Don't ever do it. Just stay by yourself."
Jesus Christ! I
Oh,
wouldn't.
really?
Don't freak out.
What?
It's only a baby. If it comes, you know what I mean? It's not going fucking bungee jumping.
I'd rather go bungee jumping any day of the week.
Whoa, brother Marcus, shots fired, BMW.
Yeah. No, I have justified it, I think, pretty well, and not based on futility. Although I did talk about determinism before, and finding it hard to view it as a moral issue because I don't think in terms of morality.
So disobey. You a daddy kittens then? Disobey? Are you a daddy?
What was that? Sorry, I wasn't listening. What was that again? Sorry.
Are you a daddy?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Are you a mummy? Are you a mummy?
You must. Yeah, to 7 cats. Okay, I prefer cats to babies.
No. I mean to a human being.
No.
No, of course
No.
you won't.
No, she's quite happy about
that.
No. I wouldn't want to have a baby for all the tea in China.
You don't have to.
I didn't.
I didn't. Moaning about it.
I didn't.
What the fuck are you moaning about then?
I'm not moaning. I'm just quite frank. I'll tell you, Disobey. When I look at this shithouse planet, I'm amazed that people want to bring another human being into it.
Agreed. 100% agreed on it.
Thank you.
What? All right, you don't want to have children. Fair enough.
No. Yeah. Yes, I should be
I got the
grateful.
message. You know what I mean? So what was the question, sorry?
Chickpea, what else did you want to say? No, Chickpea is 71 years of age. She never had a kid.
Yeah, I know. As I spoke to before, she's probably forgot she's Dalton.
What? I've probably forgotten what?
I spoke to you before, do you remember?
Yeah, I probably have spoken before. Yeah.
I said you're Dalton. You forgot.
You changed your name?
No.
No, he's the same name.
All right then. I do recognise your voice, but I don't remember your. You get chatting to so many people. I forget who I've chatted to half the time. Sorry.
Chickpea, is there any reason why you were gone for so long? Like you took a bit of a hiatus, if you don't mind me asking.
Who, me?
No, Chickpea.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've just been doing a lot of stuff. I've been quite busy, spring cleaning and things. And what have you?
Okay, nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't it lovely? I just love housework.
She's a Jehovah's Witness in her spare time.
Yes.
Plot twist. Oh, fucking plot twist that is.
Actually, you want to hear a funny story? I've got. You know what? I've got 7 cats. You never guess what? I've got a mouse running around my flat at the moment.
Don't worry about it. I get mice every day. I've got 3 cats. The
Oh,
count
you
them
get
in all the
2?
time.
What?
I showed you my cats last time on cam, if you remember.
Oh, right. I remember you now.
Yeah.
So you've got mice in your flat as well, or house? You've probably got a house.
Yes, I've got a house, yes.
Lucky you.
Yes. Lucky me, yes.
Yes. Well, yeah.
I've got kittens.
Anyway,
You know what? I'm so grateful for my cat, man. D&W, have you got a pet as well?
He's got a dog.
Oh yeah, you need to have
Got a
something.
dog, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice man,
Definitely.
nice man. I'm so grateful for my cat because when I'm fucking sick of the wife, man, I just go to the cat. And I'm not trying to be misogynistic because I'm sure she probably feels the same. But like the cat or the dog, whatever you have, it's like that independent third party where it's like fuck both of you, but I'm still gonna be here. Yeah, no, cats and dogs are awesome, man. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't be without them. Couldn't do that.
You can have cats and dogs together, no problem. I have it. To our
Yeah.
safe cats.
Chickpea, one of my favorite things to do is when I've completed my day, yeah, and I come home and I just get into bed and my cat joins me, man, and I just feel like, this is the life, you know.
That's so nice,
I'm
isn't
going
it?
to, yeah, it's one of the best types of things I like to do, man. Is just go to sleep and my cat's there, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Yes. Yeah. I couldn't be without
I don't
them.
think I could have a cat with my dog. He chases them too much. He chases everything. You know.
I can learn them to like dogs and cats get on okay as long as they know their place. You know what I mean? This is my area. That's your area. You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got 7 of them on my bed at the moment. They all sleep with me. Yeah.
Anyway.
While the mouse runs around the flat.
And not one of them's gone
Guys,
after it yet.
I missed this. Cougar says he'll predict right now that 1 million people will die in the looming global heat wave before the end of 2026.
I think it'd be more than that.
Wow.
Be more than that. Yeah.
Global heat. Is that why they're spraying the skies?
Oh, you've noticed it too. Hooray! Somebody's actually noticed.
It's fucking shocking at the moment.
Yes, I know.
You're
Don't tell me.
bullshitting me, Disobey. You don't believe in that, do you?
Well, believe it or not, I see all these fucking big fucking stripes in the fucking sky.
Yes.
And they're not commercial planes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the military planes, yeah.
Why don't they just tell us what they're spraying and the job's done?
Is that the whole chemtrails phenomenon?
Disobey. You sound like a man of the world. You're living in Germany. You've lived in Africa. You've lived in Ireland. You probably lived in London. I don't know where else you've lived, but you've had an interesting life, worked hard, and you telling me there's claptrap at this late hour?
He's had a life like mine, and I believe in them.
Hang on a minute. I wasn't talking to claptrap. I was talking to Chickpeas.
Okay.
And she just noticed as well, there's a lot of chemtrails going on. If it's not your thing, man, don't worry
tell me
about
what it is then, Disobey. I'm willing to listen. Go on, tell me what it is.
Willing to listen to what? I don't know what they're spraying. I don't know what they're doing.
They're spraying different.
Danny's in the chat. Does he believe in chemtrails? Does anybody else in chat believe in chemtrails?
I haven't really looked into it. I've never really explored it.
I had a friend. A friend. He died a few years ago, but he was obsessed with that. Obsessed with it. He died
I'm
young.
not obsessed with it. But so you're saying you don't think it's going on?
I don't think they're like spraying over our cities on a like regular
What's
basis.
the question?
Well, they are.
You do believe they're spraying something?
I believe they've tested out like cloud seed technology where they perhaps seed clouds to make it rain, and I also believe they probably have done things like tried to see what happens when you put sulfur into the atmosphere and stuff, but that's way up in. So I don't know about aeroplanes because that's not the atmosphere. I think they've only seeded clouds. That's about it. I don't think they've done much else.
Go ahead, Chickpeas. Chickpeas.
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I just see stripes in the sky, and I think they're spraying something.
I mean, it sounds like it can't be that harmful, because if it was, why would they be spraying it over places where rich and powerful live too?
Yeah, but you're saying it's true then?
I mean, it can't be anything to worry about.
No, no.
The same space that the rich and powerful live.
You're saying they're spraying then, yeah?
I don't think they are. I don't think they are.
You don't think they're spraying? Okay.
Okay, I'll look into. Look, I'm willing to look into it. I'm willing to look into it now. I'm not gonna. I'll give it some G concern then. Look into. Where should I look? Zeppa says, look into UN documents. They've been spraying stuff in the sky for years. Sulfuric acid. I did say something about. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, causing acid rain. Really? Really? Well, you know, a lot of forests. I remember when I did. They were going on about acid rains, like in the news sometimes, and I remember thinking when I was very young, really young, I don't know, like 6 or 7, hearing about this shit, and it was like they were saying all the trees are going to die because of this acid rain. It was a massive thing. We don't really hear about that anymore. They were saying that all the forests in Norway are shedding their needles because of acid rain. You never hear about that anymore. What happened? Were they doing it? Were they spraying the forests?
I have to say, I don't know what they're up to, but I have to say this, dear W. When I was young, the sky was a far deeper blue than that weird sky we got nowadays over our heads. And I've really noticed it over the years.
Can Zeppa come on and tell us about this? They seem to know a lot about this. Sorry, Chippy, what were you saying?
The sky used to be a deeper blue when I was young to what it is now.
Yeah, you said that, and you said the sun used to be yellow.
Yes, the sun did. Well, there are old people who will agree with me on that one. I mean, I know the sun is white, but it used to look yellow.
I mean, I've
but
only
the
ever
sky
seen
used to be a much
very
deeper
blinding
blue.
white light. Yeah.
Guys, it's been a great night. I wish you the best night to everybody. I'm signing off, man. I'm shattered. Take care, everyone. All the best.
I know, it's been lovely to talk to you again, Ra.
Take care, man. Take it easy, man.
Bye,
Actually, on that note, I think we should probably end the show because it has been a long one. And I'll give the closing words to whoever wants to say them. You can all say them individually, one at a time. Patsy, do you want to say something?
Good night.
Good night to you. Zepsa can't come on right now. In the future, well, we will hold you to that. Please do. Chickpea, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Night, Grump Guts.
Good night. And Disobey, mate, do you want to say your closing remarks?
Good morning.
Good
It's
morning.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Take care, everybody. Next time. Bye-bye.